You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I rip. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rise, rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you should've known? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you should've known?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta buy hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Now all opponents have been revealed. You see the young superstars with hot hands and flashy plays. You see the veterans with unshakable nerves. You see the team players. You see the playmakers. You can see all the cards in their hands, but they also see everything in yours. The board is set. The pieces are moving. This is day 3 of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. We good?
We have got spicy matchups, APAC's rising stars ready and raring to get to the international stage once again, and a possible return of the Kings. All this and more on the Updraft. We've got a good look now at all of our teams and an even better look at our analysts right here on the panel. Mika Fabs here with Fluffy and G10. How's your day going, gentlemen? We'll start with you, Fluffy.
I am very excited for today. I woke up super excited, very hyped for the first game of today, which is going to be Team Secret against Oasis Gaming. I think a lot of favorites on both sides for that. So yeah, very hyped.
I can tell why you're very excited for that.
For sure.
It's going to be an interesting discussion with you here on the panel. G10, we're still kind of reeling from what happened yesterday. Are you ready for another round?
Absolutely. Yesterday, Team Secret versus SB was an absolute banger, a classic match already. And I had no words. I was absolutely speechless at the end of it. So today, Team Secret versus Oasis, another top tier team. I think it's going to be a showstopper of a match, 2-1, and it's going to be a very close 2-1, I think.
Well, we're already jumping the gun a little bit here, gentlemen. Of course, we have a lot of time to talk about Team Secret, but first up, we have to thank our wonderful sponsors, including PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. Fluffy, who else do we have?
We also would like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber. Only $20.99 on Globe at Home with gaming speeds up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited pa. So to learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And we'd also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, Asus ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGX VCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16. And that's the link down there. Just, look at it, copy it. It's a little bit of a mouthful.
In the right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it went away. Oh, well.
It's gone now. But
I'm sure it's somewhere there. I'm sure it's somewhere there, probably in the description of the stream or something. Speaking of which, you can head on over to our other streams listed right over here. Haha. Kind of awkward, but I did it.
There you go.
For the Filipino broadcast, we have Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. By the way, if you are stopping by the Filipino broadcast, please greet a happy birthday to our wonderful Terrar. It is her birthday today, so
no cap.
I hope you guys are spamming the comment section with birthday greetings and birthday wishes for her. While for the English broadcast, I don't think we have any birthday celebrants here, but hey, you can say stuff to us too, I guess.
Happy birthday, Terrar.
Yes, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Terrar. Hey.
Raph's sister.
Apparently. That's right.
Twin.
Maybe on the English broadcast, you can actually say happy birthday to Raph, and it kind of carries over.
It'll carry over.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah.
Maybe. Now we also have our series highlights from yesterday, which I really do think we have to discuss. We were already discussing it a little bit a while ago, so let's give a quick recap as to what went down yesterday, beginning with Bren Esports and, Fluffy, it's kind of like the new but not so new kid on the block, RRQ.
Right. It's that match in itself is just so good. If you look at the series highlights right here, we see how much that Nexi-Draxi combo really plays into a lot of these games. Unfortunately for them, Bren Esports taking it for their first game.
Yeah, and of course, we would be remiss not to bring up the Team Secret match against Softbuilt Esports. And I mean, the G10, like we were saying, the big question on everyone's head is Team Secret back? I think we got our answer as clear as a 13-0 in Haven.
Yeah, that was a resounding answer coming in from Team Secret, showing that, they're not here to play, they're here to win, and SB just happened to be on the other side of a very, very buffed up Team Secret. And you can see here, this is Bren, the celebration that they had after that win was just, it was really heartwarming to see. But yeah, SB versus Team Secret, absolute legend of a match on Team Secret's first appearance in Stage 2. And SB, I really thought they had it, man. I really thought they were actually going to get the 2-1, but no. Team Secret just came out of the woodwork and showed exactly what they got. Look at that. The Secret squad.
Yeah, and their beautiful boot camp, by the way. And their beautiful boot camp.
Buff, yeah.
Finally. And of course, one other interesting thing that happened was the game between Action PH and Alpha Esports, because we saw, it was pretty much a one-on-one of very hungry teams, very hungry players, determined to prove themselves on the VCTPH stage. Also, a lot of Jet things and Fluffy. Very interestingly enough, Fade things too.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I'm super excited to see that agent. Hopefully more teams adopt that playstyle or integrate it into their lineups. It's one of those agents that if you can make it work, it can really make an impact in terms of making space and gaining info. Compared to other initiators, it is kind of awkward to fit in just because it doesn't have that flash and it's not as good as Sova for the info part. But a good addition, and it's nice that VCTPH teams are taking these new changes into account because, like we mentioned previously, we are playing on the 4.0.8 patch, meaning that a lot of these overbearing agents that we had previously in older stages are now more in line, and there are more options for a lot of teams.
Yeah, do you think actually that we'll be seeing Fade again today? Based
I can only hope so, but I think that the thing about a new agent is you have to be a bit daring as a team to try it out, because of course pulling it out is great. The surprise factor is a big factor, but also you don't want to surprise yourself if you don't have enough practice on it. You might want to fall back to something that you have already in the playbook, something more reliable, something constant that you're more comfortable working around as a team, instead of putting that that new element in, because as much as it could be a good thing, it could be like a double-edged sword in some ways. So it really depends on how practiced the team is more than how much they want to use it, really.
Yeah, and I think, of course, when you're competing against the best teams here in your region, you kind of don't want to be too experimental just yet. I mean, not especially when you have, teams like Team Secret suddenly doing a 13-0 and 8 overtimes, by the way. Was it 8 or 7?
7, I think it was.
7.
Yeah.
Regardless, I mean, that's still pretty insane. And we actually thought that series was never going to end. We thought that the years were going to fly by and, it would be 2030 and we'd still be watching Team Secret and Southfield Esports. But we have our tournament format just to remind you all, of course, what is at stake. Now, once again, this is a single round robin, and this means that all of the teams will be facing each other just one time, with all matches being a best of 3. The top 6 teams will advance into the playoffs and take home the lion's share of $30,000. We are currently on week 1 and there has been a lot of action already. G10, I have to ask, which teams have impressed you the most so far, and can we exclude Team Secret from that question? Put Team Secret aside and just let me know which other teams have impressed you the most so far.
Well, I would have to be, a little bit of a Fluffy fan here, but I'd be remiss to say if I didn't think Oasis Gaming was on the top of their game after, what they've shown us so far in the past couple days. Oasis, I do think that they have the chops to bring it to Team Secret in their first match. Another team that's really impressed me still is SBE, even though, they did drop that match against Team Secret. That game 1, 7 overtimes.
Yeah.
They just went trading back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and that really showed me that, SBE, they still have a lot of fight in them, even this early into the group stages.
I did see a comment in one of the Twitch streams yesterday from that match, and somebody said oh yeah, the years have gone by, and Jesse Vash's son now has taken over playing for
Jesse
him.
Vash subs for Jesse, yeah.
I was like, Dubstep has over 200 kills now. But yes, if you missed it, you can go back and revisit it because it's definitely one for the books. But as we head into our match schedule for the day, of course, we know that the first series of the day is going to be a very, very spicy one. Again, very thankful to have Fluffy and G10 on the panel here for this particular match. But, gentlemen, Fluffy, what is your early forecast of these matches over here? What sort of head-to-head matchups are you looking forward to the most?
So I think overall for game 1, I think that it's going to swing to the side of Oasis Gaming. For game 2, it's very interesting as well. RRQ versus SBE. It's a newly formed team with veteran players on the side of RRQ that have proven to be competitors in their own right, but they are playing against one of the most veteran teams and most experienced in SBE. And as we saw yesterday, although unfortunately for them, they did not make it to the desired result, they really showed how strong they are as a team, the new innovations they can put out, and just the level that they can play at right now, where normally you would think a team like that has a slow start, but it looks like it's ramping up a bit for this. And for the last game, we have Bren versus Naos. I'm very impressed recently with the moves of Bren Esports. I feel like that bag of surprises that Naos has brought during the first stage has been figured out by a lot of teams, so unless they pull out something out of the hat, it's gonna go to the way of Bren for me.
Very interesting. G10, what about you?
Well, Fluffy, I do think that Oasis is a really strong team. It's just that I think Team Secret is a little bit stronger. Still, I have to say in this first match, it will be close, but it will be Team Secret. 2-1, yeah. But still, Team Secret. At least from what I've seen yesterday. Game 2, I do concur that SB is, one of the most veteran teams here with the most experience. And RRQ, while they all have been, they all have a lot of experience in their own rights as a team and as a unit, they may still be a little bit lacking. So yeah, I have to give it to SB as well. And as for Bren versus Naos, I do think again that Naos is very, very talented, but to the level of beating Bren after what Bren showed us yesterday, I don't think it's going to be Naos' game 3. So Bren 2-1 for that last one.
Oh, so it's possible. Your early forecasts are that we're gonna see a lot of game 3s today, and I think that the 2-0 streak has stopped for now, and I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a long day for us, but I think it's going to be a lot of very, very good Valorant action. We are going to go into a quick break, but when we return, we've got our first match of the day. Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. VCT will be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know? Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We have our first match of Day 3 coming up, and it is going to be Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. Fluffy, can we talk about how spicy this match is and what happened the last time they met here at the VCT stage?
So it's one of those matches that is really for the books for me. Great teams on both sides. The last time that they played against each other during Stage 1 was when Team Secret, unfortunately's run for that competition got cut short by Oasis Gaming, eliminating them for that competition. So they might be back for blood today. But we've seen already that Oasis Gaming, since day one, literally, has had that strong momentum, showing more discipline this time around. Great use of utility, but also on the other hand, Team Secret showing that they're not the team that was eliminated during the first series, the first stage. They're a team that, with a boot camp buff or something, they really have that firepower and fire back. I mean, it clearly shows yesterday with a 13-0 against SBE that they're a team to beat.
Definitely. Now let's take a closer look at our first team. It's going to be Oasis Gaming. Can Oasis Gaming keep their momentum going despite the absence of their beloved former coach Fluffy because of his presence here on the panel?
I think Fluffy. I think
he's stunned. He's stunned.
I think he's putting on the Oasis jersey.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm looking for my jersey, but unfortunately, I think it's in the washers today. But yeah, Oasis Gaming, coming off of the great momentum that they had on the first day, it seems like as long as they can carry that throughout the series today, that they have a very strong chance of winning it. But like I said, Team Secret is looking a bit different this stage. They look like the team to beat, if anything else, right now, showing not only how strong they can be momentum-wise, but in the series yesterday against SBE, one thing I'd like to point out is it wasn't very clean from the start. For them, they were on the back foot. It was a reverse sweep, meaning that not only do they have the capability of winning these games, but they also know how to bounce back from a loss. So just because something might look rocky, it doesn't mean it's the end for Team Secret. So though I hope that Oasis Gaming does the job today, I think that it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and I think you also need to get possibly another jersey just so that you can alternate, because I think you're gonna be wearing that with pride a lot here on the panel. G10, we talked about there being a little bit of an identity crisis sometimes with Oasis Gaming. Yeah. After what we've seen, do you still see that? Do you agree with that?
An identity crisis? I wouldn't put it in those terms anymore. I'd say that Oasis Gaming, they've kind of found their footing. They found what works for them, and Fluffy is very confident in them, and I trust what this man says. He's a very smart Valoranter, so I would say Oasis, they have figured a lot of things out here. It's just a question now of whether they can execute better than what Team Secret can do.
Yeah, and I think they really are going to be put to the test, of course, because coming off of that history from from stage 1, Team Secret. I mean, they aren't going to take this match very lightly. Indeed, they are going to make a statement. And coming off of a near perfect game 2, one that will be hard to top for the rest of stage 2. So here is a closer look at their opponents, the boys from Team Secret. Oh yes, it seems like the former kings of the PH scene are ready to reclaim their crown. G10, they've got all of the ingredients for a recipe for victory. No excuses seems to be their motto for this stage.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Dubstep yesterday, or we were able to interview him, have a few words with him after their match against SB, and he was just so, happy, and they were feeling confident after that win. And it really showed in their gameplay as well. There were a lot of standout moments for Jesse Vash, for Wits, for Borkum, for Dispenser, for Dubstep. It was just kind of Team Secret at their best, at their peak, especially in that Game 3 Haven. So, this is where I would put on my Team Secret jersey if I had one. But, it looks cool. I'd want one, but here they are, the boys of Team Secret, the guys who are there to beat. A little bit of gold digging action there in the top right. But, these guys they are looking like the team that Oasis is going to be having a really hard time with.
Yeah, for sure. Dispenser, got to make sure that the airways are clear, of course. That leads to a very, very good game. Fluffy, while everybody was still pretty much awed by Team Secret yesterday, I still think it doesn't necessarily guarantee them like a top spot, because anything can happen. And moreover, all of these other PH teams, they have leveled up.
Oh, for sure. There's so much that can happen within a game, especially at this level of play. Oasis Gaming is not the type of team that's also easily pushed over. They have a lot of strengths in their players. We have players like Marquis, Envy, and Wild Oreo, very cracked players and making space for the team. But they also have very solid anchors in the form of Ripper and Coco, who allow them to move this way. So as a whole, I think it's a pretty even match. On one hand, you have the experience coming out of Team Secret, but on the other hand, you have that raw potential that is shaping to look like something great this set.
Yeah, speaking of which, you brought up Ripper. Of course, you mentioned that he was one of the mainstays of Oasis Gaming. Let's actually go into our head-to-head matchup for this series with Ripper and Borkum. And, we just have to say these two are definitely playmakers for their team. And G10, we have seen what they can do even in previous stages, because these guys have been around the VCT for so long.
Yeah, these guys, Ripper and Borkum, they've just been very, very consistent for their teams. I think Fluffy was mentioning earlier that this matchup is kind of underrated for what they do, because honestly, the flashy plays, they go to the Jet insta-lockers, they go to Marky, they go to Dubstep, but being consistent, a consistent, anchor for your team, and being able to get frags when it counts, even though you don't have the flashiest highlights, even if you don't have the highest KDA or the highest kills per round, being being able to keep it down, to hold it down for your team is very, very important. And, the stats are pretty close here as well.
Right. To add on what G10 said, I feel like on the competitive level, just having the mental note that you have someone that reliable on both teams, especially on the controller role, where majority of what you do is map control and helping out your team, even if you don't necessarily have to be there, but you still have the enough presence that even though you're not physically there during a fight or something, you're able to support your team. And it also, in some aspects and some scenarios and plays, it allows your team to move more freely, just knowing that you have secured a certain part of the map for them. So both players here, Borkum, of course, very experienced, but Ripper, actually, since day one, since way back in the first Oasis gaming team up until now, still playing competitively at a top level.
There you have it. Keep your eyes on these two players as we head into this match. Now, I do wonder, of course, coming from the match yesterday, Fluffy, this isn't for you, for you in particular. Do you think we're seeing Fade in this series?
I hope so. Team Secret's coach is named Secret Fade, so it would be nice if he would bring out the namesake.
That's true. I mean, he could probably, during maybe the interview or maybe some of, when we cut to the players, he could pop in and we can say that we actually got Fade in the series. So I think that counts. I think that definitely counts.
I hope so. I always hope so.
What about you?
I think Fade is a little bit risky to pull out in this match for either team. Just because, you don't want to be kind of risking an agent that you haven't really played and scrimmed quite a lot yet, because, she just came out. Into a team that is very powerful in this stage. So I don't think that Fade is a possibility unless they want to pick it up as a pocket pick maybe in the third game, or if Secret wins the first game, wants to experiment a little in the second game, they might pick Fade. But other than that, I don't think they would seriously go for a Fade comp over something more tried and tested that we've seen more in stage 1 and stage 2 of VCT. So I think we get Fade, if we do manage to get the interview from Team Secret's coach.
He just pops in. There you go.
Yeah, true. I mean, to add to what he was saying, I think that more so than the agent, it really depends on what map that Fade will be good at, if it is something chosen. But it's no secret that Team Secret is one of those teams that's not afraid to try something new. They're the first, I think, team that brought out Neon, and I think Neon, when she first came out, it was the same situation with Fade, where it was 2 weeks prior to VCT groups and they brought it out on Fracture. So they're not a team that necessarily will shy away from these new strategies, and it's something that a lot of people have actually adopted. So in some ways it could be ahead of the curve, but of course you're still limited to how much practice you have on the agent. So it's that balance that I guess we're going to see during the series.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that, because seeing as how Oasis Gaming and the Team Secret are just, they've been mainstays of the VCT and they know each other so well. So it's possible that bringing, a new agent like Fade into the mix could throw the other team off. But I think, definitely going into our map vetoes, I think Oasis Gaming needs to ban Haven. And especially after what we've seen yesterday, Team Secret just looks so comfortable. But here we go, map picks. We have Split, we have Icebox, and we have Haven. G10,
not bad.
What do you make of this?
Well, you know what? I think Team Secret, they want to run it back. They want to do something again. And I think that's the Haven third map into, Haven third map into 13-0, even though it says that, Haven was picked by Oasis Gaming. I think that it's actually picked by Oasis, so this may be, a little bit of a flex move by Oasis if they do get into a map 3.
Right. For me, I think that I'm very interested in why Oasis banned Bind and Ascent, being that it's one of those maps that it's not necessarily the main strength of Team Secret, but I'm not surprised for the maps that are picked. Haven, as we saw on day 1, is Oasis's map where they took APH 2-0. So they're a map that they can comfortably play, and I feel like because it's the third map that they were able to choose, that it's more of a this is our fail-safe. This is what we know already. And this is a map that we are confident that we can play our own game regardless of the result of yesterday from Team Secret and SBE. And they're not shaken by that because they are competitors in their own right. Icebox, on the other hand, not surprised there. Team Secret has a very good Icebox. They brought this out all the way back in Masters, or Champions rather, where they played Gambit. And even though it's Oasis's pick, I feel like they're going to be very comfy on it. But my big question is the first map. So Split is one of those maps when you're doing a map ban for these types of competitions that if you do pick it as the first map, you give the opponent the side choice. Meaning that a map like Split, where normally it's very defender-sided, you are giving your opponent the advantage of having the better side. So you really have to have a plan to be that confident picking it on the first phase.
Yeah, I was just about to say, man, Split did seem like a little bit of a confidence pick coming in from Secret, but I was going to ask you about Oasis, because, you know, historically, the Icebox from Oasis was good, but then, you know, you kind of lost confidence when you were beaten by SBE at the time, but now it looks like Icebox is a little bit strong for Oasis. I think that... you know, I personally think that they can take Team Secret to Game 3 by winning Icebox.
I believe so as well. They have the advantage on the first map on Split, at least with the side. So if they play that correctly, then they can secure that. But Team Secret, obviously not the type of team that would pick that and not back down from a fight. But on Icebox, like you mentioned, unfortunately for Oasis Gaming, they were taken out in Stage 1 by SBE on this specific map. But as we also saw yesterday with the pick of Breeze from Oasis, they're not shying away from picking the maps that historically they were not the best at. Because we saw on Breeze, or statistically speaking, that they had an okay/subpar Breeze, but now it came out really great during the series, and now that they're picking another map in a similar fashion, I believe that they also have a plan coming into this.
Yeah, really interested to see what's going to happen indeed, but I think I feel like we have to get Haven now. I feel like we need a Game 3 for this because it's just too exciting. And you know, Fluffy, I'm really curious as to, you know, what compositions we're going to see now that you've seen the picks.
On the Oasis side, I feel like for the Haven map, they're gonna go back to that old reliable that they showed during the matches yesterday, bringing out that double initiator Sky Breach, using a lot of utility to get marquee space. On Split, there's a couple configurations that I can think of. It's a toss-up depending on the day for that team from experience. But it's very hard to predict just because they have a lot of flex players in Wild Oreo and Envy who can play all these different roles. We even saw Wild Oreo yesterday playing in Breeze as the Viper, so he can even play the controller role. So for me, I think they're going to go for the more standard Split, but there is a chance they're going to pull out anything special. And for Icebox, there's a chance that they might bring up that double duelist. Most likely, they'll still have that main entry in a full form of a Raze or a Jet. Other than that, I think you just bring up the standard. You know, you got that Sova on Icebox. You also have the Viper. All of these important agents. It's a kind of hard map to necessarily change your composition just because it so heavily favors some agents.
G10, anything to add to that? Anything to add to what compositions we might be seeing coming out of the series?
You know, I think Fluffy kind of just gave us a little bit of an overview of everything that might happen. I just want to, in terms of compositions, I want to see, you know, the Insalok Jets coming out from Marquee and Dubstep. That's a fight I want to be seeing personally. Although, you know, KO is also an option that could send Oasis in a little bit of a different direction if Dubstep does pick it. But generally, I do want to see a little bit of a duel between those two.
Right, and I think I would also like to add that just because we've seen the players already play, both teams have already played during this tournament, they are two teams that I just want to mention that they are 6-man rosters. They do have that pocket pick superstars in their own right. They have Courtesy as well as Jeremy. So both of these players, both young, both very strong. Courtesy, a VCT winner himself. He can flex into that Sova role if needed. It's something that you can take into account that their composition also changes depending on which players they decide to bring in.
Right. And I'm actually like, of course, we do see the roster shifting around sometimes, and that can give a very, very different pace for both of these teams. But I think, like, predictions wise, it's safe to say Fluffy or for Oasis Gaming on G10 for Team Secret. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise at this point.
That's pretty solid. I think I'd be surprised if it went the other way. I mean, like, I saw Fluffy have that little bit of Oasis pride, and while he was talking about like the compositions and everything, he was saying, "Oh yeah, we don't usually go this way. It's our team on our side. It's like just representing, man, representing. I love it. We're still waiting."
Although there's this thing that I'm trying. You know, just so you guys know, and you know, you guys in the audience, this is gonna be a secret, because I think that I am the caster curse. Whatever I predict has never happened yet. It's always gone the opposite way.
How many predictions have you gotten? I mean,
0 for 3.
0 for 3.
I'm 0 for 3. Yeah.
I think I'm on 2-1 right now.
This is why you're the coach.
Former
coach. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see, because I bet against Team Secret yesterday, and SB, you know, they didn't win that. Team Secret won that. I'm betting for Team Secret today. Let's see if Oasis, you know, is gonna be Fluffy's brainchild today.
We'll see. Hopefully the boys do well. So yeah.
We'll see if it is a curse or if it is a buff. Our match is ready, so let's get day 3 started with Oasis Gaming and Team Secret. Casters, over to you guys.
I feel like somebody has to take my my heart rate right now for this entire week, man, because every single day it's always beating fast. Maybe it's because I'm always casting with Raph, but I think it's because our matches are pretty fire right now, especially in the first start of this one with Oasis Gaming and Team Secret going head-to-head in a best of 3. You saw, my dude, the map selection. The panel has talked about it a bit, but what do you think about that one?
I'm not thinking at all. I'm just really excited. I think all my brain cells were expended in that last series with Southbuilt and Team Secret. Now we have Team Secret again. But in my opinion, if we see Secret convincingly beat Oasis, because Oasis actually looked very, very impressive in their previous outing. If Secret, they convincingly take this, then I think Secret might have just taken that top spot, because although we had a legendary map 1 on Split yesterday in our previous episode, I don't know, man. That last map was a very convincing exclamation point. Not a question mark anymore. Not even a period.
People have to also remember that Team Secret's last map yesterday against Southbuilt Esports was arguably their best map. Haven was their baby for such a long time, right? So we saw an iteration of Team Secret that we didn't see for other teams before, where double initiator. We saw a Sova Sky comp that made it very easy to scrub the sites as attacking and retake as defending. And they kind of did something different now, but it still is very reminiscent of how they still cleanly take that Haven site. They just set things up, and it works brilliantly for them because they played it literally, I feel like hundreds, if not thousands of times now. That being said, yeah, you're absolutely right. Oasis Gaming, definitely one of the top teams that we have here in Stage 2 as of the moment. They had no difficulties fighting against VCTPH. They had, what, 13-5, 13-7 in that 2-0 series that they've had. And these two teams are gunning for that top spot right here and right now.
And I remember those last outings in Stage 1, they're a little bit closer. But once again, though, the gaps, they've been widening for quite a number of these teams. I did mention that Secret was the type of team that was a little adamant on their lineups, but again, maybe it's a homage to their coach or just a testament to how good this new agent is, but Jeremy is on that fade. And I mean, again, Secret, although like I said, they are kind of adamant in some of their lineups, but yeah, I think I kind of forgot that they're one of those original innovators at the very, very start of the game, and it looks like that fearless approach to new tech is coming out again.
My dude, was it? I think it was Fluffy that said that no team would probably innovate, at least for this one. It's going to be back to basics, or maybe just something with the same agent selection, but just a different style of play. But bringing out one of the most aggressive new initiator agents that we have in Valorant into Jeremy's hands, who, by the way, is incredibly aggressive. This is gonna be absolutely gorgeous. And I just gotta say, I saw like this clip before, like a split clip, where there's like 3 initiators on defense, the Rolling Thunder. I think Dax was the one who called it for Fade, Darkness Rolling Thunder. Just Sky Utility. Oh, the humanity. I feel we're gonna see something similar to that right now because they have Paranoia on the Team Secret side. It's gonna be fun.
It's the incognito. But I like this approach towards Split on the side of Secret because obviously they had that very vintage lineup we saw yesterday. Now this is going to completely change the game. Whatever VODs that Oasis had to run through, this is a curveball. And potentially Secret have that upper hand as of the moment. Bit of a surprise tactic. Maybe we see a Chamber as well. I feel like Chamber's success rate on Split is, true to the map name, pretty 50-50.
Yeah, all right. I'll take that one.
Yeah, you will.
I do. I like to take it.
Camera taken out.
Okay.
The words.
But
all right.
We have a bit of a guessing game going on here. We see the timer, but we don't see much else, as Envy would want to join the party of being blind. Accidentally blinds himself. Marky has a very, very aggressive angle here. Dubstep might be the first to fall in the entire series. Marky has seen that shoulder twice, but does not want to get too close. We have Borkum and the Fade pick crawling up towards Heaven here. And Jeremy is, as aggressive as he is, he's also an excellent support, but Marky will have none of that. Gets Dubstep finally, who tried to aggress towards Garage. But Envy looks to be a little more hopeful. This time around, though, he's not going to have that sound spot, but Oasis, they hold down the fort.
They're definitely holding down the fort here, but there is still so much of the members of Team Secret that are just rushing into the side. Dispenser back on the Cypher, slowly creeping back up. You do see the X-ray of his opponent right in the corner. He's not going to peek it in time. Drops the weapon. He's going to get the camera here. He's going to get the information now. Gets shot in Heaven. Here's the drop. And this is perfect. Dispenser's wrapping all the way around. And Coco's taking a bit of brunt of damage here. Dispenser can try to chase it down as soon as he's low in HP, but he's given Coco the time to take a breath as well as the heal. And Coco clutches the round.
That he does. Now we see what has to be seen here. We are going to go for Spectre buys per usual on the second round, and I'm not entirely sure what happened with Dubstep there. I think he was waiting for utility, but Marky had the timing. As you mentioned, quite a number of the Secret players, they did flood in, but the number advantage just ever so slightly in the favor of Oasis. Now, aside from the guns, might see a little bit more aggression once again. Really want to play off of Breach, not Breach, rather, Chamber. I feel like every time we see a Chamber, we're always going to be in a very, very contact-heavy game.
That's true. And I think we've also heard from Fluffy's perspective that the way to at least answer against a Chamber would probably be also the Breach, I think, because you can force him out of his angles, prematurely force his hand to use that TP, that rendezvous, just so that you can get that aggressive control. Even though there is a trademark, if there's nobody to actually swing on that trademark, you're just going to get slowed and not really punished for the most part, right? So I really do like this Vash, other initiator than the Sova. We have seen him way, way, way back in the past use a Sova in Split, but I think we all know up on this point now that it's not really the best agent. It's especially with the nerfs on the Russian? Yeah, on the Russian.
Yes. Sova is one of those agents where I honestly thought he didn't need any changes whatsoever, but it doesn't seem like it's bothering the pick rate of the agent too much, even though we don't see him here or not see him typically on Split at all, as you mentioned. Oreo, he is going to pepper every single person on that waterfall strat from Secret. Marky even has a bit of a flank. He's not going to find it, though. Now Dispenser still trying to rain bullets from Heaven. With only a classic, it's going to prove to be an arduous task. Borkum does pick up that Spectre, but Oreo, he finishes him off. And now we have 2 rounds on the board for Oasis.
Ooh, alley-ooping the Spectre, just so that he can save all the weapons that they've had. Yeah. Nothing really much to say about that. It's just better weapons for Oasis overall. This is going to be the first challenge, and the first highlight I think we'll probably be seeing, or the first preview of what we're seeing as to how much Team Secret has used the Fade up until this point, right? So full utility on their end. Double Initiator, my guy. This is actually incredibly exciting for me to see, because it's kind of impressive if you think about it. You have a more aggressive Sky. You have somebody that has Concuss, that can flush out corners, and if they're blinded, they can't really do much other than just fire through the air and hope that one of their bullets will hit somebody on Team Secret, right? So this is going to be incredibly oppressive.
Oh yeah, and it does look like they're going to default towards mid here. They haven't really committed to anywhere, as they have left a spike, but the crawl is going to begin. Trying to take it, or rather have it back in their hands. 1 minute is left, but still no decision has been made, no overextensions on either side, and no info has been given on the side of Oasis as well. We do have quite a bit of garage control. This bot might potentially spot out Ripper, but there is a pretty mean crossfire. Have a little bit of support towards Heaven. Ripper's going to throw that paranoia, but he is going to be engulfed by fear himself. Wild Oreo finds a frag with a pain shell, Dubstep with a quick trade. Now both controllers are out, both because of the raise. Now Dispenser has gone unnoticed. Oasis, they crumble. Left with Marky and Envy. This is going to prove to be quite difficult.
Spike planted.
Just a slow ramp up on that B site. Excuse me. Again, all of this blotting out vision for Team Secret, just making it so difficult for Oasis to even set up that crossfire. Flash in from Envy. He's going to try to get up close and personal, giving his teammate a little bit of solace to get even closer. And Envy, what a spray transfer. Okay, he still has the birdie. Ready to go bye-bye. That gives Marky a bit of space. Tries to isolate the fight on Dispenser, but Dispenser faster on the swing. He goes wild with the crouch control. But that was very close for comfort. Almost a drop on Team Secret there. Very expensive.
Secret take the round, and as you mentioned, that was a very expensive trip. Although, nonetheless, Envy having a heroic effort. Had he thrown that guiding light just a little bit earlier, could have been a different story. It seems like the Oasis has been having quite a bit of trouble when it comes to utility. Is it because of... I'm not even going to say that. I'm just going to leave it to the imagination of our audience and, you know, for those who know. And now Dubstep, the rest of Secret, they still go for the same mid default. Spike is leaning towards B this time. I think they've gotten the hint of weakness there. The post plant was pretty solid this time around with the guns equal on both sides. Actually, slightly in the advantage of Oasis. Might be a different story.
Well, regardless of, Warcom and Dispenser do have their ultimate. Seized was used. Oh, Wild Oreo's very much in a desperate spot to get out of there. No help on Coco or Envy. And that is just disgusting. They were just chasing it down. There was suppressive fire on top mid. Nobody can actually help out Wild Oreo there. Envy became somewhat of an extra collateral. Coco's been spotted out. Dispenser hears the backing of him. And what I really like about Dispenser, speaking of the man, early in the days of... Okay, before that, Marky, he is just getting corralled here. This is very difficult for him to manage. This Dubstep already had the angle for the headshot, and now we're just left on Coco. Dubstep still again with the free fire angle, picks up the nice little 3K, even with 5 HP, and now he's got the showstopper for the next round.
And what an exchange between both these teams. All rounds have been heavily contested. This time, it's Oasis to go into... bit of a suffrage here. They are gonna try to do their best with as many sheriffs as they can, and you know, I honestly really enjoying that we're seeing a lot more Cypher this stage. It's a bit more of a frequent pick now. I wonder what's changed in the meta, or at least how Fade has really tipped the balance of things. And now we see the Tour de Force come out. Marky is gonna be slightly late, but Secret, they're very careful. Wild Oreo does have that showstopper out, so if they want to really all in against this mid default, they potentially can. But Marky's going to get flushed out by that Prowler, and Wild Oreo has to back away as well.
The Prowler's too strong right now, bro. It's... You can throw it at like a certain direction, but when it sees an opponent, it goes on like hyper chase mode, right? It really can flush you out compared to like the Trailblazer, where if you commit the dash, or if you commit the leap with that Trailblazer, it might not hit you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Compared to this, that still chases you as it like sprints in, leaps in for the kill.
I think it's because the pounds, or at least the prowler, is much slower on the approach, and I think they really had the range for, or rather the range in mind for Fade to be very close. Once again, she's one of those initiators that kind of have to play a little forward, not as forward as a Sky maybe, but you know, very close. It does look like they are gonna go for a very heavy-handed attack and approach towards A. They're really banking on the fact that these guns are in the way of Secret, but Marky with his custom tour de force finds Jeremy.
Marky's gonna have to go above and beyond along his teammate, but they've lost their lives. Wild Oreo comes in sprinting to the side with the showstopper, but doesn't phase. As Dispenser and Vash still on the case, get the trades, get the plant, get the money. Team Secret just dissecting Oasis right now, and this is not an easy thing. They're making it work, especially with this Fade.
Oh yeah, absolutely they are. And Secret, just the evolution from, again, yesterday's matches, it's really hard not to look back on those, because it does look like they have a completely different approach towards the same map, and it looks like it's working even better. We still have quite a number of ults on both sides that haven't been used. Ripper still has that scouting ability with his ult. Envy as well with the Seekers. Have to take a bit of a timeout here maybe, because Oasis, the way they lost those 3 rounds, they were pretty convincing. But aside from that, Team Secret's looking super sharp, even with just gunplay alone.
Speaking of being very sharp, I was talking about how I was going to describe something about Dispenser before. So the thing that really makes Dispenser him as a player is I feel like Dispenser is very underrated with how he lurks in the fight. This is why he actually gravitated more towards a Sentinel role. Not because he can defend the site better than anyone else, but because he can create map control what lurks better than anyone else a couple of months back. Right? If you saw how he played the Cypher before the Killjoy came out, he was able to time lurks very correctly, getting a lot of map control for Team Secret way back when they were, I think, a Droid or Team 5. And he's kind of able to do that now, whether it's because he's coming back to form or it's this new composition that Team Secret is throwing out that's giving him a lot more information to work with, making it easier for him to kind of go back to that lurking days. It is working quite well, at least at the very start of this. And we see that with the 7 kills, with Dispenser getting timely lurk kills as well. It's not challenge kills. It's always the lurk kills that has allowed Team Secret to also get into the sites much cleaner.
With that in mind, that is something a little extra Oasis have to think about. But Split is a map that you don't necessarily think about lurks, because realistically speaking, you either just hang out around Garage, play for mid control to try and cut off rotation, or go super deep. It's pretty limited, but the way that Secret have been shuffling it and playing around, actually not just Dispenser, Borkum as well. He has a lovely lurk potential, but his gunfighting as of late has been super strong. But hey man, it's a technical pause. The day is never complete without one. But again, guys, welcome to the podcast with of course, Raph and Asarai.
Yeah.
And
you kind of got hit by that yesterday too, by the way.
Oh yeah. I love technical pauses for lunch. Yeah. It is just so filling.
I swear, like there was this time where I think it was APAC Challengers or maybe the tail end of Stage 1 where there was only supposedly 2 series on that day. I think it might have been Team Secret and SBE or SBE somebody. And I was already done, right? I was gonna take a break, maybe take a nap because I was very tired, right? When I woke up, it was like
still going
7 hours already in the broadcast, and like they're still casting because of the pause.
Oh yeah,
it was Ray casting.
All right, calm down, sir. Calm down.
Okay, I'm good. Ray curse, by the way.
Ray curse, by the way. It does look like that mid default is going to be the anchoring point of Secret's conditioning. While the Oreo is going to drop that bot away, Dubstep is going to be holding the line, or rather pushing the line forward. He might get a massive paint shell, or rather showstopper, but it doesn't matter. He finishes Wild Oreo, and suddenly everybody on B is falling because of Ripper. Jesse Vash is here, but Ripper and Envy, they are still very much alive, refusing to give up this site once more. And Dispenser, you've talked about his lurk, but I feel like he's been discovered. The heal is here, but the double swing might be too much. The Trailblazer is there. The question is, are they going to go for the chase? The cage has been thrown out. Envy does have 2 flashes. But does he know what direction Dispenser is crossed to? He might actually see it. Dispenser finds one, gets hit by the paranoia. There's still 50 seconds. This could be a game of patience. We know how both these players are very, very calm under pressure. But Ripper sees the cage. And now it's Dispenser who has to guess. Where is Ripper holding from? Left, right, or center? He still has 2 smokes available to him too. So, once again, the guessing game. But,
30
look at these
seconds
two.
left.
Just so patient. What can Dispenser do with half a mag and a tripwire?
He's got to have to get closer right now. There's not enough time. He's been spotted with the barrel, just a little bit too peeky there. And Ripper immediately just sets his crosshair for the victory. Man, Dispenser would have absolutely loved to have his camera, but it was already set up for A main to hold flank if ever. But look at this. Dubstep just throws out the showstopper, and Wild Oreo, he kind of got dunked on that. Technically, it's supposed to be Oreo that does the twisting, the licking, and the dunking, but this time he got dunked on it hard.
Found one.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's right. Okay, maybe we should stop doing that. But having sweets in the morning is pretty ill-advised. Not good for your throat. Maybe not good for your health in general. But hey, who listens? Dispenser, tired of lurking, making his presence known. Going forward and taking Marky. That reveal is going to tag up Envy. Doesn't have anything to really resist and hold the line with. Now we are down to 3v5. As yet again, maybe Oasis have to muster up a heroic effort. A valiant stand, just like the previous round.
This is going to be near impossible, though, because there is still a paranoia for contact on Borkum. Borkum, ooh, that barrel is very hard on the right. But what? He was supposed to be cleared out, but somehow Wild Oreo and Ripper focusing their eyes towards the ramps here. And speaking of ramping up, Borkum's feeling pretty hot. Dubstep just follows up. I was kind of looking if maybe he'll give Borkum at least a kill so that he can get that from the shadows already. But no, Dubstep be doing Dubstep things. He's also wanting to get that showstopper up and running as soon as possible.
And typically we see a more lopsided defender side on split, but Secret, once again, their R&D, their philosophy in approaching this map has been pretty fantastic. I think they might go for another mid default here, or I think they're taking into account that Oasis might be adjusting to that. It does look like it's going to be a classic, let's hit A fast, let's hit A hard. Now, the utility is going to come out once more. Dubstep doesn't have the showstopper, but he does have all those satchels, and it doesn't matter. Dispenser, once again, being the first to find a kill, and this time on Envy. An initiator gone on the side of Oasis, making this retake that much more difficult. Borkum is going to be prowling on the opposite side of heaven and will be on this rafter position. These sheriffs, we've seen the magic, but it is not meant to be.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, it's down to Ripper, but he himself will get ripped apart. I just gotta say, man, with Jeremy here as the Fade, it feels like there's a... Like, if anybody's, like, played Borderlands 3 specifically, there's, like, this class called the Beastmaster, and you literally just have to keep summoning random creatures to fight by your side, and they do most of the things for you. Not saying that... Yeah, not saying that Team Secret's, like, just relying solely on that, but it's a huge factor of how Oasis just cannot find any solace in this. So there's one avenue, right? Let's say the right avenue that gets cleared out by the fault line. There's a left avenue that gets cleared out by the Fade utility. And there's nothing that really gives any space for Oasis to fight, even if they do have that chamber TP with the rendezvous. As I mentioned, he's going to get stunned. He's not going to be able to fight, and he's just going to be forced to back away on a position where he leaves one of their teammates to fight for himself, which was Ripper at that last round. Not Ripper, sorry, Envy. My bad.
Just to add a little note to that, I'm never going to play Borderlands 3 at least because I'm a Maya player. Not gonna say anything else, but that's
Wow.
the only reason I'm not gonna play Borderlands 3.
Okay.
No spoilers, nothing. As Dubstep and the rest of the boys once again try to unveil the defense towards mid. The Prowler is gonna get thrown out again.
There.
I don't think it actually hit
Face your
Ripper,
fear.
but it does look like Oasis is a little more timid and a little more passive on this defense. All that utility is gonna hit though, but this Pain Shell is gonna do massive damage.
What?
Before that, oh my goodness! A post-mortem grenade to find every single person on that Oasis side of things. Coco is forced to burn that res. Ripper is gonna go
30
unpunished,
seconds
but this time it's Coco being the martyr for Oasis. Dispenser does have that camera, doesn't have the best position, or does he? They don't even check! This could be a
No.
disaster again for Oasis.
They got the speed to at least get back into screen safely. While Oreo's ripped out his showstopper, but connects onto nobody. Ripper will provide him some cover with the smoke. But it's Wild Oreo against 3, and he's just getting hounded down. He is fighting for his life here, but there is 2 just gunning him into position before he gets back into the cover. And that's going to be Team Secret 3-6. Whew, gotta say, man, that was a beautiful Seize Paint Shell combo. It's the alley-oop that we like to talk about. It's a good
Oh yeah, especially it is also basketball season for all you sports nerds out there. But I love the game plan of Secret here. It is pretty simple. Let's establish a default towards mid, and let's see if our lurks are gonna pull attention away from our center point. And if it does, then that's when we're gonna mix it up. Oasis so far have been losing that guessing game, and Wild Oreo is in a world of hurt. Will be eliminated, will be taken out, and be put out of his misery by Dubstep yet again. Secret, they have a man advantage, a gun advantage, and everything in their way. And their utility usage has been absolutely fantastic. Now they go for a B hit this time. Ripper, he's already on the move towards A. And Marky has already occupied mid. But does he know there is a sneaky dispenser around Super?
Well, Dispenser really loves to go that sneaky route. Haunt to use at the back of the site. Nothing left unchecked by Team Secret here. The Ngart, man, is just too strong. A delayed lurk from Dispenser also giving him a kill onto Coco. You may love the Coco, but it's no-go for this one. Marky and Envy to remain. They only have pistols in hand, and you know they're just going to give their lives to the cause.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, one more. Okay, Envy. He's got a sheriff. He's done this before. He's the Twitter god, but no dice this time.
And Mr. Twitter has cursed the clip. Come on, Asarai. Don't do this to Indy. But Secret, look at that. 7 rounds on the board on the attacking side. This is proven to be quite problematic for Oasis, as I thought that this lineup could have been more manageable on the defensive side. I think they're running double Sentinel with the Sage and the Chamber, if I'm not mistaken, if my eyes do not deceive me. But they are. Once again, another impressive take by Secret. Their timing has been beautiful, and it's been throwing Oasis off. I think they should have taken this time out much sooner, unless this is another technical. I think this is a tac pause.
Well, if it's grayed out, it's a tactical. Yeah.
Yes.
When you're
absolutely.
tactical, everything is turned, that gray area. There's no black and white. It's only that gray area.
No black and white, but we do have a black and blue.
Oh, I love that. Black and
we
blue's
all
awesome.
love black and blue.
Yeah, we do.
You know who else is awesome? It's Eliza. Happy birthday to my sister. She's on the Tagalog broadcast, the Filipino broadcast. If you guys want to switch up the flavor, if you think me and Asarai are Konyo Para, you can go check out the Filipino broadcast. I have to bring that out just once because, or at least once. Everybody has done it. I haven't done it. We have to do it. Especially with Mr. Kubal Flex himself.
Kubal Flex himself. By the way, shoutouts to my Kubal peeps out there, for those who live in Kubal. Okay, anyways. Oh, that is so brutal! The Haunt just flushed out both Marky and Wild Oreo. How does that even happen? Where was the Haunt from all of this? Oh, that... He had a sneaky angle on Flower. That was the first time he used it, by the way, in this game. Borkum has an off angle here on Heaven. Oh, this is just detrimental. They got booped up by the Rolling Thunder, and this is blow after blow. Oasis being just ripped apart. Their name's supposed to give you that solace, but this time they're the ones taken away from their home on Split. Fighting back, Ripper and Marky is hitting some nasty shots. We're left on Dispenser to make it work. He's challenged it. He's made it work, okay? He's gonna have to have this first. But Dispenser's timing is gonna be perfect. Marky has, or Mallory has to be off the spike now. Dispenser again just peaks at the perfect time, and there you have it. Your ROG clutch presented to you by Republic of Gamers. Dispenser's timing, man, he's just been on damn point today. Dang. Whew.
I think that was a bit of a Rorschach moment for Wild Oreo. Just do it! Just holds on to the spike. Had Dispenser fallen for the fake, that would have been one of the most heroic plays we've seen all day, but it was not meant to be. As Dispenser just had a perfect read on the situation, and Wild Oreo, you see him, he got caught with his pants down. Now Secret look to once again run up this lead, and I can't believe Borkum survived for that long, by the way, in such a precarious position. Now we have Jesse playing a little bit of anti-flank with that breach. Typically, you'd think it'd be the breach to be the frontlining initiator, but this time around with Fade, they've been using that Raise Fade combo beautifully.
True. Plus, his fault line can, well, you know, just reach from here to wherever. That does inspire confidence on wherever Jesse Vash is. He's thrown out the flashes again. Ripper is just hella blinded, but somehow manages to still pick up the kill while Oreo needs to double up but loses his life. And Ripper still was not able to reposition, so that is gonna at least cost him his own. Secret manages to get through, but Envy's hitting some nasties right now. And Dubstep jumped! He jumped! Okay, Borkum's still fighting. He has ultimate. He can get away from this one if he needs to. Smokes himself out first, but the spike is out in the open. So the thing is, if he can cross the B main and run all the way to A, he can do that trick with the ultimate that he can pick it up. But Marky looks through the gap, not making any form of leeway for Borkum to do just that. Good shutdown. We end the first half 48.
So I'm now very curious how this attacking side is gonna go for Oasis. I believe they don't have as much flushing out utility. Ah man, I really hate. Everybody hates to see that. And that is the argument why you should never bind your jump to scroll, because I believe when he flicked, sometimes mice do that. It is really truly unfortunate. But again, back to my original point, I'm really interested to see how Oasis is gonna play this attacking side, because I firmly believe that this was tailor-made to really just pile on the rounds on defense and eke a few on offense. But I could be wrong. I could just be making guesses. But if you see the frag distribution, it's a completely different story on both these sides. As I mentioned, Jeremy, aside from being so aggressive, is so multifaceted that even his support game is absolutely on point.
I mean, I feel like Fade can kind of just accentuates that song, you know? Every time we touch, I get this feeling. Every time you get touched by Fade's abilities, you get that feeling of just pure dread. So, hence the 14 assists for Jeremy.
It is. I love the sound design of Fade too. I think she has the best sound design in the game where you just freak out. Like, wow.
True.
And I love how this is. I think this is such a unique part of her kit where it doesn't necessarily like. Not all of her abilities will blind you, but the deafen. I think that's crazy because now it's kind of like a horror movie, right? Where the pro tag is going to look around, and that's exactly what you do because now you can't rely on sound spotting. Great character design, by the way. I was going to color my hair the way Fades did, but I realized, I don't know, I might look stupid.
No, I think you're a strong, independent, person, and you do whatever you want to do. And I think you'll rock the ashen gray hair look, bro.
Anywho, with the halftime pause coming to a close, and Asarai being a very uplifting person despite being the bad boy of VCT, We now will get a peek of what Oasis wants to attempt. It does look like they're gonna go for yet another mid-centric default, and quite a bit of utility is already getting tossed out here. I think an assumption has been made that maybe the Fade is gonna be played ropes, but instead it's only going to be dubstep. He has to fight off that Trailblazer before he is gonna find anybody. Still has the nade, still has the bot, and now they recede. They go back for a bit of a more retake heavy style, but ropes is going to be occupied by mostly Oasis now.
Oh, that's a big one. There's like 4 people already on the B site, and that take on Dispenser, if Oasis actually still push for A, would be absolutely great right about now. Full control of that. Team Secret using a lot of their abilities just to clear out most of Heaven. So if they play for this retake, it is going to be mostly a bit more shooty bang bang than they will be anticipating. But Dubs are eating a couple of good ones. Only will be traded out by Marky. And it seems like Oasis, they've had enough. They're charging right in, and it's only Borkum's Lurk that will be coming through. He can smoke out this trademark, but it will give away his position to that one player that is very near onto A main. He's maybe waiting for Marky to get antsy and check this corner. If he does, this will be great, but boom, it will give away where he was.
Timing.
Never mind. I was thinking Marky was going to die, but that's Marky. He can hit those. He's good.
Okay. I will now once again circle back on my first point before this half started. How is Oasis going to initiate the offense? Just going to fight, bro. Sometimes the best utility is gun.
Yeah.
And
sometimes
Oasis
the best strategy is no strategy.
Hey man, shooting people in the head is a strategy. It is absolutely one of my favorite strategies. Do I smoke main and flash here and then TP to fake a sound? Or do I just kill it? I feel like one of those choices are more efficient than the other and will take less actions. But Wild Oreo and the rest of Oasis, they do once again make an effort to occupy mid. Dubstep is gonna swing, but he's gonna miss as Wild Oreo will stick to his namesake. Unshaken by that first half. Envy as well, taking charge. Going for yet another Trailblazer, spotting nothing in the mailroom.
Well, letter's not open, but this B side is about to. Sivash does have God spot angle here, but he will get cleared out. Everybody knows about this spot already. But the crossfire is what I think is plaguing the heads of Oasis, but they take it too slow. And Jesse Bash always good on the first. He can back away, still has a flash, can double up with Borkum, who is lurking all outside of B main. Now this is going to put Envy in such a strenuous position, while the rest of Oasis now setting their eyes on the A site. No big weapons on both Dispenser and Jeremy, but if they can set up Crossfire, this is going to be pretty good for them.
That indeed is the case. Marky is going to get topped up by Envy, and a bit of a contact going everywhere, really. A new one. I can't believe these classics are doing that. But Marky has a headhunter and has hunted heads. This time it's Jeremy. 2v2 situation. Both Spectres are going to be fully functional on the side of Oasis. Time is running down. Envy, all he has to do is wait. He finds it. Jesse can't, rather Borkum can't deny the plan. And Marky, he swings. He finds Borkum. And now suddenly this lead doesn't look that big anymore.
It cost them a lot, though, in that buy round of theirs. But so the question now lies, are they going to invest in the supposed bonus round? Just a little bit. They will be putting Marky and Ripper on both rifles. Now, there was a point in that last round draft that you saw Envy lurking through B Heaven. I think Borkum actually spotted him, as Borkum was already somewhere on mail as he picked up the Spectre. I think it was just a little bit mistimed that they didn't want to chase for the kill. They were probably hoping that Envy was gonna get control on B and allow his teammates to push towards there. But since he wrapped away all the way through spawn, the timing for Team Secret just kind of got botched, which allowed Envy to, well, help out Marky to clean out that round.
And I think those are very solid and valid points. As Oasis, they reconsolidate where they can put as much attention. They now go back to mid once more. Marky is on that lurking threat. I feel like they do need that gun, though, if they want to take these fights. Wild Oreo and Envy are going to get tagged up, as well as Coco. But the heals are going to be plentiful and bountiful. Jeremy has that Prowler, and he does have, I believe, that Bind still in his arsenal. He does throw out a bit of a spooky balloon, but it catches nobody. Wild Oreo, he creeps up. Jeremy makes a daring escape and will, well, escape that situation. Even finds Marky on a bonus. Jeremy finds a second. Suddenly, it's turned on its head. Coco does find dubstep, but this is a bit of a bonus, so all they have to do is really make this expensive. Jeremy gets swung by Envy. I love how confident Oasis are playing despite having a bit of a rough defensive half. Jesse, he does chime in. He finds Coco. Do they check? Dispenser. What?
Yep.
A bit of a miscalculation there on the side of Oasis. They both peek the same angle. Oh, no.
It's because he put all of that utility there to force Oasis to clear it out first, because they have no information where Dispenser actually puts himself, right? So it's either plant, there's top rafters, there's the window, there's the site itself,
to the wall,
through the window. Yeah, exactly. So there is absolutely 100 positions that they have to clear out, and Dispenser just makes the biggest opportunity of punishing that as they're trying to slow clear it. And cherry on top, if ever he does get knocked out, both of the Oasis players would have been hit by the paranoia from Borkum, and Borkum could have finished off that round.
Again, excellent foresight by Aserai. And yeah, again, they basically, to TLDR that, Oasis got hit by the Schmicks. Now we do have a bit of a Tekashi 6-9 situation here in favor of Secret. But things have gone, or at least have been reduced to a bit of a crawl now. Ripper has a Spectre, cannot really play that range game. Same story for Jeremy. It does look like Heaven is going to be the name of the game. Again, Jesse Vash playing the same angle, and Marky will lose to that fight. Wild Oreo, though, thankfully is there to hit the trade. The ult is going to come out, and everybody is forced to back out. All those Prowlers. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear me. Ripper, he falls to the Omen duel. Now Borkum, who has been pretty hot at the beginning of this game, still continues with that heat retention. And it's been reduced to 3v3 again, Aserai.
They're corralled themselves on B Heaven. Dispenser's just going to be holding alongside Jeremy here, just in case they go through spawn, which is, I think, what the rest of Oasis will be trying to do now. They're going to flash themselves out. Jeremy's going to get caught, and this is pretty huge. But Dispenser, he just nicks himself in the corner and comes out to swing for the 3K. The timing on Dispenser, this guy has turned into a sneaky, sneaky demon that just comes out and says, "Rah, I got 3 kills. I win the round."
I've got your trap.
I don't think being sneaky actually announces like
after he does the damage.
Surprise! It's kind of like that Pocahontas meme where the guy runs out of the bush. Was that Pocahontas?
I don't know.
I think it was Pocahontas. What? You make so many Disney references.
Little Mermaid is my go-to movie, all right, for classics.
I bet.
All right.
I bet.
Yeah.
And
I want to be part
Marky,
of your world,
bro. Marky does not want to have any part.
No.
But he gets flushed out. Dispenser still on a rampage. They even get the neural theft, but everybody's falling. Can't even get value out of this ult. They find the last remaining members of Oasis, and they are stuck in Heaven. They do have sheriffs in hand, but Jesse, who's absolutely on point with his ankle holding, is gonna creep up. They are gonna box them in. Nowhere to go. I don't believe they have the spike. The spike is in sewers. But look where everybody on Secret is. They're just going to hold down the fort and hold down this corridor right here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no. Envy was already pretty aware of it, but Bash just kind of stepped up, try to knock his block off. And Team Secret, you were talking about how it was a closer endeavor a couple of rounds ago. Now Oasis, they're kind of stumped. They've been stumped.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help that they've been... Their economy has just not been good. Even when in the rounds they win, Secret have been doing such a good job of making it so expensive to keep any of their weapons. And that's just the nature of having a Fade, a Breach, and of course, a Raze to really win those fights before they even happen. And it does look like a heavy-handed A, again, is the agenda for Oasis. Oh, I thought he was going to get trapped up. Wild Oreo does have that showstopper, and that Rolling Thunder is going to come out, but he is going to be spotted by the spooky balloon. Dispenser has found himself on the site, undiscovered yet again. Clandestine, super stealthy. He gets another on Coco, despite Envy finding dubstep at Oasis. They rally, they get upset, and it does look like they are gonna move towards B. A lot of mobility, but Ripper is gonna get discovered by Borkum. A 2v2 now. The upper hand and the high ground has been eliminated. Oasis, they will try to play this out as well as they can. They don't have too much post-plant utility though, so this could be very, very difficult.
Oh, Marky just a couple of seconds off to discovering Borkum coming through on Ali. How is this gonna work? Spencer still has his camera to get that information. Borkum has smokes to clear out or to at least provide some cover towards B main.
One enemy remaining.
Smoking somewhere here on the back of the site. He's maybe hoping that they actually doubled up in the back of things, which is good. But Marky, he's big-brained this. Gonna go all the way through heaven. They still haven't cleared the back of the site. He's made too much noise! And Borkum just preemptively aims through heaven, hits the shot onto Marky, who was probably just gonna look for strafe jump to check if somebody was defusing the spike. And he loses his life to push Team Secret to match point. What?
I don't know what's been going on, but everybody is super online. All these shots have been landing through all the series we've seen. We've seen so many stupid shots like that. And I said this about Secret the other day. That's unfair. That's not cool, bro. But again, a very nasty shot by Borkum. Dispenser is actually on pace for a 30 bomb here. Well, maybe we'll see that come to fruition, but we now finally see the first judge of the series to come out. Marky getting a little antsy here, but he does win out the first contact with Dispenser. Here is the rest of Secret. It's the Vash Jeremy duo to try and take heaven, and that they successfully do, at least hold off Marky momentarily.
So on the flank already, and Marky's dead. So this trademark does absolutely nothing to showcase where Borkum is coming through with, dubstep on the corner. His aftershock will be the final step for Envy, and he gets gobbled up by the sun. Praise the sun here while Oreo has the judge, but he will be the one to get executed. And there's the final step from Dub, and he will get it alongside Jeremy. They're gonna clean up this. Throw it. I dare you throw it.
Oh,
okay, they're gonna clean up this game.
Oh no, Jeremy's like, please, please.
But yeah, they clean up this first game. They're good.
And wow, honestly, a pretty convincing map one on the side of Team Secret here. I once again, I am left speechless because what is Borkum doing? So he apparently doesn't play with a mouse. He uses his mind. Look at that.
He's a psychopath. No, he's a telepath.
Telepath is the word, sir.
Yeah.
Telepath. Once again, another very, very impressive outing. If they can continue this momentum, was that the Oasis pick or was that the Secret pick? I think that was the Secret pick, right?
I think it was the Secret pick. So I do remember. I only remember the bans though. Like Oasis banned both Ascent and Bind. And then it was Team Secret that banned Fracture and Breeze. Because I can only speculate like Team Secret's like saving strats for those two specific maps. But yeah, either way, this was a definite, again, head turner for Team Secret. I feel like I'm just kind of praising Team Secret too much right about now. But they were the innovators very earlier on in the VCTPH lifespan, right? And I did say before that their best map was Haven, but one of their maps that really messed up a lot of teams way back when as well was how well they kind of situated Split with good utility usage and rotation. And we're kind of seeing glimpses of that back up until now.
The objective wins on the side of Oasis it's a pretty telling story. It's indicative that they really couldn't get anything going in a post-plant situation. And I'm not entirely sure if that's a symptom of the Fade meta. Actually, talking about the meta, I think I kind of like the balance of this meta. We still have super contact heavy lineups that center around a breach, and then now we have a super utility meta alongside Fade. I think Fade might actually get a bit of a retuning. She might be just a little too strong, but maybe that's because Secret used her incredibly well. The way that they okay, Dispenser, like I said, that's not fair. How? I think that's the first 4.0 KD we've seen this year, at least for PH. I don't think I've seen or remember anything higher than that.
Unless maybe yesterday's 13-0 for Team Secret. I don't think not even then, because
no, there was no 4.0 KD yesterday.
Yeah. There you go. Thanks for schooling me. And
cool is cool.
Okay, there we go. I was kind of wondering, do we have an extra round? No, we're just looking at the replays right about now. Okay, Oasis didn't really do as bad as I think people might be saying right about now. It's still 13-6. They did as well as they could, provided that they had to go up against some nasty utility usage from Team Secret. I think one of the issues that they had as of this moment was Wild Oreo just got absolutely demolished. And he was the linchpin that, Oasis really wants to kind of set their spears on. The big problem with that is I think also Oasis historically, their duelist tends to go ahead of everybody just because they're feeling that they might need to do something like that. Do you remember that with Marky when he was playing as the Jet back in the split days of Oasis? And now with Wild Oreo, it's kind of looking at the same thing.
Aside from that, Secret's positioning has been excellent. Throughout all the series they've played, it's been very smart, it's been very meticulous, and I feel like it's contributing so much. They've been, I don't think, or at least we've barely seen an overextension on the side of Secret. This bootcamp buff is actually so insane.
Yeah, it really has been. So, with all of that, we've just concluded the first game of this series. Dude, it feels like every single game that we have right now for Stage 2 is such a banger of a match. And we're already on day 3 for week 1, and I still will always keep repeating that. It's just really exciting to see how these teams are performing. And as you can see, my smile is just going from cheek to cheek. The next map that we'll be looking at is Icebox. So guys, we're going to go, I believe, for a break. When we do come back, it is going to be that second map. We'll see if the Icy Tundras will be the chilly respite of Oasis, or is it going to be their final resting spot in this series? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks, to our VCTPH broadcast, where Secret has really been reinforcing the fact that it is Friday the 13th, and they are the boogeymen for Oasis as of the moment. But we still have the rest of the series. My name's Raph. That is that handsome man over there. There. Yeah, there you go. That is Asar. Look at his smile. Those pearly whites.
Well, it's the lighting that makes it pearly as heck, brother. But yeah, that was actually a good analogy right there. Friday the 13th, Jason Voorhees. What's the other one again from Halloween? I forgot his name. Anyways, it really does feel like a day for Fade to make it very spooktacular, even though it's not the October just yet. But aside from that, Team Secret really have been the scary team right now. They came out of the woodwork swinging. Technically, a lot of the teams did the same thing with Oasis and Southfield Esports, but there's just something different to how when Team Secret is on a high, they just feel undefeatable with how they play, right? Especially against the top teams. They're making them look not as top as we anticipate them to be. But that being said, Split still is a very difficult map, I think, for a lot of these teams. And even through the style of Oasis, it doesn't, I think, fit to go up against Team Secret, possibly for that first map. But now, Icebox, I feel like this is a map that we should see Oasis come back into full swing. The problem now lies in Team Secret, or Oasis rather, a little bit more of, I think, of a, how do you say this, emotional team. So if they can reset from that first map and not come into Icebox with pressure from Split, I feel like they're gonna be able to bring us a really good Icebox map.
I think they're a relatively young team, but I think from what we've seen, and historically speaking, they are a pretty cool and a pretty chill team when it comes to the mental fortitude. But we did kind of see some of the body language from the players. They did get kind of antsy. They were committing to a lot of fights they shouldn't have, or it could have been safer had they just kind of got that information. But hey, hindsight is 2020, so we can't really delve on that too much. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be VODing the hell out of all these matches, and that's true for all these teams. But as you've mentioned, they kind of have to play an almost perfect Icebox, because we've seen what Secret can do, and I think this always goes back to what they did against Gambit. That Gambit game is going to be stuck in the minds of, honestly, a lot of players, a lot of aspiring pros, and even just fans of the game. It's going to be there for quite some time.
Yeah, and with all of that, that just means that Team Secret really does have a lot to live up to. And here's the thing. Team Secret, I was actually pretty worried about this team. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see their matches during the open qualifiers when we were talking about the top 16. But they did actually lose a game against RRQ, the RRQ that is playing right now in this tournament as well. And that just kind of made me very, very wary for them, because if they went down to the open qualifier lower brackets and lost, that would mean that we would not be seeing Team Secret for, I think, the first time in VCTPH, or the second time in VCTPH, which is, I think, just gonna make a lot of fans just really upset, because they're not really thinking that, Team Secret might have just lost last stage because they didn't have that boot camp buff. There was a lot of issues that they were kind of facing internally and externally, all of that bad stuff. But right now, they were able to wiggle through, even through the open qualifiers, which a lot of teams were really good at. And right now, it seems like they are at that straightforward trajectory. Now, I'm wondering if there will be a team that will force them, will give them a run for their money. And that team still might be Oasis, because again, historically, out of the 3 series that both these teams have gone up against, at least for VCT, it has been Oasis that have won that, at least for the most part and for the most recent. So we'll see if it's going to be Team Secret bringing that back to blow, or is Oasis going to swing back on that Icebox map?
Oh yeah, it is a bit of a revenge match. And as you've mentioned, a lot of these teams, and all the teams that you've mentioned, they've been looking mighty impressive. If anything, all the teams coming into VCT, they have to be impressive. They really cannot be anywhere below that line, because the competition has only gotten so much stronger as time passed. With that match against RRQ, it does really make us curious. What did RRQ do? What was the formula that they figured out? Or maybe, just maybe, there was yet another spike between, or at least with that tiny gap between now and the qualies. But talking about Team Secret, their core has been together for so long that it is very solid when they're playing together.
Yeah.
But with the tiniest variances, it's kind of like muscle memory, right? Where you do the same thing over and over and again, the slightest change will kind of throw you off your rhythm. Maybe that's what we saw in the previous stage. But this time around, it does look like they're hitting their stride. They were pretty convincing in their last 2 series. And all their matches and across all the maps against all these teams, they've been such a treat.
It really has been. And is it just me, or is Team Secret the longest standing team in the Philippines by far? Like in terms of the roster specifically.
I think so.
Again, yeah, right? Maybe the closest, not even, I think maybe Oasis might be the one with the closest, but they still went through a whole iteration of like changing the roster and whatnot. Here's the thing. That RRQ match that they went up against in the open qualifiers that they actually lost to RRQ, it was 13-11. So there's a chance here for Oasis. It might be a close chance. We'll see how that goes. Now, looking at the agent selection here, Wild Oreo's going to be playing now as the Viper. Didn't Coco play the Viper before? So they really are mixing things up right now for Oasis, really using the flex factor of their players to see what fits them the best, but might be a risk. You might want to have Wild Oreo still on something a little bit more aggressive, but for now, he's going to play that back role as a controller.
If you're not in the loop, Wild Oreo can play any agent, bro. But talking about the comps, talking about the comps right now, I think this is pretty standard stuff. On the side of, I believe this is Oasis. Again, correct me if I'm mistaken, because it did have quite a bit of thoughts to shuffle through. Oh, actually, yeah, it is a Secret that has... Actually, no, both these comps are pretty standard stuff. Dispenser, mighty feeling it. Maybe that's another contributing factor to why they put him on the Chamber. But then again, Chamber's pretty good on Icebox anywho. Like you said, though, Oasis really cannot play anywhere below perfection at this point.
I still am very curious as what triggered this iteration for Oasis to put right now onto Icebox. Obviously, they know more than we do, but I am very curious about this. What I do like, though, is that we're seeing Marky back on his Jet. I absolutely love Marky on this Jet. I think he plays the same style. If the viewers and you have seen Blurred on Naos Esports, both of them very controlled duelist players with incredibly high IQs in very stressful situations, very stressful positions. If maybe I can hit the nail here for international viewers, something similar to CNED. I'm not comparing him to CNED like he's better or anything. It's more of like just something similar to how they play. So I'm very excited to see how this works.
It's kind of like how much attention CNED pulls. And how much attention you have to put on CNED, because if you're not, he's just going to run wild on you and run you down. And I feel like that's a pretty apt comparison. But now we see Oasis on the attacking side. I feel like they were much more comfortable on split, on the offense. Maybe the same story can be said. Dispenser, though, he does have height. I don't think the drone spotted him out. Now it does. Maybe he's forced to TP. They even know where he's going to TP from. Pretty default stuff here. But it does look like Oasis, they do hold on. They're not going to prematurely explode onto this site. Dubstep, he's tempted. He lands the shot. Does he have the dash? Oh my goodness, he even finds another! Finds the third! And Oasis, once again, that sanctuary that they were trying to build for themselves have been desecrated by Team Secret. And
hold on. Okay, hang on. Wild Oreo. Okay, he opens up the A site, but there's a wall, so his teammate can't really go through that. It's all about the lurk kills for Oasis right about now. Dubstep holding to maybe get a kill through B main. There was that turret that Coco did place initially. It gives him a bit of control on mid and a little bit of leeway so that Wild Oreo can move around. But now he's been shut up by Spencer here.
30 seconds left.
Is marking onto Orange. Now he spotted it once.
I would apologize.
Pick out the pistol. There it is.
Oh, wow.
And I just wanted to say, Raph, real quick. They pinged it. They pinged Dubstep's spot. and nobody helped him clear it out. I think they were just hoping that maybe Dubstep would peak prematurely to get the orb. But here's the thing. Pros know basically the timing of everything. Right? So how many seconds you have on halving or full defusing the spike, and especially now, how many seconds do you need to pick up the orb? So Dubstep peeked out at the apex of where the orb was going to just vanish, and then he gets a free kill onto Envy there.
Did I say Dubstep or Dispenser? Both these players have been absolutely fantastic. If I mix that up, well, you boys have been absolute beasts, absolute nightmares for Oasis, as quite a bit of damage has been chunked down towards mid here. Dubstep's already making his way towards undertube. He might actually find Coco. And just to go back on your point on the timing, that's where off rhythm comes into play. Dispenser, he will finally find Ripper. And that's going to be the KO. That could have been the answer to quite a few problems. But Marky, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it, and he gets it. Jesse gets shivved. It is shiv o'clock, but Dubstep has the Marshall in hand. Back in the line you go. Envy will get killed by a Viper from above in the form of Borkum. He's not done yet. He even finds Wild Oreo. Coco has been left alone to try and clutch this out. He does have a Frenzy. It can do some serious damage, but we do have quite a bit of range in the arsenal of Secret.
If this was CS, what would have that been? 1,600 creds? 1,400 in the pocket? I can remember more of my math for that, but that was that was something. At least a cherry on top of this almost flawless round for Team Secret. Bit of a spoiled sport for Oasis, but now they got themselves the money. And this is where it turns over his head. We'll see how this goes, because this is going to be very important. We've seen how Team Secret on the not first map be very, very dominant. And again, just referencing back that 13-0 that they had on Haven against SBE.
And one thing that I want to point out, Secret has been winning the pistol rounds. If you've been a long-time fan, if you've been following Secret and all the iterations, they were notorious for dropping that opening round. But whatever Coach Fade has been doing, whatever reps that all the boys on the Secret side have been practicing, have been grinding, it's been helping them so much. But we see Dubstep on yet another aggressive angle. He does have that tailwind prep, but I believe it's not really going to come into fruition here, as Marky and Ripper, they will hold on to whatever position they have. Dubstep still very adamant on holding this. There is a wall prepped on the side of Wits, as he is going to quickly reinforce for his teammate. A minute left on the clock and not much meaningful map control on the side of Oasis. They decide to huddle up towards B in an effort to try and take this site.
Really good layer on layer kind of play here, right? Where because he doesn't have that tailwind anymore, the safety of the wall, if it does come through. Dispenser actually has an operator. All right, I like it. It's a shot, though. It's just perfect. This is going to force Oasis now to just get their hands on the B side already, get that spike planted down, and force Team Secret to start moving in against them. Spencer is holding the lurk. If somebody actually takes him on that far angle, they're going to get just demolished. Dubstep hitting shots with the Ghost, by the way. Boogity, boogity, boo. And it's the last one Ripper found in danger, and his life also the same. Taken down in Team Secret 3-0.
Oh, by the way, the bad boy lessons, how have they been going? Because, you know, that interview yesterday, that was... I really wanted to see the villain persona come out. I really wanted to see it, but my goodness, the Secret boys are just a little too wholesome. I mean, that's never a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
But you got to be like
Dubstep has to like buy a leather jacket, you know, get those dark shades on.
A leather jacket in this climate? Nah, man.
That's exactly why you're a bad boy. You know, you're
I feel like those are just
it to the
bad
man,
decisions.
and the man is hot weather.
I feel like those are just bad decisions and not actually
exactly
bad
why you're a bad boy, because you're making bad decisions.
Yeah, I eat cereal with a fork. That type of beat.
Exactly. I put my milk first before my cereal because I'm a bad boy.
That doesn't make sense. Don't do it. You can't trust people who do that. You just can't. It makes no sense. What else do you do? Do you put water outside the glass? I'm kidding. Anywho, back to the game. Before me and Asarai end up ranting, we do have a setup that is leaning towards a bit of a lurk the side of Wild Oreo. They do only have Sheriff, so eco damage is going to be the name of the game here. But instead, they shift their presence elsewhere. As soon as I say that, Envy pulls out the recon dart. The wall is there preemptively inside of Secret, and these reads have been fantastic. Marky is going to be isolated. His team's not going to be able to respond in time. But as I say that, he finds the frag towards Wits. Wild Oreo opens up mid by taking out Jesse Vash, but Borkum and Dubstep, they hold down the line. And now suddenly, control a backside, and Dubstep explodes for yet another third. Could potentially find a fourth here, but it's Borkum to finish it off. Yet another round for Secret.
That was very messy because they had to go through the wall, kind of got isolated. If ever you got thrown some mollies, it would make their life a living hell. Definitely closer for Oasis than they were probably expecting, but there's just so much utility and just firepower that Team Secret can throw out on there. Look at how Borkum just like repositions the back of the site and just make sure that he doesn't get the kill, but delays the plant even further with that snake bite, which allows Dubstep to get the kill from screen. You know, their ability to figure out what they have to do, like these layers upon layers, just like, what Shrek has taught us. Done so well for Team Secret.
What did Shrek teach us? Get out of my swamp.
Onions have layers.
Okay, Asarai. But speaking of the swamp, the Viper's Pit.
Oh, close.
It is going to be spotted out. That drone is going to really not affect the day of Borkum apparently, but Envy is there for the trade. Envy gets a second. Coco finds Jesse, and now we are down to a 4v2. Oasis looking mighty fine in this post plan. We even see a lockdown just to really ensure that Secret's not going to be lurking anywhere close. Dubstep, if we can keep that momentum, then this could still be possible. It's unlikely it's possible. We see Dispenser, though. He is crawling up. He does have Heaven Control now. He looks to fight for Belt, but does he know that everybody's just playing for a lineup? I love that. Look at that. Wild Oreo. So interactive. Look at the sky. That's just the knock on Viper players. Haha. But no, Dubstep does find Ripper. Are they going to stick the defuse? No, the mollies are going to be in play. The Nano Swarm is going to chip away at their health. The dash is still prepped by Dubstep. He finds Coco. That is going to eliminate the turret and a possible second molly, but no time as Oasis take the first round on the board for, well, Oasis.
Ooh,
no.
He actually alley-ooped the operator to Dubstep.
Actually he did.
What a save.
That was smart.
Yeah, definitely smart. Expensive though for Oasis. Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just about to say that, okay, he had a little bit of a timing issue in picking up that op, and if he died because of that and lost the op, that would have been a very, very feels bad. But they still managed to get it. Dubstep still has blades. He's on 11-1 right now. I feel like you might be right. We might be buttering up Secret as of the moment, but what is happening? You know what I mean? They're still super impressive. Oasis, though, they have a very, very scary round ahead of them. Marky, we know what he can do with those blades. He could be the knife before Christmas. It does look like that is going to make Asarai laugh, apparently. And Dubstep lands a clean shot on Ripper, but as I've said, Marky!
Okay. Picks up the operator. Wait, Borkum! He spotted him coming out through the smoke, and he still gets a 2K! Oh, that is a punish. That is a big, big punish play, but there is that, again, that post plant for Oasis. The spike is planted for default, so if they can clear out the utility here, bait it out earlier than expected, maybe they can just hang out and get somebody to defuse the spike already. That's going to be Wits, waiting for some bit of utility to be thrown out here. And if Wild Oreo is dead, that means that there is nothing that they can stop to do this thing right now. If Dispenser can defend him, this is going to be absolutely perfect. But never mind. Ripper's thrown out his own, and it stops them dead in their tracks. They've used basically everything here, Raph, just to make sure. Not really sure about that Hunter's Fury, but a round in the end is a round that they will take.
Very risky. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And 2 rounds is what separates Secret and Oasis. This time momentum is in favor of Oasis as Marky, we take a look at that again, is going to split that defense open. Call him Moses. And call that A site the Red Sea. Beautiful post plant as well. A lot of utility. As you mentioned, maybe the 100 Fury is a little overkill, but it is what it is at this point. Talking about ultimate economy, though, we still have Wild Oreos Viper's Pit. So this is still very, very much a very strong post plan.
Dubstep's already claimed a lot of information on mid as the rest of Oasis are just hunkered down onto A main. There's dash again from Marky. He's double updrafted. All right, no, just a single updrafted. While Oreo comes in through pipes and just smacks the faces of Secret left, right, and center. Bash is already expended. Dispenser has taken a bit of shots here. Still alive, which is good. But Dubstep's lurk actually called him back onto screens. He's going to double up with Dispenser for the moment. But he will not stop Coco. Dispenser coming into the corner here. This is perfect. He's going to go full control. He actually bypasses Wild Oreo, waiting just a little bit more information. He wants to get at least 2 kills because he's just 1 down, right? He's 1 HP. Oh, he got spotted. Good pick first. Whips out the operator, sees the barrel of Coco. Coco, he's been a bit too antsy here, Rap.
Enemy remaining.
And he
will
picks
lose
it
his
out.
life. He knows it's Box. He's jumping already. He's been tagged.
No way.
Oh, this is super close, but he has no time. He has to make this work, and he almost gets it, jumping up on top, whips out the tour de force, but Envy clutches the round in the end. Oh, my heart, I cannot take this. Super, super minuscule moments of mistake could lead to utmost disasters.
I love this play. This is patience at its finest, and you see it while there's like, wait, that's awfully suspicious. Very, very expensive round, but a round nonetheless for Oasis, as they are once again closing this gap. Just one more round to break the economy of Secret. They're going to have to rely on the blades of Dubstep and just a bunch of half armors at this point, but Dispenser, it does look like he wants to play forward. He will get flashed. A beautiful bailout there by Oasis, doing quite a bit of damage though, or just a little bit of a tickle to Marky. Now we see Dubstep. He marches forward. He has a lot of mid control now. He goes under tube. The rest of the Oasis boys, they will make their presence known elsewhere. As Wild Oreo has relayed the information that, oh, we had an enemy player mid. Let's just bounce out.
That's what we call in the Philippines the Mamba out. Yeah. Exactly.
I see. That's right. Okay, we have to stop doing that. We really have to stop doing
all right. They're waiting for the wall though, because this wall has been the great deterrent. Marky's still dashing right in, and he almost gets the punish onto Wits, but he just b-hops on out of there. New box. On the back of the site, spots out absolutely nothing, but on that kill feed, it's Dubstep and Jesse Bash picking up 1 by 1. He goes for the updraft, and we're now left onto Marky, alone in the site, and Borkum just shuts him down, and Team Secret just silences the noise that Oasis was making. Hey, you little kids, stop making all that noise in my A main.
The Ranger and the Rogue roll a natural D20 on that, as both ultimates being as impactful as they can. And come on, Astray. I don't think they're that old, man. Once again, a masterclass of all these ults. Feel like there was some sort of awareness that had to come into play here, that you're probably gonna force an ult because the economy was breaking. And now it's hit a reset point again. Marky has to make do with the Spectre, but Ripper, he is going to take Dubstep down. That is going to be the tip of the spear being broken for Secret. Still, Oasis, they march forward. They still try to take more B control. Now Dispenser is going to lie in wait in yellow. Coco, he's aware of the flank, a little wary, and Borkum falls. That is going to be the controller eliminated. Wits has no issue trading as well. Envy, who's been fragging out, finds Wits. And now,
deploying drone.
Secret on the back foot as Oasis. They are hungry. They are pretty much foaming at the mouth.
Well, they better get their definite shot. That's not bueno. Marky actually hits shots through the smoke. Absolutely nasty. One lurking onto mid. Dispenser, if he doesn't catch this, he is going to get the free killed. But Marky wastes no time. And Oasis, they're not done here. 5-4. This is the game that we were already hoping to see. Icebox really is the favorite map of at least Oasis. Maybe even Team Secret, but yeah, pretty close game.
Pretty close game is, yes, I was about to say that it is once again still a 1-round gap between Oasis and Secret. We have yet another gun round on the board. The ultimates are looking much, much healthier on the side of Oasis, despite having Borkum's Pit and Res ready on the side of Secret. But it does look like they are going to play a little more passive now. They are immediately expending the Viper's Pit to dissuade anybody from setting foot towards A. Dispenser hasn't really had much contact in yellow in the past few rounds. That could potentially change. He has been flushed out though. Marky spots the dart but doesn't get it in time. He preps the dash. Now this is the go signal, I believe, for Oasis. And there we go, the immediate take towards yellow. He will get slowed down, so that is going to hamper their push just by a tiny bit. The extra life may still come into play for Wits. He does still have full utility. And he is going to be hanging out on the second floor of B side. As you can see, all those... all aim has been trained towards yellow. So Marky might be in a very, very precarious position unless he expends that cloudburst.
They have flashed at least, actually both of them out, but as you mentioned there, that is that top and bottom angle that they are going to be able to work with. Wits does have the resurrection if ever, but this two-pronged approach is going to be very, very difficult for Team Secret to manage. Somehow they do with Vash helping out. They've taken down Dispenser with both Sentinels are already done and dusted. This is still a 3 versus 2 as the round ensues on the retake. Ripper and Envy are going to have a very tough time with this. If Envy uses his ultimate prematurely, this would leave Ripper by himself to keep fighting. Okay, the molly is very, very good. It actually allows Envy to still sneak one in. Ripper holding the high ground. This is absolutely perfect. And now Dubstep, how fast is his reaction on the second? Not fast enough. Envy clutches the round and equalizes overall 5-5.
And Oasis, now they finally even the odds. The first eco, I believe, on the side of Secret. And this time around, they don't have the ultimates to really bail them out. Valiant effort to hold on to the side, but Oasis proved to be too strong. At least at that round. Envy winning that gunfight to really, well, again, capture that round for themselves. Once again, having a bit of a review on the ult side, it is much, much healthier on the side of Oasis. So if they have a set play in mind, this is the perfect time to do it. The stifled weapons on the side of Secret, it's going to be so difficult for them. That 0 point is going to silence absolutely everybody occupying that space. The 0 point, rather than null command, is even going to make that situation more and more dangerous. Borkum finds Marky, but Oasis with full confidence, they walk into the site. Dubstep finds one with a Guardian, and it's Ripper. He still has a second life. He has a second shot. The information is being relayed. Dubstep still has the dash also. They might bait this res out. Nearly lines up. So dangerous, but Envy refuses to have any participation in there. Wild Oreo finds Jesse, and Coco finds the last member in the form of Dispenser. And Oasis, they finally take the lead.
Last round.
Some pretty crunchy shots from Coco there. Last round for the half.
You think you're so clever, and that you are.
Yeah, all right. For those that got
I wish I had cereal.
You're pretty clever too, man. Don't worry about it. 3 ultimates for Oasis here.
Don't patronize me.
I'm not.
Go ahead, 3 ultimates.
Yeah, they have 3 ultimates. That was more of a save round from Team Secret more than anything else. Maybe a half buy if you want to get into it. No! Dubstep! He already had the setup. How did he miss that? He got the wall boost on Tube. Oh! The Coco just jumped up. That was a huge commitment from Dubstep. And now they know he has an operator. Now they know he's used his updraft and smokes just to get up there. And now they know that Envy is hitting some nasty flicks with, or nasty shots, excuse me, with that Hunter's Fury. This is looking to be a forward trajectory for Oasis to win the round for the 7-5. But hold that thought. Wits through the smoke.
What?
But Marky's here with the blades.
And we know how dangerous Marky can be. I think he's one of the best, if not the best with those blades. He proves it! Wits finds Marky, but Envy, they seal once again another round behind their vault of W's. Oasis, they have the momentum. And maybe this is the perfect time to take a pause if you're on Secret side. There is a bit of a halftime leeway to talk, but maybe that extra time might help too. Once again, Marky super, super impressive with a Blade Storm. When it rains, it pours.
And when you hit your mark, it markies.
I'm not gonna indignify myself by reacting to that.
You just did.
Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't know what you're talking about.
Silence is a reaction.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. Halftime and all of this, and Oasis somehow manages to get the rounds back. We were kind of wondering what they needed to do. It seems like the default plays weren't working as much, but sometimes it's not really madness to keep doing something over and over again, because you learn little by little the adjustments to figure out what you need to do. There was a lot more double swinging for Oasis here, a lot more refrags, no more just solo entry fraggings, no more just looking to go and maybe hope that Marky or Invi can clutch. And all of this has really led to Oasis bringing back the rounds where it was 4-0 at the very start. It turned into a 5-7. So something somehow for Oasis actually worked, actually clicked, and it shows.
This halftime pause is going to help with that endeavor even more. Just to have a little bit more time to have an inventory of what strategies they could possibly use or how they could potentially approach the game. Because so far, not a lot of tells on both sides here. They've been very aggressive. Honestly, a lot of this has been coming down to a lot of gunfights. I mean, that's very reductionist, pardon me. But at the same time, the shots that they've been landing all throughout the series, they've been pretty insane. We do see a set play, or at least a recon dart to just inspect what's going on towards B. The wall has been set, so quite a number of utility already being presented.
How fast? Okay, there we go. Just about a second. Spencer's inside the smoke already. Were they able to spot him? Yes, they were. All right. 1 kill already. This is the Oasis special. Always the aggro push on mid. They really love to do this. And look at how much map control they have already gotten. Because they pushed through A main as well, they would be 100% remiss if they didn't know that basically everybody from Team Secret's already at the B side right about now. Bash trying to get the one up in terms of position. Not going to happen, but Dubstep is still here alongside Borkum, and they are working their magic. Look at the shots from Borkum with the right click. Free gun, by the way. And now we're left with Coco. He has to go around this wall. He has to go for the 2 versus 1, but that is Wits and Dubstep. Heavy hitters of Team Secret, mind you. Okay. Slow just to add a little bit more pain to the pressure.
Oh, and Coco, he gives where his position is. Does he check this corner? No, instead he doesn't invest his time towards that. Looks to fight. He has a turret up very, very soon. Might actually put this to fight yellow. He does get Wits. One more angle. One more shot. Denied by Dubstep. In Secret, they try to claw back. They try to get yet another pistol in. I'm sorry if I keep getting surprised when they win a pistol. My goodness, Secret.
Yeah, Secret wasn't really known for winning their pistols before. Now I think it's all been turned topsy-turvy. What actually happened here? Both of them just whipping out their weapons. Nobody shooting, maybe reloading, or getting that animation from the chop dart. Ugh, that's a little bit nasty. They were probably expecting everybody was probably on like yellow or something, not really thinking that Borkum would have challenged them. Went to their faces and said, "I will challenge." Nose to nose, saying that right in front of them.
You've had quite a few intimate words being thrown out in this stretch of the last 2 or 3 days or so. It doesn't really matter as Wits. They kind of want to get down and try to close the gap here. Dubstep already has found Coco, who was the last to fall this time. So, the script has been flipped as Envy will try to pressure from Snowman, but Dubstep does have Overwatch over the area. Ripper is going to swing with Wild Oreo, but Dubstep, a blind spot. He finds one, nearly gets a spray, actually finds Ripper, and a very, very clean round on the board for Secret, and it's tied up once more.
2 incredibly clean rounds from Team Secret, both at the B site, by the way. So I'm wondering if they're going to start doing that yet again. This is the highlight from that last round with Pistol. Dubstep's spray control with the Vandals, really good as per usual. You know, considering Phantom over Vandal for spray control, but we're Asians, we're Filipinos, we love our Vandals, we love our AKs.
Here.
We're always going to use that.
Honestly, I wonder why I even bother buying Phantom skins when I absolutely rarely use that weapon, but no matter, at the hands of absolute beasts that we see being fielded today, honestly, most of the time it doesn't really matter. They'll hit their shots anywho. Spencer is going to try and pressure from Belt, but a lot of presents have been made towards B. Kitchen has been not the number one concern, but Dubstep he finds two as Marky and Coco and the rest of Oasis. They enter the brawl, and they're winning. They're absolutely tearing up the tavern. For Secret, we now have one last member alive, and that's the Spencer. Doesn't really have that much utility, so it's going to come down to raw gun skill, and Coco has that in spades.
Good rebound there for Oasis, because that was already a very scary strat that Team Secret was doing. Yes, granted that Wits was taken off of the board very early, but that position from Dubstep wasn't really cleared out as soon as, or as quickly as I think Oasis were kind of hoping for, because they lost a bit of that, but then they got that mid-control back, got the trades. So no harm, no foul, but it seems like there is that real fast pinch that Team Secret keeps throwing out, these fast curveballs that Oasis always have to be very prepared for.
Oh yeah, and that's just a testament to the depth of the strat book and how savvy they are of the game itself. As Dubstep takes yet another high ground position here, they are going to be blind as all hell, because that beautiful flash is going to come from Ripper. Have a crossfire setup here, but Ripper gets caught off guard. Wild Oreo has a trade in hand. Wits has an idea where the potential trader could be in Marky. The timing is so painful. Wits gets Dubstep back on the field as it is once again a 3v5. Try to get the spike down, but seems to be very difficult here. Envy could potentially damage Vash, and that he does, but it's all but a tickle. And now Borkum does find Wild Oreo. The numbers, they keep depleting on the side of Oasis. And it looks like the Sanctuary, this Sanctum is running dry. Dispenser tries to find Envy in hot, but now he finally lands that shot. Coco again in a very similar situation, a very similar ending as Dubstep is the one to find the Basarai.
My gosh, man. I don't know. That was mistimed pick from Marky, and then again, just super aggressive entry fragging from Dubstep here. Just no quarter was given for Oasis to even just breathe a little bit. Look at how quickly Team Secret just keep getting this map control, right? There was already about like 4 people on short, and then once Wits got the res back again, Dispenser was already running all the way through mid for that pinch coming out from Orange. Still is neck and neck though, so it's not the end of the world, but yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say that this has become such a brutal map to again for both sides. It's really not clear who's going to take this, but Dispenser has found himself in a forward position, and Oasis, they have no idea. Everybody shifts their attention towards B, but Marky, once again, so proficient with those blades. Call him a chef, call him an assassin, call him a rogue. Anything that involves knives, Marky's on it. Ripper, I think, is an idea that somebody is here. Dispenser has found himself in the opposite side of the world, chilling in spawn, and this is the last place they're gonna check. Once again, the patience blade is gonna come in. Ripper might be the first to fall. He denies the blades. Ripper's confused, and in this days, Dispenser gets a third. Unbelievable. It's an eco, but Coco does the damage. They finally take him down. They find 2, which is always a reprieve for the ecoing team. Once again, the patience is coming out for everybody here. Envy, we know how crispy he can be. He might find Vash. Hits the 3rd shot. None missed, but he does get a free gun. And this is exactly what they need. Just some sort of consolation prize for all their trouble.
Yeah, and again, this is the save round, so he can use this Vandal of his just to go for the fight, but look at the cheeky angle here from Wits. A wall on screen. He made himself, put himself right on that high ground with the wall to force his opponent to just go through the spawn where another teammate was going to be waiting just in case Wits might have lost that, but he doesn't. Gotta say as well. Feels a little bit deja vu-y. Because Dispenser did that already once in Split, another one in Icebox. If we go to a game number 3, I'm assuming he's going to be able to do that again on Haven, I believe, was it? And Team Secret call the timeout. Interesting.
That they do. As Oasis, once again, they are clawing ever so close to that lead. So close to taking this map. Now we have yet another equal round. But I will keep going back to this. The game plan for Secret has been pretty simple. They go for the strong defaults, and they have so much lurking potential with both Dispenser and this time Borkum again. And they've been hinging off all of that psychological damage, all that poison that they planted in the mind of Oasis. Oasis, though, very, very, very good effort, very strong defense. This time around, I really do believe they're looking much, much better compared to Split.
It really is, but being able to give up these rounds still is incredibly dangerous up against Team Secret. Because again, your brain goes into overdrive, right, of what you need to do. It's still a very, very close endeavor, but we're nearing the finish line, Raph. And it doesn't matter if you're neck and neck. If you still lose the race, you still lose it. You know, that's what we know from Dominic Toretto when he won that race in the first Fast and Furious movie. So there you go.
Nothing is stronger than family, and Dispenser was introduced to the entirety of that magazine and all his relatives. It does look like you're not Groot. You are Asteroid. Please do not have an identity crisis, sir. But losing Dispenser, that's going to be losing a very, very heavy gun, a very heavy weapon on the side of Secret. They do pop that Killjoy ult, that lockdown, to once again just burn that clock out, forcing Secret to overreact. Oasis, they now play the patience game. They throw their utility and play very, very safe. Dubstep still occupying yellow, and Borkum has crossed. I'm not entirely sure if Oasis know that there's two people here, but we do see quite a bit of information, at least being attempted to be gathered by Ripper. Wit's very, very patient.
It's very important as well that Ripper keeps an eye on this, because the alarm bot will at least contain what could be a push towards onto Kitchen there, but he actually still loses his life. This gives Wits a bit of foreplay to use for that mid, and he keeps pushing through. The alarm bot will spot him out, so that will give the information to Wild Oreo to at least 1v1 that, while the rest of Oasis will be going against Borkum here. Oh, Bash. No way he doesn't get cleared out, right? There we go. Coco actually clears it out, and Marky sprays through the top of the site, expecting that there was a maybe high angle to throw out the snake bite just in case, or maybe just a clear line of sight. Good IQ, and Oasis bring it back 9-9. They're not going to give any form of leeway whatsoever, and Team Secret, you got to work for your win.
A gift. No mercy, no quarter being given on any of these sides. Once again, the tug of war continues. I have to say, though, if you're Oasis right now, how would you try and decipher this secret default? They've been, once again, just kind of spreading out all their control. It's, well, you know, like I said, it's a default. That's how you're supposed to do it. But, there's just been super close situations on both sides, and now it looks like they are going to have a bit more of a proactive approach towards this round. The God Smoke on the side of Oasis being employed already, and Marky anticipating the aggression from Belt. Dubstep, though, does find Ripper, and hopefully this drone can get shot before it gets too much information. Now they know where Marky is. The reposition is there. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Doesn't really tag anybody. And it does actually barely misses. Oh, no. Wow, but that last volley, it hits Marky and Wild Oreo. Wits still holding down the line. Very, very wary. Doesn't get to throw out the orb before dying, and Borkum tries to swing wildly. But you cannot outwild the primal Wild Oreo. Now looking much, much more impressive and much more commanding is Oasis, as they have not broken their front line against Secret. That spike is in no man's land right now. They even get... Oh! Okay, I'm sorry I jinxed it.
Did you just see that? They baited the recon dart and then swung as soon as it got broken down. This does leave Vash in a 2 versus 1. Very palatable for him, as Envy is one shot away from dying. The key timing is just not going to work for Vash. Oh my god, Team Secret, 5 head plays. No, 50 head plays. Oh my goodness, that was so good. But Oasis still rally, as you mentioned. They will give no quarter as their opponents come into the site. Oh, such a good round from either side. Let's look at this replay real quick from Wild Oreo. He really played this position quite well and showed us the different flavors that this Oreo has.
One enemy remains.
I think I'm getting hungry. It's lunchtime, and the names of these players do not help. the case whatsoever. We now see Dubstep pull out the Blade Storm, try to open up for his team with a recon dart to really clear out the close angles here, but Borkum finds a little bit of resistance and a lot of bullets coming from Envy, knocking him out of this round. And now Dispenser, the rest of the boys, they have to somewhat make do with the deficit. This is a pretty heavy-handed attack. They only have one rifle and the Blade Storm to really rely on for direct fights. I think Marky can smell the blood. He wants to aggress. Does nearly get the tag, but what a Hunter's Fury by Envy to find nearly all of them. Jesse and Wits, they are pretty healthy. But that is going to keep the Doctor away and the Mortician even closer. Dubstep finds Ripper. And now suddenly it's a 3v3 on the end of the eco. Coco and Wildora, they finally chime in and swing, but Wits has an extra life for his teammate. They even deny, they nearly line up, but Envy gets a 4K for himself. And Oasis once again have a 2-round lead.
I like the idea from Wits. He used his teammate as a literal bait or a wall, maybe to blot out the vision of his opponents, something like that. Wasn't really to maybe help him fight, but more just to create that physical or visual blockage, if ever. I like the idea, but Envy is just too far on point, man. Those Hunter Fury from him, just so good. If Vash can do it, I can do it too.
And now we have Oasis getting closer and closer to match point, taking this to game 3. Secret, they have a lot to say about this. Now we see a little bit more mid control, as there's quite a bit of aggression from Coco. This time though, Coco is going to be a bit more well equipped, and Tube is going to be occupied by 2 members of Oasis. Envy will reinforce this. That sound cue is going to give him away just a tiny bit. But B has been the name of the game for Secret. It does look like they're going to shift their map, or rather shift their presence elsewhere. But Borkum has to be careful here. And he's even more meticulous than Marky. Finds another, but does he know that Ripper is here? The trade does come out, and he does have a preemptive flash just to... Dispenser escapes with his life.
Wits does have the heal though, so he can at least bring Dispenser back to life. They were able to make enough noise on A that it's going to be the B site that allows them a bit more solace. Ooh, did Ripper just activate his null command? Yes, he does. They're going to make a very quick play at the end of this one. Wits trying to reposition immediately. No, Dispenser actually just going to go for the long lurk coming into mid. Well, this is a 4 versus 3 with the rest of Oasis now just clamoring onto the site. Jesse Bash by his lonesome, and Dispenser, all he can really do is TP on the top of the site and maybe hope that he can get one pick off. Not even then was that given to him, and Oasis bring it all the way back 9-12, and they have that match point.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And suddenly, we have Secret on a shoddy buy. They have very light armor and a Bulldog on the side of Wits. Now we see Oasis. They can smell the blood. They might go a bit of a frenzy here. 8 seconds left on this round timer, and my goodness, the tension must be rising for Secret. They still have one map for leeway, but if this momentum continues for Oasis, then Oasis could very well steal the series away.
Dude, while Ori just stepped up, dude, I was kind of wondering why they would put him on the duelist, but no doubt, man, no doubt. You just said that he's gonna be able to make this work in any kind of role that's given to him, and boy oh boy does he. Dubstep gets a bit of control, but wait, he's taking so much damage here. That was... well, he was tracking it for sure, but if he did get challenged quite early there, he would have lost his life. And speaking of Dubstep losing that L of his, now it's 4v5 once again. Wits very much undermanned here as he gets taken down bit by bit by the rest of Oasis. The trade comes in, and it seems like we still have a fight in our hands. Another lurking through the shadows coming in from mid is going to be Borkum, as Jesse Bash uses the ultimate to tend down the herd, as well as to just make them a little fear if they try to at least defuse the spike, which they do. And Team Secret, a little bit gritty, a little bit rough around the edges, but they still clear out the round in the end.
That they do. Secret, they still have quite a bit of fight in them. The economy is not looking too good on the side of Oasis, so if they lose this round, they're pretty much going to eco once more. Unless my math is wrong. But tension still rising for both sides now. Secret could steal this away, but Oasis, it seems that their grip has been very, very firm, and Marky has done no wrong with these blades. Almost every single round that he has blades, they've won. Dubstep, though, on pace for a 30 bomb. Yet another default is going to come this way, and it's going to still be centered around B-long control. Dubstep is just going to walk right in, though. Has not a care in the world. Nearly gets tased by his own teammates' shock dart. The wall is going to elevate them, and that off angle is going to catch Coco off guard. But like I said, Marky can do no wrong. Annihilates Borkum, removing this toxic screen away. But Wits forced to use that res. Now Envy does quite a bit of damage on that Hunter's Fury too, Asarai.
This is rather unfortunate. 4 versus 5. They do not have Coco. If ever he did, had the ultimate from last round. This wall is just placed perfectly, by the way. Look at all these nooks and crannies, this knickknacks thrown by Team Secret to delay even further. The wall is about to go down, and here comes the contact. Wits gets overwhelmed. Dispenser coming into the corner here. He has a nice little crossfire, but Marky and Envy working the magic. Now Dubstep into 2 versus 1. Spots out the first, and he tries to spray transfer. Half a second. No! He makes it explode! Oh, Dubstep, you absolutely high IQ animal! He made sure to take down the diffuser first before trying to spray transfer onto the second, because he knew they had the time. Oasis were so close, but not enough this time.
Marky without the blades now, but does have the operator in hand. I love the decision making here with of Dubstep. He finds the first, but instead he transfers immediately to the diffuser and stealing yet another round away for Secret. Are we gonna have another overtime debacle for both these teams? That could seem to be the case, as once again, Secret, they refuse to give up. They refuse to let this map go.
Dubstep faking the sound on the dash. Maybe making them think that he actually got through onto 410, but that wall actually would immediately show where he was. Maybe the drone also giving away his position, but at least now they know that Dubstep got no more dash. But that still isn't the least of the worries of Oasis. They do not have really good weapons to work with. Coco and Ripper just on the SMGs. There's the wall again from Wits. I'm gonna back away for the moment here. But all of Team Secret is still on A. I think what they're doing right now is rather than plant the spike, they're just waiting for Oasis to get back out of position where they can take them down bit by bit. Here they go. 4 versus 5 ensues. Dubstep finds another. And Oasis, they're on that lower trajectory to get overtime here by Team Secret.
And that is not what you want to happen. Ripper throws the flash just to buy himself a little bit of time. The Vandal is so tempting, but the moment they hear that gun drop, he is gonna get spammed to all hell. Tries to make a heroic play. Coco goes unnoticed for only but for a moment. And Dubstep, the rest of Secret, they force an overtime.
Never count out Team Secret, man. Dubstep is just on point this game. 31 kills. He's not showing any signs, of stopping. We do not have a before overtime break, so we immediately go into the fray of it all. My goodness, how did they make this work, by the way? That was just all this numbers game for them. All these, again, curveballs being thrown by Team Secret. Before it was set strats, executions onto the side. Now it's just making Oasis second guess their utility. Second guess that if you throw this, we will do this. But no, they go the other direction.
Oh no.
Dispenser, no way, right? No way he actually gets through this! Does he bash? Gets around the corner! If he gets the win on this one, this is going to be absolutely monumental for Oasis, but he does it. Does he bash?
Enemy remaining.
Still hits the
Oh
shot!
my
And
lord.
Wild Oreo left in a 4 versus 1. They've already seen where the snake bite was, and Borkum's going to be first on the case, but they are hounding him down bit by bit. And that's the first round in the first overtime, and one more, and Team Secret close out this series.
Switching sides.
Oh dear, I know a lot of people, myself included, and everybody watching, still very hopeful of Oasis to pull through and gather themselves. Right now, it seems like we're taking a bit of a slice of bread and a dose of copium for this to go for 2-1. But Oasis have no doubts in their minds that they can still take this. Team Secret, though, I think they can finally smell the blood in the water again. They find the crack in that armor, and they want to open this up as quickly as they can. Yet another a very impressive attacking round from them. Might be in hand, but look at this. Coco's still very adamant on taking aggressive tube control here. Dubstep just kind of hanging out, waiting for info on his team, but does he know he's going to be shoulder to shoulder with his fellow Jet player? And this was the defense that really helped Oasis succeed, or at least with that round they won. The God Smoke is going to come out, but this time around it's going to be for Secret, or rather for Oasis still. But Dubstep, he finds one. The trade is going to come out. They are going to lose that KO, so that 0 point is going to be out of the equation. Now Marky is going to get tagged up, but the heal is going to come through and might have yet another reset. We see a recon dart just pop up in the inventory of Jesse Vash. He might just use that to clear backside. He does kind of fall. That sound cue is going to give him away. But this dart could not be broken in time. While Dorio holds the line, he finds Vash. 3v4. And my goodness, time is winding down. 40 seconds. The numbers as well are whittling away for Secret. Dispensers tries to equalize it. Invi falls. Suddenly Wits gets another one. It's a 2v2. While Dorio makes it a 1v2. But Wits is still alive. Where was the trade? He tries to get the res. Does he have time? Yes, he does. He even gets the orb, the timing. But Coco, no. Where's the trade? Is gone! And the timing, Coco gets it all! Oh. And Oasis, they refuse to give up too. They're still very much holding on to this match.
I gotta wonder, why Borgum? Why on top of Nest? Why not just the one nearest to him and bait out the body? I don't know, he was probably expecting something different, but obviously since you can hear the audio for the resurrection, it would just have made it very clear for Coco that he's right there. He's literally in a frame where he can shoot straight. So unless Coco just botched all of his shots with a Phantom, by the way, Oasis had no chance of losing that.
We have yet another over.
Charge right in, Borkum. Nice little crossfire with the rest of Team Secret. This very aggressive stance from Oasis as they try to charge right in doesn't really work against TS. As the Secret is out, these guys are good.
Match point.
We're back up in on this.
Here.
Secret, they get a bit of a timeout. They want to gather themselves. And pardon me for suddenly disappearing. Suddenly the void. Kind of just like, hey, Ref, what's up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you got sucked into another dimension, you know.
I find your vocabulary highly suspicious.
Don't you get sucked into another dimension? Look at that. Secret
I don't
just,
know, man.
Like this crossfire game for Team Secret is just what is allowing them to take these rounds as soon as, and they've called a timeout against Oasis. I think Oasis can also call a timeout if ever, right? So we got ourselves a 2-minute break if ever.
I think we have one more timeout, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of Oasis, though I could be wrong. But here we go, the Secret, or rather the action and the Secret, they're gonna get going very, very soon. The defaults so far have been working out, but the question is how long. And I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna get another 8 overtime thriller. Who knows? Anything can happen in VCTPH.
Well, it's a thriller in the night. Oh, this is gonna tag Dubstep.
Oh,
he's almost gonna get banged to heck. But he somehow manages to get through. Coco is alone by himself, but look at Oasis! They're just challenging! Water falling outside of Kitchen, and they're cooking a recipe of disaster here, but still somehow Team Secret come out in terms of the numbers. Mark is gonna get swung. He doesn't know that Jesse Bash is coming through B main, and that is it. Team Secret closes out this series. We thought it was gonna go to game number 3, but not this time. Not this time.
Oh dear. A heartbreaker. I thought we were gonna see. And they have an invisible player. Borkum has soup. I told you, man. He plays with his mind. He needs no peripherals.
He plays with
maybe
his shorts.
It's like, oh, I'm back. Again, a very, very valiant effort for Oasis. And I did mention this early on. If Secret take this convincingly, then we might actually see a very firm and cemented spot at our top rankings. But we do have many, many teams who want to challenge that claim, who want to storm the gates, storm the castle that Secret have built. Once again, congratulations to them for getting yet another series under their belt.
Absolutely. They're crossing out the names of teams that have wronged them during stage 1. Stage 2 is their, it feels like their comeback stage. Boy, does it really show. Gotta say though, Oasis very close to making this something. But Team Secret, they gotta work for their win, as I mentioned. Another overtime that they went up on. Yesterday they had, again, multiple overtimes. Today, they're gonna have the same thing. Such a close game as well. Marquee was just popping off, but there was those rounds in overtime that just turned into trade games, and Team Secret was like, if you can do it, we can do it, but now we can do it better.
I just kind of lost my train of thought there when you dished out all the words that I wanted to say, but just to add to that, I feel like there's so many bright spots for Oasis. Envy has really been rocking that Sova and basically just been playing super, super well. Marquee's blades have been phenomenal. Just a treat to watch every time he pops an ult. Like I mentioned, those players on the side of Oasis, you can really tell that they were still gunning for it, but Secret, they proved to be a juggernaut yet again. And how many kills has Dubstep gotten in the last 2 days alone? He drops 35 in this map alone. Goodness me.
Trying to see what he had on the match with South Built. It was... That's actually lower than I'm expecting. He only had like 56 kills overall. But to be fair, those were pretty fast rounds. Speaking of Dubstep, I gotta say, man, his decision-making in a lot of how he's played in this entire series, actually in the past 2 days, has been just Dubstep excellent. You know what I mean? Because like Dubstep can do things that no other duelist can do, which is just great positioning and great aim overall.
Exactly, and Dubstep, I would love to see that villain arc still. I think that'd be the greatest thing, but I've said it before, and I'll say it again, he's just too wholesome as a human being. He couldn't hold that smile. It's like, I'm sorry, guys.
And before we actually still get Dubstep for the interview, it's like, oh, I'm back here, and then he actually has the
pops up with the leather jacket,
and the dark
the
shade.
aviators, yeah.
There it is, his villain arc.
I think quite a bit of Oasis, or I think this time around Oasis showed quite a bit more aggression. But that's how they are, right? They're really a mixed bag when it comes to strategy. They can really play both sides of the coin. They can be really passive. But this clutch by Coco was excellent. It was a bit of a nail biter. I think this last round is in... I think that's a little questionable. So much aggression to try and fight for two. But it is what it is. Again, it's just one of those things we'll have to sit down, review the VOD, and dissect it as well as we can. But an entertaining series nonetheless from the very tippy top of our teams.
Yeah, there is just some incredible tenure here that we saw from Team Secret. Their experience really goes to that next level. And speaking of next level, we still have more series to go. Upcoming next, we have RRQ versus SBE, and then after that, it's Bren versus Naos. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the panel as well to get that interview for you. So VCTPH Stage 2, we'll be right back.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I'm
Welcome back, guys. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, and Team Secret does it again. Even though Oasis Gaming put up such a good fight, Team Secret gets another win here at Stage 2, a 2-0 versus Oasis Gaming. Fluffy, I have to say, I have to give it to your team, though. They put up such a good fight.
Yeah, they really showed their strengths, especially on the second map. They might have gotten a bit caught off guard with that great fade pick by Team Secret on Split, a map that they also, it looks like they really worked on. So props to them, really great gameplay from them, but it's a bit sad for Oasis fans out there.
Yeah, and there's so many rounds where it came so close. I mean, just seconds or even just millimeters away from each other. G10, I do have to give a shout out. Like, I really enjoyed the Sova showdown with Vash and Envy.
Yeah.
I thought that was such a treat, especially on Icebox.
Oh yeah, definitely. Vash and Envy, they gave us a very interesting Sova game. A lot of really cool battles between the two, but I was a little bit more focused personally on the Jet mirror match. I did say earlier before we started the games, I wanted to see the Insta-lock Jets come in. Marky and Dubstep, they didn't disappoint at all. Marky, I think, in that second game was able to drop. I think Dubstep was able to drop 35 kills, yeah. And Marky had something like 20, I think, after the overtimes. Absolute insanity coming from both of them.
Yeah, and you know what, Fluffy, I just say Oasis gaming again. They did put up, a really, really good fight. Were there certain instances where you felt like, they probably should have changed or made different decisions in this series?
I think the biggest theme that I found from both maps is they got caught out a lot by a lot of rotational plays from Team Secret, be it lurks from Dispenser or any of the other players, just early in the round placing them in these spots so that they can play off towards the end of the round. I feel like that and being able to control so much of their own space, like on the first map they had that Cypher, and it really goes to show how having this good map awareness can really limit the enemy team's movement, and it's something that Oasis I think has to work on a bit.
Yeah, I really did, enjoy that. I'm no entry. I don't play entry at all. I'm no initiator, but I do love the lurks, and I really was a big fan of Dispenser for all of those maps and G10. Any final thoughts to wrap this up as we head into our game MVP over here? Who is it going to be? I'm not sure because everybody gave such amazing plays, but it is going to be Dubstep. We're here for Team Secret. G10, you mentioned how I'm so distracted right now. If you can see what's going on backstage.
I wish you guys could see this, but yeah, a little bit of an extra show for us panelists. Thank you to the Team Secret boys for providing us some entertainment.
It is.
Hello, Dubstep. Absolute going of the game.
I think we have to get right into the interview over here.
Let's do that.
I'm a little we just missed the show, but we will jump into the interview here with our MVP for the series. We have Dubstep from Team Secret back on our panel. Let's bring you up to your screens. Welcome back, Dubstep.
He's gone. I think jitters went through him and he's already shy to do it.
No, that wasn't shy. There was no shyness.
Yeah, that was a max of 5 seconds only. It's a performance of his life, so yeah.
Well, congratulations to you guys. I can tell the team is in high spirits once again. Now, a little bit backstage before the show that we saw backstage, you were actually saying that there were some mistakes that you guys made despite an amazing performance. You guys, of course, as pro players, are very, very critical of your own performances, no matter how perfect they are. So, what's the most challenging thing about that series?
I guess the most challenging thing about VCTPH in general, I put it into that, is how you play against the Filipino teams. It's so different compared to the APAC teams. Because for us, we don't really struggle a lot on APAC teams, but in terms of having to compete in VCTPH, it's kind of really, it kind of gets to us. It's really hard. People are reading each other. The competition is really tight. So yeah, the mistakes are easily identified, I guess. So in these tournaments, we can improve ourselves, not only from the APAC tournament, but we can start improving from the Philippine tournament.
Actually, I love that you brought that up because I was wondering how your perspective, personally as a pro player, how has that changed since everything, since Berlin, since all of this international attention?
I guess after Berlin, the pressure went so high that sometimes it's really hard to handle because everyone is expecting you to perform at your best. Everyone is expecting you to perform consistently. There are a lot of times where I would not perform and people would talk bad on me, but I know it's part of esports. It's part of sports in general, so it's really normal. And I guess these are the things that makes me strong. Like the quote that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, and at least you have those bad boy lessons from Asarai, right? To get back at anybody who might be bashing you. How are those going, by the way? How are the bad boy lessons going?
I can't. Every time I try, I just smile instantly. Yeah.
No, but that's why we love you because you're so wholesome.
Thank you.
So, any shout-outs that you'd like to give? Any messages that you'd like to give everybody watching right now?
I mean, shout out to my friends, especially the people who I talk, supporting me, who congratulate me. privately, they are the people who counts the most. And thank you also to all of the supporters out there. You guys are always you guys are always appreciated. Thank you so much. And yeah, I guess I'm really confident that we are gonna get out the group stage, and I hope you can continue to support us. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations once again, a dubstep to you and the rest of Team Secret. I hope you guys are regular guests here on the panel. Maybe we might get more shows.
All right.
From more
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I really do hope, we get them as a regular here on the panel because of those. I was so surprised. I mean, I don't think I should be that surprised given, of course, you've seen Borkum's content, right, on all of his social platforms. I guess it's just like, of course, to celebrate the Team Secret's win once again here at VCT Stage 2. We get a little, another side quest on the side to see how many dancing Borkums we can actually get here on the panel. I think
I
that
hope we can get one live.
I know. Oh my gosh, that would be great. That would be great. I'd love that. But yes, that was Team Secret, but that was just our first series of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into another quick break, but when we return, we have Self-Built Esports and RRQ. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Taking the road to who you assure, the celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner, the starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written, scribe like high. Flying saucer, supply the order, it's the author, walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
You're watching VCTPH Stage 2. We're into our second series of the day, and now we've got G10 and Black and Blue joining us on the panel. Thank you for sticking around, G10, and welcome, Black and Blue. What did you think of Borkum's performance, not the in-game one?
I thought the one, the one behind the camera, right? So you guys weren't able to really see what was happening because we were kind of in a different graphic at the moment, but if there's anything you should know about the man Borkum, not only does he have the moves and movement in the game, but especially outside of it. We saw it in Champions, and I wish you guys saw the absolutely wonderful performance he put on us backstage.
No, that's why I would love for Team Secret to have more panel appearances, because I think that might happen quite a lot. And I just want to say, I am so impressed, by the way, by how well coordinated Borkum is. I just want to put that out there.
In many ways.
He can dance. Like, I'm so impressed. That I was a dance major. I'm super impressed with him. But yes, he's also
complimented by a ballerina.
Yeah,
wow.
That's high praise.
I'm so impressed by him, but I am even more impressed by all of our sponsors that have been backing the VCTPH Stage 2. And of course, like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. And of course, this tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. Black and Blue, who else do we have backing us up?
Of course, we have got Globe at Home Fiber. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G Fiber only $20.99 and Globe at Home game with speeds up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, do go to the link down below there. It's shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And we also love to thank our official gaming hardware partner at Asus ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside with top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor. The ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Go to the link down below that you can see right here on your screen and in the comments for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16. Another shout out to ROG for giving us these headphones that we have on right now.
Oh, that's right. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
They're very great.
And I do also want to give a special shout out. If you can stop by the Philippine broadcast, by the way, please do spam the comments. We have a very special birthday celebrant over there. Happy birthday to Tara. I'm so glad that she's celebrating her birthday with us. Our birthday? No.
Yeah, especially on
our birthday,
Friday the 13th, by the way.
That's right.
Spooky.
That's right. I hope it's lucky for everybody instead of being unlucky. It can be lucky too. I love the number 13. I do.
Well,
But,
I guess one person's misfortune could be the other's good luck.
It could, and we're certainly hoping that for both of these teams, actually, our second series of the day is going to be South Built Esports versus RRQ, and so far, we have seen South Built Esports looking like one of the teams to beat here at the VCTPH with a win against Naos and a brave stand against Team Secret, while RRQ has yet to get that win on the board. So let's try and see which team will pull through with an in-depth look at our team, starting with South Built Esports. So South Built Esports might not have gotten a victory against their bread match with Team Secret yesterday, but today, G10, I think it's gonna be a different story.
Yeah, because today, SBE, they're going up against RRQ. Now, while RRQ is good, they are a newly formed team. This is the first time we're going to be seeing them on VCT, and they haven't super impressed us so far, while South Built Esports, they have the track record, they have the stats. They got a 2-0 against Naos, which I would argue is a stronger team slightly than RRQ at the moment. And they got that 2-0 as well. And if you guys saw the craziness that was our match number 2 yesterday, SBE versus Team Secret, you would know that SBE can, they can keep alive even in the most dire of circumstances, except when Team Secret, have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, like in that game 3.
Are you a little bit nervous because you have somebody very well connected to South Built Esports, a good friend, like right
That's what I'm saying. Somebody with SBE, very near and dear to his heart. Somebody that can be very important. That could be very important in its forming and in the way that it plays right now. Very integral to their success, maybe.
Of course,
somebody.
Course. Yeah. I wonder who that can be.
Something I quickly realized, G10, the first time you and I actually met in person, we were casting SBE all the way very far up north in Caloocan in a very different game at the time years ago. So it's
actually,
wow.
And a lot of the entire roster, I think, of the Bren Esports at the time that we were casting, we saw yesterday in Team Secret versus SBE as well.
Yeah,
it's nice to see them.
Historical also for our panelists right now. That's a little bit of trivia for
Brings back memories. Tear to my eye.
But South Built, before you guys start crying, South Built Esports, they will be up against RRQ, a hodgepodge of all-stars from VCT. So let's take a closer look at the King of Kings. A team still getting their bearings, still getting a sense of which way to steer their ship. Black and Blue, they are up against a team whose course is pretty much set though, so what can this team do?
Something happened to Mika. Maybe she's the one traveling through dimensional space at the moment.
Well,
but
I guess we'll pick things up from here, aren't we, G10?
Yeah.
So we got our
what do you think about
I wanted
this?
to talk about them anyways. We got 2G, we got Draxi, we got Kelly S, Nexi, and Rabbit. So this is a team that kind of was more recently formed on up, but we're looking at them and we kind of wonder what exactly different do they bring to the table, because they are the most Franken team out of all the recent teams on here. You got players like Kelly S and Rabbit from DR, you got 2GE from Zeal Esports, the best team from Cebu, and then you got Draxi and Nexi, the most honorable students, the most studious of I guess, pupils that we have here in the VCT program, never missing a single stage, a single weekend even, of the VCT. They've always made it there. These two players have even made it 3 times over to the grand finals. Haven't broken on through in APAC, but they've made it this far. So for a team like them, for a team with as much experience as they have individually amongst other pieces of many other teams, and now finally come together, I think it's just really a very big, I guess, kind of accomplishment for what they have done, individually, but it's really needing for them to, I guess, make it on happen. Let's not forget players here like Kelly S and Rabbit, who came from DR, when some of them, actually, it's the Rabbit specifically, coming from the Hashira squad, which was the very first team of all time in the VCT to beat what was then Team Bren, now Team Secret. So they definitely have accomplishments under their belt, but can they put them all on the same title?
That's the big question here, because this is a Franken team, but in theory, it's kind of a super team. As you said, a lot of star players coming from different teams, but still, we always come back to that duo of Draxi and Nexi. As you said, most honorable, or what are the honorable people in VCT, honor students.
Perfect attendance.
That we use. Perfect attendance in VCT. And so far, even though, with changing teams and everything, they still have that perfect attendance. They have what it takes. They just need a little bit to push them over the edge to be as good as teams as South Built, to be as good as teams as like Team Secret. And I do think that if they keep that roster together, they'll find it together. They keep training and really learning each other's tendencies and strategies, rather than having a new member every split or every stage. I think RRQ has a lot of potential to become one of the very best in VCTPH.
Yeah, well, Mika obviously disagrees because she's kind of giving us the side eye there on her edge of the cam. But we've talked about this team. Also, there is a player named Flash who was a former teammate. Actually, yeah, they both came from Zeal Esports, so they were former teammates on Zeal Esports. Now they're here together with 2GE, by the way. So he kind of flexes in and out. Both of them do, depending on the map, depending on what the rotation they want to do. But we're going to be looking at the head-to-head here. It's going to be between two of the more flexible players we see on either side. So for South Built, we're looking here at Ja, a player that has such a wide range of, I guess, character skills. The amount of agents that he can play, the pool that he's got is absolutely phenomenal. But so is Draxi, one of the most consistent flex players you're going to see. He might not always get the highest numbers, but he will almost always make the right play.
Yeah, Draxi is kind of the linchpin of any team that he's in. You can honestly depend on him to do quite a lot when you need him to. But Ja is exactly the same way. These are the guys that you kind of put your team on the back of and rely on them to make sure that you don't go losing round after round after round. And we've seen that in both players at different points of VCT Stage 2. Ja has been so solid with SBE. Even in the games yesterday, I think he still was the highest fragger in that 7 overtime map.
And they both have kind of something alike, don't they, G10, where you'll see them flex in so many different agents. And I think even you can attest to it, where, when you have such a huge agent pool, like both of these players, they play duelists, they play initiators sometimes, and especially they play, controllers like an Omen or something. Yeah. So, I mean, I want to throw this question to you, since between the two of us, what do you think, is the I guess, biggest strength of having players that can have such a wide pool of agents together and have it on, your team.
It really allows you to be flexible with either compositions or comfort picks of other players. Having that one guy that you can be like, hey, okay, our team is missing so-and-so. We're missing like an initiator. Say, somebody doesn't want to play Jet today. Can you take over? Can you be the duelist? And then having them just be able to say, yes, I can do it. We don't have to make any concessions, any special adjustments, just so you can try something out that's new and maybe surprise it to your enemy. That could be the difference in a life or death situation. And really, you want the most solid guys to have that role.
Yeah, and you look at these two players, you look at like a player like Draxing, as you talked about, it allows them to kind of flex in and out without necessarily, making too many compromises. And I think a lot of that is from where these two players came from, even from the very get-go, when like Draxi was playing on Age of Nefarious with Nexi and with another player from Naos named Kevs, who we know definitely has so much experience even before Valorant. And I guess that type of ecosystem that he has been able to immerse himself in, with the type of teams that he's been in, especially when you look at Draxi and, Nexi to that extent as well, they've always been on almost an underdog team, but yet they were almost still expected to win because of just how good they were. When they were at SV Empire, to be fair, in the early stages of VCT, there weren't too many established orgs, but they were one of the only ones at a certain point that didn't really have a full team in their boot camp, you know what I'm saying? So even with that, they always achieved their goals of at least making, it every single weekend. Haven't broken through that, as we talked about. If you look at the flip side here, you look at like a player like Ja, who has been an astronomical talent even before all this. When he was working up to this is, by the way, the third game he's actually played pro in. Before this, you obviously know CS. Before that, he played a very different game. It was still an FPS, but he also flew abroad for that and competed for that. So he is not shy at all to the world stage. He is not shy at all to playing in a LAN. And if anything, I'm pretty sure these boys would love that LAN, wouldn't we all? But that is where they perform. But for a player like Ja, nothing is more at home for him than pressure. And knowing what happened yesterday, I'm pretty sure that these guys are going to be able to brush it off and try and come back as best as they can versus the Rex, Regum, Qeon that we know to be such a powerhouse of an org. They're from the Indonesian side. They drop that roster, move over here to the Philippines, and now they finally bring things together. So RRQ, they really are the newer team, I guess, here. We can say G10, and at least in your experience, I would kind of believe that you'd also agree that when you're the newer team, you have the most to prove.
Yes, obviously, absolutely. And it's actually pretty smart, I think, what RRQ did to come to the Philippines to compete in VCTPH, and you cherry pick, some of the best players from some of the, less than VCT orgs. Some of them we haven't seen back at this stage, unfortunately. But you pick the best elements and then you put them on the team, and you say, you know what? You can do this. This Nexi and Draxi, that's a whole duo that everybody knows to love and fear. And the way that RQ just, the way that they came in and gave all these players an opportunity to play with each other, I think if they continue to do so, is going to be, it's going to pay off dividends for RRQ. But SVE for this match, I think they're not scared at all. They're cool as a cucumber. There was a little bit of pressure for SVE yesterday, especially after they lost against Team Secret, and that Haven, that 13-0 was just, everybody was speechless. I was speechless. Asarai and Raph, they really didn't know what to say after seeing SVE get 13-0. But now I'd argue that SB have a little bit more to prove. They want to establish that, Team Secret beating us 13-0 yesterday on Haven it wasn't us being bad, it was just Team Secret being really, really good. So Southbuilt are going to be pulling out all the stops today to make sure that, they don't get shown up by RRQ.
Well, I don't know. I think, if you get 13-0, no matter the circumstances, you kind of messed up, right? I don't think there's a world where the greatest team in the world, whoever, let's say for Optic, right? Even if they play perfectly, there should be some rounds won by the opposition at the top level. So for them, maybe some mental stuff happening, maybe just lack of discipline during that third match. But knowing them, and I was talking to a very beautiful woman who's managing one of the teams here, and she was saying, it seems like Southfield are the only team to still go out and eat a good meal even after they lose a match. And I think that just talks to the experience that these guys have. We're like, okay, that was whatever. GG, go next. Brush it off. Let's move on forward. I mean, no excuses for any either side here for RQ with their 0-2 loss versus Bren, or SBE with their 2-1 loss yesterday versus Team Secret, especially on that 0-13. But, well, for any true rivalry to really exist, there has to be a back and forth. And I think we're kind of getting a storyline here of one of the best rivalries that we're going to continue to see moving on forward in the PH scene between that Secret and SBE side, and RQ potentially towards Bren if they can come back against him, if they ever match up again rather, in the playoffs. So we're going out to the map video here, G10. We're starting on Ascent, Icebox, and Split. So Ascent, that's a map that both of these teams are quite formidable in, and so is Icebox, and actually all of these maps are not too shabby for these two teams.
True. I mean, finally we get a little bit of Ascent. That used to be the favorite map of VCT PH and just like the Philippine Valorant scene in general. Now it's kind of quieted down. A lot of teams are learning some of these other maps, especially Icebox. SBE has a very, very solid Icebox. I just gotta say, it is insane how well they play that. But we've seen some really good Icebox play today still as well from Team Secret, who I think they read how well Oasis was doing on Icebox, and they just came in full confidence, absolutely stormed that map pick from Oasis. I don't think it's going to be the same here for RQ. I think they have to be very, very careful against SBE's Icebox. And in order to do that, they have to be on point on Ascent as well. I think RQ has to win Ascent, or they're not going to be bringing the series home.
Yeah, Ascent is a map that hasn't always been a staple for that South build side, but RQ, ever since the inception, have been reasonably ferocious at it. Not maybe they're one of their best maps necessarily, but it hasn't been one of their worst. You look at other maps like they did take out like Fracture or maps like Breeze, and that's where they have really struggled, because Ascent has at least for the latter part of things been a pretty good map for them. But most of what we got information-wise from this RRQ team in the past few months have been during the open qualifiers and other tournaments, not necessarily against teams that we know to be at the top level, not against any top 4 team, at least, for that matter. And so they're really going to be tested here versus this South Build team. If South Build can regain some of their confidence, can regain some of the discipline they built up during this time, then this should be at least a map one towards them. Icebox and Split, also historically 2 of the best maps of South Build. And I mean, to be fair, Icebox was a pretty good showing the last time we did see from RIQ. They lost versus Bren 11-13, going full rounds of regulation, but they beat Team Secret on Icebox during the open qualifiers, the upper semifinals of that, which they won inversely 13-11. They also beat other teams such as Naos Esports a few months ago in a different tournament in Kingston PH, and that was definitely one of their better showings when it comes to Icebox. But you look at Split, and I don't know, man, after seeing what happened yesterday on Split between SB and Secret, I would be like, maybe not.
Let's not do that. a little bit of bad memories, but I will say that SBE is, I think, one of the most patient and disciplined teams we've seen in VCT so far, at least at this stage. I mean, SBE, they really like to, take a lot of time to test out the waters, clear user utility, really do their due diligence. And that's something uncommon as we see in the Philippines. A lot of teams, they like to, surprise waterfall into sight, take over violently, and then make the game about retake. But no, SBE, they are calm, methodical. Even on attack, they'll run it down to the last 10 seconds or something before the plant goes down. Just amazing discipline in terms of takes and setups. I wonder if RRQ has that same discipline, or if they can if they can play with the patience that SBE has and really play against that, because that's something that a lot of teams find hard to do.
You know what I think maybe the logic here, right? If things kind of moved over from one to the other, where you look at Split, as we were talking about, why would you choose that against Southfield? Well, maybe here's the reasoning why. The last time they played Split was against Team Secret in the upper semifinals of that Open Qualifier Week 2, which they heftily defeated Team Secret 13-4. Now, this was with a different composition than what we saw today and yesterday when Team Secret played Split. They had the Cypher, Omen, Raze, Sage, and Sky in that bout. And in that case, actually, no, sorry, I'm capping. It was Team Secret actually still playing with the KO that we're kind of used to. But they did beat them 13-4. RRQ beat Team Secret 13-4, and seeing how, like, oh, if we beat them, like, by a huge margin, and Southfield could barely beat them yesterday on Split in, like, 7 overtimes, then maybe we're going to perform better. But I don't know. That's only if the transitive property remains true. I don't think it's necessarily going to be like that, but
I mean, it could be a rock paper situation, rock paper scissors situation there. You know?
Yeah. There's totally like teams who maybe be able to beat Team A, but they can't necessarily beat the same teams that Team A has beat. You know what I'm saying? So there's the transitive property doesn't really hold 100% profound that way, but it could be one of the reasonings why they might have been seeing something yesterday that made them think, oh, okay, this is where their fault side, this is where they've got, and we know the coaching staff, part of the R&D department of RRQ, is very well experienced as well. Some of them actually quite close friends with some of the Southfield guys because of their experiences in the past. But G10, I am gonna go the Mika route. I'm gonna do what the Mika thing does. Mika Fabs, unfortunately, she can't be with us now, but she's gonna come back in a bit. But
we gotta look for her, dude.
She's gonna come back. She's gonna come back. Don't worry, guys. She will return. But I'm gonna do the thing and be like, so map number 1 should be going underway. We're gonna start things off here. The panel is gonna say goodbye, and we're gonna go to the casters for this map number 1. Southfield versus RRQ starts now.
And guys, well, we're going to be seeing the team built from the South versus a team built from many different teams we've seen here in VCTPH. Welcome to the second series. It's Southfield Esports versus RRQ. My name is Dax, and I am joined by the man who can throw boomerangs. It's Black and Blue. Weren't you just in the panel there, my friend?
No, that was my brother. Hello, my brother, my friend.
So that was Blue and Black, and you are Black and Blue. Ah, I see.
Well, I mean, I would like to have the superpowers of duplication or even those ninjutsus if you're an Naruto fan, but I am not, so I don't really know a proper name for it, right? Clone jutsu, whatever it is. We're going to Ascent to start things off, Dax.
Yeah, here we have it. Ascent. Gonna be interesting to finally see Ascent. It's been banned out for quite a while, and coming into Ascent, I have some concerns for Southfield Esports just because the track record isn't really the best at it. And when you contrast it to the side of RRQ, many of those names so familiar to playing on Ascent. I'm looking at players like Kelly S, I'm looking at players like Nexi, but Fade seems to be the name of the game, especially today. 2K already on it. This means that we're going to be getting probably an Astra here from the side of RRQ because Draxy's back on the controller role. Instead, look at Southfield though. Flippy swapping over to that KO.
Ooh, a Fade coming here from 2GE. And also the KO. Lots of new agents actually coming out here. The only default one at launch being Rabbit on that Sova. So a bit more archaic. The composition here in Southfield is kind of what we saw from them last stage. So we kind of remain a question, is there any innovation from what they used to do compared to what they're going to be doing now? Considering they haven't changed anything in the composition, we still see the Astra, we still see that KO, which hasn't always been the most effective thing for them, at least on Ascent. Seems like sometimes they look better when they had a Sky, but maybe now with a bit more time with the R&D, they can actually improve that. But the real question is here, how will RRQ play Ascent? Because we haven't seen them play Ascent against any of the top, actually even 8 teams in the past recency of it. You know, the past team that they did play was during the open qualifiers. That was versus 717 Monster, that was versus Gadaliman, and to some extent they also played Next Play on that. But the composition very different. Obviously Fade was not available for play during that open qualifiers, but now it is, and they're implementing her here on arguably a map that is great for her.
I think this is where we talk about where the Fade really fits in. Yesterday, it was played by Action PH. Moments that it would make its mark, moments it wouldn't. And on the other side, Team Secret a while ago playing it on Split is just so complementary with the Breach, because you know the Breach could flush out one angle and the Fade would do so on the other. This time you have the KO, but you mentioned it. And funny enough, Draxi was teasing it before them getting into play. But Kelly, yes! It's a good start versus Papi Chulo, catching about and taking them down. But the teaser really for RRQ is how effective they can be with the KO plus the Fade this time as the Shock Dart forces them away.
A Shock Dart almost connected to and taking down Kelly S would have been a good kind of refrag potential here for South Built. Mid control, not really seized by anyone so far, but more so in the favor of South Built for the meantime. Up top there, though, on top mid was 2G. They're rotating to potentially go for maybe a B push here. It seems like they're all stacked outside the lobby, but they're going to have to wait for the elevator to come because, actually, wait, the read is completely wrong here. South Built flexing towards that A site, but the entirety of RRQ going towards B.
Yeah, it's RRQ saying, you know, they just scared us a while ago. No fear this time, as they will just pellets, of course, the push with as much utilities as possible. Time for them to go on in, though. And the flash, sure, doesn't really get much. No one to call home. Southfield can decide to play the pinch instead, but Kelly is now. Oh no! A snap back to reality, and Ja will give him a face full of lead right in front of him. Flippy right now gonna be waiting for reinforcements, and this forces RRQ to stay on site as much as possible. The Aldron, though, searching for a target or two. Aziz running on around, and Southfield, can they actually shake off the previous loss? It was just heartbreaking to see them go down 0-13 to Team Secret. But it's a new day, it's a new series, and a new team to face up on the other side. Nexi go already with the takedown, and Nexi, of course, will get two. Flippy does so, and the Battle of the Robots will come to a close as Rabbit goes after Pro instead. But time is ticking on down, and it's RRQ who get the frags to win the pistol.
Great pistol round here coming from RRQ to start things off. Kelly S, man, that the fact that he just one-tap Papi Chulo just completely shut down any holding potential really from South Built, and losing their Sentinel, whose utility was placed towards B site, and giving it all up to try and rotate for A was kind of like a hard read moment, but apparently they were reading the wrong page here, so I'm not sure if that's super advised. But RRQ, they finally, at the very least get that round in some sort of decent fashion. Allows them to buy Spectres up here.
I'm just theory crafting right now for the RRQ side, especially how will we see those complementary motions that we saw from the Fade in the last series. I'm looking already, the Astra can just help out in the pinch, especially going for the gravity wells later on. But Aziz, he has no fear whatsoever through the smoke, gets one. Draxi now with the trade, and they are going to get pinched here, but it doesn't matter because they do have the gun advantage. RRQ protecting each other. A band of brothers trying to shoot their way rather out of this one, and they themselves want to get through. Ja is holding, though, has a Spectre in hand, gets a nice surprise on the Kelly. Yes, Draxi does get a 3K, but Ja, he is evacuating himself towards the sites. And RRQ are they gonna be brave enough to actually head there? It's a little dangerous right now, not the right angle. Ja makes the classic work, and Ja, he's doing it right now for the side of Southfield. Rabbit will decide to get away from that one, but the fake, the timing. And Rabbit might be able to pull this one out of a hat. It's a magical for Rabbit. 2-0, but such a costly round for RRQ.
Good eco, by all things considered here for South Built at the very least. Could have went their way, who knows, but I'm sure they're going to be happy with what they got from that one. Really making it expensive here for RRQ, and so if RRQ want to invest into this round, they're going to have to win it. Draxi, very good job of covering him. And I've talked about this on the pre-panel, waiting up to this game where he might not get the best numbers here, Draxi, but he will almost always do the right thing and have the right decisions to be made. So in that case, great job from him, protecting his teammate and not letting them go down untraded, and even, keeping them safe for the most part. Rifles abound for South Built. This should be a round where they have the advantage.
Yeah, but South Built has been getting a lot more of the map to utilize some closer angles. Yes, potentially the flank, even if RRQ snowballs or steamrolls their way towards the sites. So really, I have to watch out for perhaps what Kelly S is going to do to adjust his rendezvous, and maybe later on, if Draxi can put some smokes in behind to cover out their push. He wants to always be that contact, and Kelly S ready to go for the brawl as well. It's fun to see Kelly S on this chamber, and it's interesting that RRQ right now is running that no duelist composition, because we've seen Kelly S really pop off this stage. He has been performing out of his mind up to an even higher standard than before, And here comes RQ right now trying to get on through. Nanoswarm though will get in the way. But it's the calm before the storm. It's a medley of utilities. Finally though, RQ will push.
You go in here, they've taken lane control. Pro has to get one, but Draxi, even with a ghost, makes a spirit out of him. Aziz finds a kill, get Kelly, yes, but they get traded immediately. The rifle picked up by Rabbit put to good use. Back of the site is where they're all at, but they're very low. A single bullet would do either of them all in, so they have to be very careful what they're doing here. RRQ. Papichulo holding the angle, completely blind. Fortunately, not going to get found here for South Built side. Flippy. They are waiting, biding their time. They know that all they have to do is stall. Here comes out that 0 point to try and stop them from having any gadgets. And Pichulo's still going to get found here through the wall by Nexi. Delaying the time is all they've got to do. Retake coming on in. It's going to be Job and Flippy to be the last two alive for South Built. And they clean up house. Still, though, very expensive round here for South Built.
Expenses are piling up, man. Where are the savings? How are we going to invest into our futures here? As a while ago, Southbuilt made it costly for RQ. This time, RQ does the same thing. It got really dicey though for RQ. They knew that if they committed the plan too early, they would just get hit by so many utilities there. So potent utilities because they're so low on the HP. And as soon as they found the timing, that's when RQ decided to strike. But look at this. Ja is just that willing to play the aggressor. He's been one of the most flexible players for Southbuilt. In games and maps that they need the Astra, he will do so, but he doesn't lose that potency. He's still as good as can be, and 6 takedowns right now here for the Astra itself. That can really help them out later in the retake with that Cosmic Divide.
The idea is there, you know, if you have a really good gun, like a really good rifler, you put him on the guy who's third in, so the other brings contact for him, and he gets to go the shooty route. So
makes sense.
You see, lots of like, I guess, plays are made to enable duelists, yes, for most teams, but sometimes it can also help to try and help the others get going. Doesn't hurt either that, you know, the ultimate orbs will be a bit more spread out. So as this, the only player here to make contact from mid if they do trigger this alarm bot. Droning on out. I think they do spy it. Yes, they're going to ping it right there. Make sure that they know they can disable it.
And Rabbit right now just shock darting, breaking the alarm bots. And making space for RRQ. They just want a little bit of leeway, and timing could have been perfect. Azisto almost punished by his peak. 2G could have gotten that kill. And RQ now looking to play that mid to B. Second wave also coming from main. The two-prong attack right now as they move towards the side. Seems like SBE though just being responsible enough on the other side. Cosmic Dive being private, but RRQ are taking the frags that they need early on. This makes the Southbuilt double take. How will we actually go for the retake? Might even consider a save early on as the spike's planted.
Those committed positions in the back of the site have been catching him off. A few times we've seen Ascent, and Draxi is a good hold of the situation here. A good read as well. This entire RRQ squad. This is looking pretty dire for Southbuilt. This should be around in RRQ's favor. Other side, 3v5. They're going to have to disable Kelly S here. That ping is perfect. That haunt is so formidable. And Draxi finds it. It's looking like a flawless round for RRQ. They get one here, Pro, but that's all they're going to sing. Eco round forced upon Southbuilt.
You can see how Southbuilt's plan just falls apart there, Nico. It really looked like they wanted to at least get a bit of that stall to boat house, wait for the reinforcements toward their spawn. But with RRQ pushing and finding the angles anyway, so quickly on, it made Southbuilt rethink. And just because that they had to readjust the Cosmic Divide, had to readjust their timing, RRQ was even more in prime position and in prime utility. We're talking about the Halt. We see how basically it gets that intel right, and it's just like playing that Sova. You get the dart, you get the intel, someone from the other side of smoke can get that kill. If Southbuilt Esports doesn't really clear out the main angles right now, expect Kelly S to take advantage of the space given by the rest of this team.
And that's really what RRQ are so good at. They're so good at playing as a unit, and Kelly S especially has just been stepping up here to the plate and knocking it out of the park. The few times we've seen him so far in this stage, we've seen him on a few other teams, you know, teams like DR and all. We've talked about that, but it's really here on RRQ where he has been shining. Southbuilt Eco round, these ones have typically, or at least somewhat, been expensive for RRQ, even though they have been able to take it, that opening Eco. We're going to see if SB can do anything better here, but as long as they can get a few kills, make it more expensive for RRQ, it could work out for them in the long run.
Yeah, but I agree that by that point, Kelly S himself this has been the best kind of Valorant we've really gotten from him so far for the past month. Always one of those kind of inconsistent players, but if he is on his highs, he is just one of the most potent members really of the RRQ roster, and then you complement it by Mr. Perfect Attendance Nexi and Mr. Perfect Attendance number 2 Draxi. It just guarantees you. Look, dude, as soon as I saw RRQ pick up Nexi and Draxi, I was like, this team's making a top 8 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just that insane. Like,
dude, it's like getting the honor students from the other class to your class, and it raises the class average. Easy.
They're just so consistent in every single way you can expect from these two players. Honestly, even though they have never win a VCT, have yet to win a VCT, championship here, at least for PH, they still are one of the greatest players, some of the greatest players we have in the circuit. But Flippy, hurt by that. Jiraxi finds the kill on Pro, and Papichulo follows suit quick and clean. Here RRQ, they filter one by one. My turn, your turn, spraying through the smoke. Flawless round for RRQ.
Yeah, looking clean for RRQ right now, but this begs the question how far and how long they can do so, because I've been checking out some of the trends of these RRQ games, and really it's a point I want to make, especially for this next map. But they do have a propensity, man. They kind of do choke at the end and really clearing out the games and finishing up the job off. So really the first half is essential for RRQ, in all honesty, to get going so early on, because coming into the second half, coming to when they get that match point, that's when it does become trouble. But you can really see there's still that prowess in them. It's not just Draxi and Nexi to watch out for. I really feel like Rabbit is such a veteran voice right now for him. Suge has been one of those clutch players ever since those Zeal days, and it has allowed RRQ to get to this lead. But South Built's, come on, we know the squad can just hunker down. They usually get those slow starts, and it's up to them right now to figure out what to do against both the Nightfall as well as the Lone Command. But Flippy stands his ground. He's used to the situation anyway. 2-for-2 trade as the push comes to shove. And it does seem like RRQ, they're trying to get onside, but look at the fire range on top. It's Papi Chula and Pro center stage, and take a bow, Southfield. That was a clean defense.
That was looking pretty dicey, I won't lie, for that A main push for a second there for Southfield. Like, they popped the one-way smoke, which immediately tells you they're not going to be pushing that A main position, right? But they still go for the aggressive play to try and peek it right on after. Which means they do get control, but it was pretty dicey. Could have got trapped there without going for trades, but at the very least they go 1-for-1, and the rest here of the backup from Southfield, absolutely perfect timing from Papi Chulo and Pro, and you see both of them coming in like, oh no, the groceries are running away, let's chase after it.
The groceries are running away. What happened? Who took it?
The cart, dude, it's rolling downhill.
I once went to a grocery. It was absolutely empty, and well, does seem like the Hunter's Fury is it to play, and that's not empty whatsoever. It's full to the brim with lightning strikes as Pro will get 2 for free. You're trying to set something up. You're trying to make a pun, make a joke, or make a round happen here, and suddenly from afar, Pro just says, let's just start to end this round. 5v3 immediately, and RRQ will have to scratch their heads thinking what they can do now.
Well, things do look a bit rough for RRQ in this round specifically, but let's not count them out just yet. The team experienced enough to try and make these comeback rounds, and this fade of theirs could be really throwing off the South Built side. They've yet to really face a team that has played fade so far in their opening 2 matches versus Naos in Secret. Kelly S being on this angle. Oh, Papi Chulo gets the better of him though. Pro does go down to Rabbit. Silva v Silva. That down storm is going to keep him at bay for the meantime, but the operator here from Aziz does not connect. He's going to be taken down low. Turret is going to keep them with some knowledge of where they're going to be, but the logs is where 2GE is going to be sewed upon. 3-4. Southfield slowly marching their way back.
Look, Southfield is just that kind of team that makes a big wall in front of you on the defense. And we saw it in the round when RRQ committed their ultimates. We see it now. If they are just in position to hold things down, these guys are like trees. And we all know the trees get bigger and bigger when they age. So by this point in time, I think Southfield are just those great oaks that make a forest as soon as RRQ decides to go in. And you can get lost in the woods, man. You're getting lost in the woods there. Did you understand that it's made so complicated to call them old too?
Yes, yep. I like the finesse about it. I think they'd appreciate that fun. Well, gun round here, at least for RRQ. Potentially their last. They could maybe force up next because they do have the Tour de Force here in Kelly. Yes, Hunter Spear. Oh no, Flippy's in a dicey situation. Could be found. He actually gets one before even going down. No, he doesn't go down. He finds two. The KO saying, hello, why are you coming into the tree? We are the oak.
And exactly that. It does feel like Southfield right now branching out even more for the space. I love the putts, man, but it does feel like here for Southfield, they're just planted out, and oh no, Flippy barely missing rabbits! They felt each other. They felt the breaths, and right now it's a breath of life for RRQ, but Pro comes on in, and he is the biggest oak of them all. Now then, 2v3 scenario, RRQ starting to flounder. Nexi distracted, Jaw will take advantage from the Cuppy, and it's all left to Draxi now. No dice, Pro is still there, and Southfield have rallied to tie things up.
Good kind of crossfire there at the end, but there wasn't anything super tactical about that. That was just Flippy going like, this is one of my favorite maps. This is one of my best maps. Let me do something about this push you guys are seemingly intending to impose upon me. He says, like, as you say, Daxi, I mean, you started the whole pun. They are the great oaks. This is their bark, but not in a dog kind of way, but more like in a, you know, tree kind of way. You get, they're in grass, going towards tree.
Yeah, it's just the grass type advantage. It's their battleground. If sometimes you have the sunny days, you have the rain dances. It's just like, I'm ready here. This is where I belong.
Versus grass?
Water and rock. What else is weak against grass?
I think
I think you're weak against grass.
I'm weak against grass minus.
Yeah, because you're the rock of VCTPH, man.
I was gonna say minus the opening 2 layers, but okay, moving on. 4-4. Draxi, the only one with a rifle here. And well, Flippy, he can gather some information very soon, about a few seconds. Once his 0 point, his knife thrown out here. Chef's kiss. He finds like, oh, I got some 2 guys over there. Let's make something happen about it. Flash out to keep him at bay, but there's some presence being shown by RRQ towards mid, and Pro's going to be the first, I guess, suitor of that.
Look, Flippy just doesn't lose right now in this position. We saw it a while ago. The null command doesn't care. We see it now that he's still holding this. Flashes once, flashes twice. But finally, he will taste defeat as Kelly S is there. But now the better operator on the other side. No, Kelly S! Custom made! And ready to go for him more. 4v3 scenario right now. They needed those corpses to pile on up for them to scrounge some guns here for the side of RRQ. And Kelly S is like Santa Claus delivering when they need to the most. Ja right now, though, with the fine. Ja still so potent as can be. Nice angle yet again from Pro. Wise beyond his years. Draxi right there, though, still on site. 2v2 scenario, the lockdown to fly pressure, but Draxi rushes on in and finally catches up Pro. Next on list might be Papi Chulo, but look who's calling him daddy now. Papi Chulo still ready, makes the space with the lockdown. All left to Kelly S with the Tour de Force. Gonna rendezvous back to the wine. One shot, one kill! And there you have it, a thrifty win from RRQ. Kelly S suited up and ready to deliver.
One word about that round, the Tour de Force. Well, maybe not the word, but one phrase. That really was what brought them back. Such a powerful ultimate, such a powerful weapon. One of the most powerful abilities you can have in the game right now. You can see the full value out of that. If this continued to hold this lane versus a bunch of sheriffs, then that could almost definitely have been like a second kill verse for him. But the fact that they had that Tour de Force for the refrag immediately after caught Southfield off guard, and they call a timeout here. The first timeout they potentially have called all tournament.
So why is that? I think you should have the juice about that. So why have it's an RRQ timeout? They still haven't done it. What's up?
Oh, it's an RRQ timeout. Okay,
yes.
Well, okay, I'm not going to cap some inside information.
Okay.
This was a conversation even a long time ago when I asked them, and they were like, well, they said this in Filipino, but I'll translate it to English. It's our thing.
It's not our thing.
Yeah.
We don't need the mental reset.
Yeah.
We don't need to break momentum. Maybe.
But seeing yesterday, maybe.
No, actually, yeah. After that 30-0 is kind of, But maybe they're just so used to technical pauses happening. That's all they need. Yeah. They don't need to talk. They're just like, you guys can know the game plan. You guys know what to do. Let's not get 13-0'd again. Let's go.
Some of these guys might have even been playing during the pseudo DSL kind of dial-up days. You know what I'm saying?
I still remember when I would play Neopets when I was a kid, and then my mom had a phone call, and I would start crying.
Oh,
yeah. It was just interrupt me as soon as possible. It was really sad. What was your dial-up days like?
Basically, like, I'm trying to watch a YouTube video, or it wasn't even
YouTube
YouTube back then. It wasn't even YouTube back then. Actually, just like trying to download some things and then call, and then there goes my download. Extends like plus 8 hours. Yeah.
Oh, remember downloading MP3s that are actually EXEs?
Oh my goodness. Through the
in the end
fruity.
.mp3.exe. Let's go. Oh no, what happened to my computer? It's
Rip
dead.
Napster.
Rip LimeWire.
All that.
All that jazz. Hey, there's a mid thing happening.
I heard they're making a comeback. Yeah.
Oh really? That's cool. I'd love to see what we can get from that, but we're gonna see right now. Flippy get nothing from his push. Rabbits patient enough. The hunter becomes the hunted, but Papi Chulo still a steadfast, and come on, it's Papi Chulo! You don't go after him! Throw in a takedown! Kilias and Draxi, though, at least able to get through those hurdles. But let's see. Oh no, Kilias again! That's another situation where he teleports into the face of South Built Esports, and it all takes Ja to wrap up the round. 5-5, RQ really has to be careful with those rendezvous positions, because if they want Kilias to take an off angle, they better be protecting it, at least for him to teleport back to.
Not only is that the second time that he has TP'd into one of the Southfield players, that's the second time he has specifically done it, and Ja was the one to specifically catch him off of it. So, really good lurks here. Flippy a bit ill-advised. I see he's trying to go for a play, but maybe he could have flashed himself out. Maybe, perhaps, looking for the off timing there. But another eco round, one we have seen be very, very proficient for RRQ to convert.
It's actually like half an eco, half a half buy. You have Kelly, yes, you have 2G. At least still having some firepower, and just like you mentioned a while ago, I think that's all it takes here for RRQ to still be potent. Just have someone to get that initial kill and suddenly pile on for South Built Esports. Because if you could see here for the South Built side, especially right now on the B end, they have a lot of trust for players like Papi Chulo, like Flippy, like Bro to hold things down. But if RRQ can actually win that duel, it allows them to pile up the guns, and you're not really going to get the quick trade there from South Built Esports. But Papi Chulo, oh, so reliable again! Oh my Papi with the 4K! And that's all you need to do, man. It's all Papi Chulo for South Built Esports. 6-5 right now for the round.
You know, it's interesting, Dax, here. Even though it's 6-5, that was one of the few kind of decisive looking rounds we've seen from South Built win here. And it was against kind of a forced buy too, kind of a mixed buy. So at least it kind of gets him back in the groove. But we know that by far South Built do perform better on the defensive side in general, and especially on a map that is typically garnered as, you know, defender sided like Ascent. So this round, I think it means more for South Built to win than it means for RRQ.
Absolutely, just have that half in your favor, the usual South Built standard. But you saw it there, Papi Chulo, no fear whatsoever. He was hit by the Nightfall, I believe, got decayed, he was making a constellation on the ground, but apparently he really is just a big dipper right now of this game, alongside Flippy. Here we go though with the lockdown into play, suppress, bothering Papi Chulo right now, giving space for RRQ to actually get on site. Now this changes the pace of the game. South Built will need to rethink their retake, but they do have the Cosmic Divide available, and a nice kill from Flippy to catch out Kelly S yet again. Now then, the suppresses do come, and it's gonna be dangerous here. Rabbit though finds Flippy one more time, shutting down the robot. No one to save him here. Hunter's Fury is the call. Multitudes and latitudes of ultimates right now from the side of South Built, but they're gonna need to push, and Papi Chulo will be the first one there, as is now making the operator count to get trying to at the very least get a bit more of intel, and it's perfect here for RRQ. Draxi 2 gets high up the scoreline, and we are going into the second half basically at the reset.
That was a great find by Rabbit on the flanking Flippy there. The problem is, you know, when you have your KO kind of lurking, but also ulting like that, then it kind of gives away his position, so it's so difficult. And the entire point is for him to be the first one to go in, so that if he goes down and you get a trade, you can still have that opportunity to get him res on up. So he was able to catch off the flank. He was, I guess, the person who was in that proper timing, but who knows, maybe things would have gone differently if he went with the main push. So halftime pause here. Time to reset things, slow things down, and see if which team could really prevail this time around.
Is it really a lurk if you telegraph your position and you're screaming, "I'm here! I am a lighthouse! Beep, beep, beep."
Honk, honk.
Exactly. It's just like you're trying to follow a guy and then you decide to honk your horn like 2-3 times. So it's like, yes? Hello, what are you doing? That Kelly has got caught again though. It's kinda sad for him. I feel for him. And then Rabbit catches Flippy again. It's pretty much the same way as last time. So we're seeing some patterns here. We're seeing some interesting rock, paper, scissors scenarios like you guys were talking about a while ago on the panel. But I think, again, this is where we can kind of talk about what we saw yesterday about Action PH's fade, and then right now with Suga's fade, that there are really times where the fade utilities doesn't really do too much if it's not complemented consistently. I think really for now we've seen from Team Secret that that's the fade standard, that you have something like the breach to really clear out what isn't cleared out by the fade, so they can still push on in, and it makes sense because their coaches they fade, so they should be playing the best fade so far. Right now though, I really want to point this out because it does mean that fade is going to be now an absolute must pick, that you're going to be seeing fade every single map. Maps like Ascent, it could be good, but it's still all about the execution here.
Well, bit of a bit of a halftime pause. I'm not sure if you saw my chat.
Yeah, I literally just saw it right now, and I was like,
oh, yeah.
Oh, remember what we did yesterday?
Yeah.
I think we're gonna end up doing it the same way today.
Yep. Yeah. So 6-6, Dax. Yesterday, we were looking at a lot of the teams that played, and as you talked about when it came to fade, I guess the big thing here is just of how recent she's been kind of introduced. Some teams are still trying to figure out the most optimal way to play her, the most, the most intuitive kind of executions you can do with her, and basically just how to incorporate her into a professional game in general the best way you can. And much like, as you said, during the action game, there weren't necessarily too many rounds where I was like, oh, that fade did so much there. There were maybe a few rounds where, okay, that haunt got him the information for the spam, or there was something like that. But in general, it seems like as a fade, a lot of her abilities and a lot of her utilities focus more for what the direct fight is about to be over like what we're preparing to do. And so that's really where I think fade can be utilized more, and perhaps the reason why we're saying many times over, like, oh, we didn't see like too much, I guess, value out of, not maybe value, but out the impact in general, like whole encompassing impact from the fade, is because since our abilities, as we said, are garnered more for that mid fight, that when the scramble is happening, when things are going on, we just maybe don't realize and recognize it as much as, obviously like a recon bolt might be like, oh, boom, recon spam, you see that, okay, again. But so we're looking here at RRQ versus SBE, and we talked about Ascent and how this is really going to be the test of RRQ because they've yet to face any really top 8 team on Ascent with this iteration of their roster in the recent, qualifiers, and also it's really, I guess, a test for both teams because South Built, they're the ones who seemingly have yet to innovate on this map. We see the exact same composition that we've seen last stage from them, and when you look at the Archaic side versus, I guess, what the new kids got on the block, you know what I'm saying? We see that in many spades in many ways for this match.
I mean, come on, look at the new kids on the block. They play triple initiator.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's just, where is the duelist? I mean, Chambers pretty much saying duelist is a mindset by this point, right? But beyond that, they have a lot of ways to gather intel. They will know where South Built are. And I really feel like South Built just in many ways have done an exceptional job at holding, at staying in position. And for me, it's not just a matter of their communication, but really it's a matter of trust with one another, or a trust to do each person's job, because we see it. South Built, you have players like Poppy, like Ja, like Pro, who have really just said, okay, we'll stay here. We'll make this work. And they do. They do not disappoint. And it throws such a big wrench in the RRQ plan because you're supposed to be scared of what's to come. You're supposed to be scared that you got basically wall hacked by the opposition. But these guys, they've been through many situations like that before, and it just really goes to show, especially on the defense for South build, that's what builds the brunt and really the spine of their playstyle.
And when you look at them and you see just the fact that they do seem to be the best that they can be when they play the retakes, but with a caveat that when they play the retakes by getting as well the early control of the position that they want. So maybe if it's on A side, if they can retain control for the most part of like grass and things look a lot more viable for them, or the same thing when it goes to the B side, for seems like if they can get like really regain control of market or B main or whatever it is early on, things look a lot better for them. But for RRQ, as you talked about, information gathering is the key here. There's so much of that. They don't even need a duelist because you got guys who can find info and then fight. This is something we've been seeing by many teams multiple times over. You're gonna see our faces for a bit here because we're gonna kind of
look. Let's not lie to the guys. This is a technical pause.
Yeah.
What's there to expect, man? Welcome to APAC. Welcome to PH, and welcome back to us. Just chilling here and talk about whatever we can. So a little bit of the hiccups right now for some of the teams. Hopefully we can get back into the game. But it has been exciting though. We've really seen a clash of, that kind of older style, that a little bit of archaic on the Southwood side, a little bit more innovative for RRQ. And it's just a good debut really for RRQ as well to make that kind of splash here in the top 8 scene, man.
Yeah, it's a good showing for them to start things off. We know South build typically start off slower, then heat up as the tournament progresses. Not necessarily the series, but as the tournament progresses. And we were kind of saying maybe that's not the case this time because they won 2-0 versus Naos. But then after yesterday, we're kind of feeling like maybe they're going back to the shades of old in many ways. Hopefully for their sake, it's not going to be that case. We're in a bit of a technical pause, so do bear with us, as especially Dax, I'm sure you've had a pleasant evening. So I think you should have much energy to continue this tech pause of ours.
What did I do last night?
What did you do?
What did I do last night?
I just assumed you had plans because you always do.
You assume too much, man. I'm just amazed that I actually haven't got the cove yet. No, and now I said it. Yeah, I probably will jinx it. I will super play safe. I'll get... Oh, do you believe in the extra things they make you do to just be ready for like COVID and stuff? Because
jumping jacks?
No. So my dad the other day gave me an air purifier to wear on my neck. And I'm just like, does this actually work?
I don't know about that. It seems like a very small device, but they are nice for like your home. Like if you place them in your room, if you have like a small room, just filter the dust out of the air and stuff like that. But
so you're telling me instead of wearing it, I should just be like,
I'm not a health expert.
I should be like pointing it where I need things to get undusted. So I'm gonna grab my keyboard and then I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna point the air purifier this way. But before, guys, we talk more about how to clean our keyboards and our music peripherals, well, we're gonna be getting into a bit of break. When we return, hopefully we're gonna get back to the game. Dax here, Black and Blue. You guys are watching VCTPH.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back. I'm
emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they stunting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they stunting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at
We've been watching a solid game. Now it's time to watch a solid podcast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Southfield Esports versus RRQ. Still no real updates right now, so I guess we're just gonna be looking into a few factors from what's happened so far. Dax here with Black and Blue, and well, Nico, we're here yet again, just like yesterday.
Yeah,
having a bit of a conversation. Just, dude, we've been hanging out so much already, and now we're like,
Yeah.
What else do you want to talk about?
Fate has it. I feel like part of it is because of Ray, because she's on the Filipino stream, and every time the curse, it happens.
She's awake?
It's a thing.
No.
If she's alive, if she's still awake, if she hasn't passed out. But
She
part
woke
of
up
it is
for map 2 a while ago for
That's
Oasis
true.
and Team Secret. So
that's true. I think she's awake. It seems like he's chatting right now. But I think it maybe could be us. Maybe it's just us, Dax. Because every time it's us, we get the extended breaks. I mean, it's like we don't hang out enough, and so the universe is like, you guys should really talk about, just stuff in general. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think I should be talking about my feelings. It'll be a very depressing stream. Every day I wake up and I'm just like, why am I doing this to myself?
I don't know where we're at right now.
No,
What I do
don't.
know is what we're waiting for, which is Southfield versus RRQ. Map 1 still hasn't continued on its second half, and we're just hoping to get everything, I guess, sorted out on either side before we continue on. Bear with us. Of course, you're in APAC, so this is to be expected. Don't blame anybody. There's no one's fault, I guess, at hand currently. So we're just, if anything, blame us casters, because we want to talk here, and we want to take up your time, and we want to, take the blame for everything.
Who else do you have to blame? That's pretty much it. Whoever's on screen is just like, there you go. It's fun because, in a way, all of that just makes it feel complete. Like, casters start the game. You know that's a part of the thing. The community just wanting to get things going. Especially in APAC. Once we get to APAC, everyone is just trash talking each other. And then once we get the Masters, it's like, go APAC rep. We all support you totally, 100%. And that's the same case. So here, like in PH and probably all the other sub-regions we have right now, it just trash talk all the other teams. And then once you come to APAC, you trash talk the other countries instead.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is, like, as you said, right? It's kind of like we hate you guys, and then we're all together, and then we hate you guys again, but then no, we're finally all together. That seems to be I hit my camera. Seems like I'm shaking over here, but yeah, there is kind of like that camaraderie, but at the same time healthy, for the most part, rivalry that we got here in the scene. And even amongst ourselves, we're only still in the Philippine stages, so APAC and SEA as a whole is kind of a different format than you'd see in most other regions and how their VCT operates, because we have individual VCTs that lead up to the VCT APAC, which is one that most people are familiar with. And so even the national stages, you can see already a lot of like the rivalry is kind of set up, and a lot of the character, more importantly, of each specific sub-region and each specific team really come out to play, because they know the opposing teams more and the fans know each other more. And so that's really where things come to the surface.
So the mini VCTs, when they come together, when they love each other enough and so much, they become that one mega VCT at the end. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, perhaps.
You just like see some little VCTs running around, just like trying to get there. It's like, ooh, let's get to APAC. Let's get to APAC. Let's go there. And guys, it's no surprise that this has happened today. It is Friday the 13th. If you're a little superstitious, then you already know that it's quite an unlucky day. Hopefully, though, you guys are having a good day. And with Ray on the Filipino side, then that just doubles basically that curse is going on. But for a quick little recap, 6-6 scoreline right now on Ascent while we're waiting to get into the game yet again. Fun thing to note though is RQ, they got off to a really good start. They were up 4-1 by 1 point after especially winning out that pistol. And they really utilize a lot of their intel to help them in their pushes and flushing out the opposition. But then Southfield Esports, they just adjusted and said, guys, we are South built. We are built to stay in our positions. We are the Oaks. We are making a forest here on Ascent. How do you even plant a tree in the floating crater, basically? I do not know. But still, South built, that's how they came on back. Got rounds to take the lead even, and we ended up in a 6-6 scoreline instead. And what has been funny to watch out for really has been the Kelly S, incredible with especially that Tour de Force round. But sometimes he snaps back with the rendezvous, and apparently he doesn't rendezvous with RRQ, he rendezvous with Southfield instead, and so he gets shot in the face.
It's almost like don't go back to the ways of old, and if you're going back to something or someone, make sure it's the right one. Right. Because he keeps on going back to Ja, and evidently Ja has
toxic relationship.
Ja has not been his calling. So he has other things I think in mind.
Ja is already a happily taken man, right? So Ja's like, no, I am loyal. I am here for
Be
my
gone.
one true waifu. Be gone, Chamber.
Chamber.
Just banish
that's,
like that.
Interesting thought. We got
Whoa.
your mind, bro.
Oh
The mind.
man.
Yeah.
But still, it's been a fun game, and I really want to get back to it when we can. That's for sure. So I guess it's a time where we just tell you a bit about myself. So my name's Dax. I do esports for a living. I don't know how I ended up here, but we've been doing VCT for 2 years already with Black and Blue. How about you? Who are you? Introduce yourself to the audience.
I'm Black and Blue. Evidently, I like 2 colors. I have a Star Wars shirt on.
Congrats.
Yeah, I like
So
Valorant and shooty things. So,
Why Black and Blue? Why'd you pick Black and Blue to be your name?
the PC answer is that it was an old IGN that I had, but the real answer I can't tell you on stream.
Same, honestly, same. Like, like if I tell you the real answer, I basically dox myself.
Yep.
And if I tell you the fun answer, I will get banned from the stream. So my name is Dax. There you go. You just accept it and move on. And we're gonna be looking to move on, of course, into this game sooner or later. I do want to point out the fact though that guys, we're not done after this one. We still have Bren Esports versus Naos Esports for our third match. Today is another well-stacked day. And it really feels like here in the group stage, we're getting more and more of the pecking order reshuffled. If you came in to VCTPH, if you came in to this week with a set order in mind of whoever's been at the very top, at the very bottom, every single day has changed it. Let's give some examples. Team Secret skyrocketing to the top. Teams like Naos, like Oasis, kind of slipping on down. Southpole trying to, reaffirm their position. And then you got the Wildcats like RQ to come on in, suddenly try to take those names. Bren Esports also looking to make that kind of case for themselves. And every single day we're going to get right now, this week and next week, it will be absolutely interesting just to reshape really the landscape of the PH scene. Now, I do think, though, that at the end of these 2 weeks, once we get our top 6, it will be a bit more straightforward on how these positions are going to go, which teams are going to be really back. Of course, biggest story has to be Team Secret, Bootcamp Buff in position, Southfield Esports trying to defend their crown, and, well, teams like RQ, like Alpha Esports, if they can really make that splash to take it to the next step. So really, PH scene, always exciting, and I personally think that the PH side is one of those competitive VCTs you can really have. Not only that, just all the other APAC ones too. That's something to really watch out for, and I'm just excited to get back into the game when we can. Beyond that, I guess it is time for me to tell a little bit of a story. The other day, we were able to basically meet up, hang out, and as soon as we got there, chaos basically ensued, and I was just like, yeah, maybe I should just stay home. Maybe I'm just safe if I sit down, go just be right behind my screen, nor no one can hurt me. It's like that old song from SpongeBob, because that's what I always mentions it. Indoors, indoors, indoors is where we're safe. And I hope you guys are all safe and sound right now. As you can see, my partner here, honestly, a little busy, but Black and Blue. What's going on? Okay, you are the one with the updates. I am the one talking. You're the one getting the updates for what's up. So, what's up? What's happening right now?
I don't know anything that's happening with the situation. Yeah, that's my official stance.
Sure.
I
so...
invoke my right to
the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you, man.
Legitimately. So,
people will actually take your word for it, honestly.
Okay, the real reason why is we talked about a while ago how we are great oaks, right? And they need to water the roots, if you know what I'm saying. So they need their watering time. It's hot out in the evening, in the afternoon, right? So things are drying up. The leaves can't get too dry. So water those plants, water those roots, and that's why we're on an extended pause. Apologies.
Well, what if you water something that needs electricity? I think you just break it.
It just goes kaboom.
And then it goes bzzz, and then it just goes away. Bzzz.
You get Neon lightning fingers. Bzzz, that's how she eventually got her abilities, right? It's good. Don't
Shout
try
out
that.
to
Don't
Bro,
try that.
shout out to Taylor, by the way. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Miss Eliza Taylor. She was on the English broadcast for last APAC for a bit. Like she was, helping us host and
for
stuff.
PH?
No,
oh
no,
yeah,
no.
for APAC.
For
no,
APAC.
yeah, she was the host.
She hosted for like a few days during the end leg of it, and now she's on the Filipino broadcast. So if you want to check her out, then obviously tune in there. As is apt, and maybe give her a very nice happy birthday Friday the 13th.
Look, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. We don't know when this game is gonna start, so
Yeah.
let me tell you something right now. PPGL is playing on the other stream, so you can check that out too. But it's all VCT anyway. It's all Valorant, so we're happy to talk to you about it. And then once the game gets back, it's come back to us. Just leave the tab open, and you still are gonna get South Tilt Esports and RRQ facing off together. Now, it's kind of interesting that we basically have a matchup where it's one team that kind of starts slow, the other team starts fast, and then it makes an X along the way where one team rises, the other team's kind of falls. So I think momentum is going to be an all throughout factor that needs to be watched out there. But we're going to factor in something called an extended break. And when we return, hopefully we can get back to the series. That's it with Black and Blue. Signing out for now. We'll see you guys a little bit later on for more VCTPH.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
They say the best things in life come to those who wait, and now we have waited and we have returned to VCTPH. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dax here at Black and Blue, but quick little update here. We are going straight into map number 2. So fortunately, it will be a Southfield Esports forfeit there for map number 1. We're getting into Icebox next, and it's all about that rally, isn't it here, Nico?
Yeah, unfortunately, Southfield took too much time trying to water the roots of the plants around them, and so they're going to have to forfeit map number 1. But I have to heavily disagree with you, Dax. I don't think waiting is necessarily the best thing I'd want. I would love it if my pizza delivered it immediately, if it arrived immediately as soon as I hit checkout on the app. So I beg to differ.
I remember back then, so long ago, I watched Spy Kids in that microwave where you pressed it and the Big Mac came out. I was like, that is the future. I need to see. That has to happen. And how are we not there yet? That's my biggest question there. But of course, we do have questions about the series coming into this one. And now, next is Icebox. And I think I touched about it a while ago in an Qeon pass to a map that was Ascent for such a long time that we have, elapsed it. I have to point this out for RRQ. They have those struggles wherein they do have difficulty in closing out the maps. And in their recent history, twice now, they have basically squandered a lead on this specific map coming next.
Yeah, and the thing is about when we look at things here, although pressure does get to the RRQ side quite often, maybe not quite often, but it is a factor. I mean, it is for most teams, but if we're going to be talking about the mental aspect, we also have to talk about how that map 1 result is going to potentially affect Southfield. We saw this last stage around, right? We've had some unfortunate, kind of forfeits that happened, and there were teams that did kind of, if lack for a better term, get off-centered, put off-grid because of that, basically tilt. And that's really the problem that, mentally some teams can face after such a, misfortunate situation happens. And so for both of these teams, there's a lot of mental pressure in this map number 1. Map number 2, how things will go, though, has to be decided within the server. Fortunately here, for the side of RRQ, in the more recent times, they have played a bit more Icebox, and they actually had pretty good showings on it. They beat Team Secret on that. They lost against Bren yesterday, speaking of the Bren multiverse, and they were able to beat other teams like 717 Monster, and had a very good showing against Naos Esports in the community circuit right before this stage. And so they have some good showings on Icebox, and this is one of their more comfortable maps. And composition wise, they actually have a mirror match generally between them and South Built, at least what we're expecting for them to bring here based on what they played yesterday. So if we go into the mirror match, it's going to be a mirror of compositions, of, I guess, the mental pressure for both of these teams, but as well as the biggest contrast will be how do they look back into that mirror and what do they see exactly between them and how do they play that.
And speaking of the contrast, it really will focus down on that RRQ defense. We're hammering on this point because those were the exact examples I basically wanted to point out. That Team Secret matchup, they had an amazing attacking side. And then on the defense, Team Secret would bounce back and almost take that map away. It ended up still in their favor, yes, but the same kind of problem reared its ugly head against Bren Esports. And from their results so far, I've seen the stats. RRQ have been impressive against some of the more less notable teams here in the PH scene, but coming into group stage, it's always still that big test right now against the other top squads, and we still know who's on top right now of the PH scene. It's South Built Esports. So I am concerned for that fact. One of the best things that RRQ does on this map, though, is they swap out the roles of Draxi and Tsuge, because Draxi, honestly, he's not a Viper player. He's an amazing controller main. He plays pretty much everything except Viper, funnily enough. And usually you have a member of the roster that can play Viper as well. That's where Tsuge comes in, and that's something that he was able to bring out, I believe, back in the Zeal days. So I am very interested to see how the defense is going to go for them, because on the other side, we talk a lot about RRQ. South Built, though, any expectations for them now? I really feel like they're a squad that will bounce back despite the forfeit, but I'm looking at how their attacking side will go here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and especially since both of these teams we talked about, they have a mirror match. They're both very formidable on these teams, rather on these maps. At some point in certain moments, it almost looks like one of their better maps, although during last stage it was a bit more wonky for South Built. So hopefully for their sake, with what they bring to the table, things could be different from them. We saw them play in a very close match versus Naos, where it went down to the final round of regulation just for them to be able to secure that map, but still it was very, very close, and that's not really a good sign, at least not compared to how RRQ have seemingly been looking like when it comes to playing on Icebox. There aren't, I think, going to be too many drastic differences in how they play each map, but I do think where it will come down to is which players will kind of break and fold under pressure, which team will, maybe have less discipline because of whatever circumstance is happening, or because of the pressure being applied by the opposing team on their attacking or / defending side. So that's where really things are going to come in. So this really, I guess, I've been saying really a lot because it's quite true. This, for the most part, will be a game about which team can play the more disciplined approach and which has the better, I guess, executes and ways to stop the attacking side when they're on the defense. You talked about the attacking side, and I think that's going to be really crucial for either team to secure here.
Look, really? Wait. Really? Have you been saying really a lot? I really didn't notice. Really? but yeah, jokes aside, I think for South Built right now and RRQ, if you only look at this matchup on paper, you just look at team names and be like, hey, it's a new matchup. But this is really a throwback to stage 1, right, Black and Blue? Because technically, South Built had to face off against, who was in their group? Zeal Esports, looking
LFO,
for Org, and
Naos.
You already know where. I mean, Naos, yeah, that's something to watch out for too. But really, those two teams first, LFO and Zeal Esports, their players are here now in RRQ, and I think lessons have been learned by both sides, really, and especially on the RRQ side, that they know what their absolute strength is, especially on the attacking side, a bit of their weakness right now on the defense, and they want to prove that they can get past some of the trades they had from last stage in terms of individual players.
Yeah, and especially when you're at the top and you kind of put that target on your back by being the notorious number ones,
by winning
basically, by doing good. It has put, I guess, a lot of minds on how to defeat this team on Icebox. And if you look at the stats, like historically, Southfield are one of the few teams who maybe are like considered a top team or one of the top teams or even number one in some standards, but yet have one of the worst statistically lowest win rates out of any single team. You look at their maps and they're generally like 50% win rate, 60% win rate, and there's only Icebox that's above that. It's at 70, right? And so there isn't necessarily maybe, I guess, a consistency factor that really helps Southfield, but it's more like a clutch factor. When it matters the most is when they perform. We know that the lower bracket runs. And so for a team here like RRQ who are looking at least more consistent in terms of what you can expect out of them, especially from a player like Elias, who's been looking spectacular this entire Stage 2, by the way, that is, I think, where their edge is. They can consistently win rounds that you know they're supposed to win, at the same time maybe not have as big of a big clutch factor, but consistency could be their key here.
Yeah, what I like though about the Southfield roster is it rounds up a bit more of their consistency with the comp that they're willing to run, right? That no duelist composition, just hunker down more so on the defensive side, and they've been consistently an impressive factor on the defense time and time again. And usually this is where you rotate Micro in. That's when he can really bring out his pedigree in terms of playing that Viper. And I really feel like for Southfield, when you put Micro and Pro together, I'll be straight with you. In terms of raw firepower, they kind of weaken in a way, but in terms of game aptitude, in terms of just that instinct in itself, that's where they're really prop themselves up. And we saw it especially against that Naos matchup. Micro and Pro, they were top fragging because they would just be able to build those opportunities so many times for not just themselves, but also for their team. Just be able to play around with the smokes, play around with the reconnaissance, and that's just where one of the Southfield strengths has always been. Just having that veteranship, just having that leadership, and when you put Micro and Pro together in a roster, then you have that in spades.
And it's one of those things that are very curious because we know that one of the larger players, in terms of fan base and even just performance, basically one of the star players, if there is one, or if there's some on Southfield side, is Papi Chulo, but he doesn't play in Icebox, which is a very interesting thing. You talked about, you put in Micro, you move Flippy to that Sage, and you have Pro there, and they might lose a bit of firepower, but utility, I guess, is where they kind of fall into instead of trying to shooty bang bang style. But to complement that, they moved Ja from his usual controller spot to a more fighting spot, so to try and help add more of that firepower. Question is that enough to take down this RRQ squad? We're waiting to go into the agent select, very few into the draft here, and I'm not going to expect anything too different in terms of what their composition brings in either side. As we said, we're already expecting a mirror match in terms of what they bring. No duelists are potentially going to be seen in this map at all. And that just tells you that these two teams, they want to play the utility game. They want to play a slower pace game. They want to play a methodical game. Not just one that is full of gap closing, but one that is more made with space by using utility instead.
Look, if we don't get duelists here, which is pretty likely, I'm just gonna be like, is this really Valorant?
Yeah.
Because usually, when I play Valorant, it's like 5 of them running around. Maybe 4 duelists and 1 controller just because he's forced to do so, or Sage. But here we have it, guys. We're gonna get into the game. And a bit of a spoiler already. Seems like the Agents, they're probably gonna be the same thing that these guys have ran already. RRQ on the defending side, Southfield on the attack. And personally, I do feel like for RRQ, it's good to get the defense out of the way already. It's a good litmus test to see how they're gonna be positioning themselves. If Southfield on the other side can just get a lot of good control and good defaults from this point on. And we are gonna be seeing here Ja on the chamber, Aziz on the KO. We touched upon it, but I kind of want to talk about the Aziz KO. And what do you feel about his performance on the KO so far here, Black and Blue?
It's funny because Aziz is, the youngest player on this team. He has very great entry potential, and maybe that's the reason why the KO works so well for him. It almost seems like the discipline that maybe some people would kind of look at and say, like, where is that for Aziz? It almost comes into play a lot more when he's playing almost any other agent over Jet, when he's on the Raze, when he's on the KO. And here on the KO, he plays more of a supporting role. You can see him kind of flashing for his teammates a bit more, and it really does help with the fact that he can do that supporting role, but as well as just frag out and top frag if he needs to, if he wants to. If he's in a clutch situation, in a scramble, he's one of the best guns that this team has got. in those moments. At least go 1 for 1 before dying. Maybe even sometimes 2 for 1 when he's really feeling it. So we saw that yesterday on Split. He had an absolutely amazing performance on Raze, 40 kills and at 7 overtimes. Very lightning fast, flicks to entry of the site, and that is what we need to see from Oasis. There is one thing though, at least for South Built, and then with them kind of losing the match a while ago and Micro now being subbed in, hopefully he's going to be that kind of fresh legs that they need here, because he wasn't playing a while ago, so he shouldn't be maybe too affected by the results of that.
Come on, 6th man of the year perhaps here for the side of South Built. But are you saying for Aziz that when he's playing Jet, it's like, okay, you can go have fun with your friends, go outside, play around, and then when you make him play anything else, that's when, okay, now you have to study, be home by 8, make sure you get an A+ on your paper. But that is an A+ shock dart there from Rabbit. 4 of them, I believe, or 3 of them at least, tagged on down, and this forces the heal orb to come quickly from Flippy. Southfield also relatively exposed in their position. Mid to be push all coming on through. Here comes the flash into the peak. Baxi though can't connect onto the takedown. Snake fight though in the way. Nice set up here by Tuge. And come on, Tuge's name. He will get to make that 3. And Viva Viper for him as RQ decides to hold it down.
Just swinging wide here. Does get the shot on 2G. He was already quite low, but I don't think he's too aware of where the rest of the RQ players are at. Nexi on the lurk. He has to hit the headshot, and that he does. 1v2 right now. Pro though, so far removed from the situation. The spike is dropped here. Rabbit has some idea of where Ja is, but Ja none the wiser though. Information given away. Rabbit still has his recon ball. He dropped down. He definitely, no, he doesn't hear it. No. He's not sure. Now Ja has some suspicions. He could be behind him. Where is Pro? He could be anywhere at this moment. It's going to be Sova v Sova here, Dax.
Yeah, nice timing though from Rabbit to drop down. But speaking of dropping, it's Pro who gets the drop on Rabbit. And from above, it will be below for RQ. Southfield Esports wins the pistol. I love that whole scenario though. Ja basically getting information, able to back on the way. More on the whip side of Rabbit, but Rabbit shooting as soon as he dropped down, showing a little bit of the aptitude there. And that could have really been around for RQ. Southfield though able to reel back, able to get the punish onto after the play there from Tuge, after the play from Draxi. And this is where, again, my RQ defensive concerns do lie. They know what to do. They know what utilities to utilize on the angle. But in terms of execution, for the past few matchups they've had on Icebox, it hasn't been as crisp compared to their other maps.
Right here. Definitely so. That's where it could really hamper them. Pro does get a kill. Well, are they going to expect Rabbit here with his classic? Gets the right click on a Flippy, but it takes him down instead. The armor saving him that time around. 3v5. Kellyas goes down as well, but the quick trade here coming from 2GE with the Sheriff in hand. Doesn't expect Micro to be coming out of the long, wide angle. It's all on Anexi. So, I mean, this round is done and dusted. He can maybe get a kill or 2 here, and that should be more than worth it. So that's all Nexi can really hope for. He's got some utility to hold on to, honestly, and save for the next round, but he still gets a kill with a classic. And this is already a worthwhile round here from RRQ.
Yeah, not too shabby for RRQ at least. And as is just playing the waiting game. Oh, almost got it. Picks up the Spectre instead. But Southfield Esports so far, so good. They're getting a really good read on what perhaps RRQ is planning right now. They understand some of the initial positions they've been running for the past 2 rounds. And this is where I think for RQ, perhaps let's see a different configuration if this rifle round doesn't work out for them. But really, I do want to look at RRQ here and get those kind of impactful plays from players like Draxi and Kelly S. It's gonna happen. It's about to happen. Come on, these guys are just that damn good. Southfield Esports, though, in the meantime, things are looking potent so far. I really feel like if it's Ja on top or Aziz on top, it allows really their hands to get even hotter. It allows them to get even more momentum and a bigger X factor coming into the round.
Well, Ja, he's 1 orb away from that tour de force of his, and knowing that 2G is going to try and contest this, make sure they don't get that orb for free, or at least expend a decent amount of utility just to get that ultimate upline. So Ja, able to retrieve it. He now has his ult, and with that, you can see the retake wall being prepped early on here by 2G. He has to stay alive to even heighten the chances of RRQ on this retake. Still, not popping that tour de force on the cross. Very dangerous for them.
Yeah, fairly aggressive though from RRQ on the other side. They're giving up the space here, V, to try and make the pinch work. And now then, Tour de Force will be heard. That can be a very oppressive sideline here, courtesy of South Built Esports. But Patience game understandably played by South Built. They might even look to go for the punish on the flank, if ever. Poison Cloud, though, blockading that high ground. Just making sure that there's no info, right? Just making sure that they don't know that the chamber is specifically there. Maybe a split second of hesitation from the side of RRQ if they decide to go for that push. But Sugi right now and Draxi whipping out their utility, spraying it down, and RRQ gotta be careful to jumping the gun here.
Oh, the flash on through. Draxi finds the opening kills, and he keeps 2GE safe. Great position for him on top there of the second floor. Flippy does find the kill. Assist does go down in the end, as well as Flippy. And so RRQ, they lose 2 players, but could have been a lot worse here. SBE concede the round.
Yeah, Southfield Esports, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they tried to get that surprise factor many times in that round. That Tour de Force, where would it come from? What would the angle be? But you can see that RRQ absolutely respected what Jock would bring to that table. They just played back. They made sure that if they were going to be using their utilities, they had the Viper wall up. And from that point on, they punished Southfield Esports on the aggress. And it was just a perfect call, really, for RRQ, knowing that they basically had a lesser rifle in terms of South Build. They would rely on the operator sidelines to bail them out, and the punish through the push from the smoke gives RRQ a good foothold right now, and an even better start to the round with the Viper Spit into play.
Viper Spit can be very dangerous, expecting him to potentially be on top of one of these angles. Regum ball to make sure nobody's hiding behind that, but 2G is going to be firmly safe and tucked here. Could go for the option of maybe taking the mid position, or hell, even go the opposite way entirely and go A. But you see how the retake wall is already prepped by 2GE towards that A site in case he needs to put his influence on that side of the map. So there definitely is a wide range of influence that RRQ have here just off of 2GE's play alone.
What's with Green becoming a fun house? A while ago, we had the cloud for Micro, right? Just to get that surprise factor from the second floor. This time, same thing by Tsuge, and great minds think alike perhaps. And here comes Southfield Esports, though, looking to mind the gap and push through the mid instead. Flash, though, this time gets a takedown for Draxi. Well executed by the KO. Perhaps the second victim. But the fragment now to pop the stall. And now Kelly S and Draxi are just winning out the duels. The stations by RRQ are unfazed. SBE, they have to go through these checkpoints, but they have not brought the proper identification for it.
Pro making sure that no one was coming in from that B long. Where was the recon potentially towards that orange position? Help him clear out just a bit. The round should be taken by RRQ. Guns heavily and economy in the favor of RRQ this time around. 2-2, they equalize the scoreline. Great job there from Draxi on the pop flash, catching Flippy off guard, all alone. No one to trade for him because they're all blind. It was perfectly played. That information gained by Rabbit with the Al drone was more than enough for them to secure the round.
Yeah, so first round pop flash, that was the stretching. This round, that last round pop flash, that was the real rep. That's when you bench 200 basically, like Azurai. Or was it 250? How much
600
bench? Oh, 600, man.
Yeah.
His muscles must be popping right now.
The veins are exploding.
Have you seen Azurai's muscle pics? He's
Which
always
ones?
wearing the clothes. So basically, his Uniqlo shirts, he loves them so much that even if they're old and gray and they're a little shabby, he just cuts them up to make them sandos instead.
Why not? Reuse. Reduce.
Yes. Recycle. Tama. True. Save the planet, save the earth. Save it with Azurai, apparently, taking selfies.
Help the turtles.
Yeah, you know it. Dude, the turtles, they're gonna be fine. Just don't throw, like, styrofoam and, bottles of, or cans, rather, of soda into the ocean. But right now, it does feel like it's a sea of dreams here on A side, as Southfield are dreaming to make it through to the other side. Next, though, while the nightmare, Fluffy, though, with the resurrection of Breath of Life, just to die yet again! Poor Pro, a victim there, but Micro and Fluffy takes advantage of the chaos in the space to get the taps in their favor instead. Now then, a little bit of the lineup, the KO right now with Null Command and Draxi makes it simple. The fragment is pulsing on your head. Flippy cannot fight back. and it's RRQ getting the win. SBE though at least getting a few kills along the way and making sure the null command comes out. It's important here, Black and Blue, that Southfield at least gets something out of the round, and we see it there that they get the push.
They had to burn the res though, so that's one caveat to that, just to get that round. Ultimately served as kind of like a bait just for Flippy and Micro to get those kills and make it close, but SBE, all hope is not lost just yet. They do have this Viper's Pit just in case they need to help secure the post plant, but it's not really going to be the best initiating tool. As this one orb away from his ultimate, and that null command could be very influential, especially with how utility-driven RRQ are playing this map here on the defensive side. Operator out in the hands of Kelly. Yes, they can be very ferocious with that. Luckily for SBE, though, they're continuing to go to the B site.
It just feels like it's such a different game, though. You mentioned about the utility game, utility heavy. This game is just going to be that. There are no duelists at the play. You're not going to get that sudden impact, that sudden burst. And I noticed in some of the stats that we have here, especially in certain matchups that are kind of like this, where you play no duelist, and especially if your opponent doesn't play the duelist role also, there are some of the more, I'd say, midline players or the backline players that we see in other maps really pop off. And case in point right now, Draxi is just at the very top. This is one of the maps that he's so consistent at getting so many frags for himself rather than just setting it up for the team. In the same case means for the time being for like Pro Micro when that situation comes online. But Spike now is just not dropped whatsoever. It cannot get planted as Bradley gets takedown. Southfield Esports in such an awkward scenario because they're stuck here by yellow.
Yeah, and luckily they're able to retrieve that spike, but Flippy going down is such a big hit. Wall burned. This plant is going to be so difficult. And the thing is, RRQ are not going to give them those peaks. They do dismiss him for the meantime, and that Viper's Pit, will it be enough range for them to get the plant? Yes, it will. Barely, though. But the thing is, now they can't see past the smoke, and as soon as they try and go for the plant, you're going to expect popping shots here coming from RRQ spams. But Nexi on the second floor is going to be so dangerous. Pro able to catch him off guard. Jaw does go down, and Draxi, he finds a second. Rabbit doing the same as well. Spike has been planted, though. It's all in the Micro. 1v4. He's able to get one, not able to get the second follow-up. And Draxi, once again, consistent in holding down the site. RRQ get the fourth.
Not gonna lie, this is where my main criticism of this kind of composition runs. It's really, really oppressive when it all works out. But you can see for Southfield that as soon as that happens, they're kind of stuck there. It's really hard to make that rotation, especially if the opponent is already pinching you, if ever that's the case. That's why they have to have someone like the Viper hanging out all the way by spawn just to give them that escape route. But RRQ was just ready to run in when needed to the most. They got that big pickoff courtesy of Rabbits. They realized that they could just manipulate the battleground from that point on. In Southfield Esports, if they can't bust through or back on the way, they really just need to fight to survive.
Eco round here for Southfield. One they haven't really been able to convert just yet, and so RRQ looking poised to extend this lead up 5-2. Information gathered towards that B long. Once again, 2G being such an oppressive force towards that B long. Even when he's solo holding it, been doing a good job of really delaying Southfield. Operator in the hands of Kelly. Yes, this is going to be very dangerous and very difficult for Micro. He gets tagged in the leg. Only in the leg, but still almost goes down. Tagged as well, Kelly, yes, but able to flick. Not land. Actually, does leg as this as well. Both of them very low. Luckily, they've got a Sage, but this is a very tough spot.
Oh, man. My leg! And the pain here for the side of Southfield Esports. They're on that lesser buy, only the pistols. We've seen though a while ago that they can still get the kills anyway, just if they're alive. But Aziz, he finds the taps onto Kellyes. This is another scenario where he's just able to survive and go for more. Seems like that's the case here for the side of Southfield. Micro pushing forward, playing the ropes. Next, he goes catches Pro first. Flippy gets a quick little surprise out of nowhere. The Rabbit is there to make the trade happen. Micro now under assist. How is Assist getting away with this? Southfield Esports, the taps are true. Precision is clear. And it's now 1v1 2Get versus Micro. Already an impressive round, courtesy of Southfield Esports. RRQ trying to make sure that they can still breathe, still stay alive. Life right now in the hands of Tuge, and he's creeping on closer. It has to be commitment. Micro will fall. But that got way too nail-biting there for the side of RRQ. In the end, though, it's still 5-2.
RRQ. They get the round. Expensive one. And South Belt, that's a second eco round now they've made into like a 1v1 that almost goes their way. So timeout to be called. I'm not sure if this is RRQs. They have done this in map number 1 where they win a round and then they subsequently call the timeout right on after. But Aziz doing such a great job of keeping them alive just with that simple sheriff of his. Fortunately goes down with a spike, but 2G way too deadly in those situations to let that opportunity slip by. So as I said, the tactical called here. I think it should be by South Build, but as I said, RRQ have been known to call some of these.
I'm not gonna believe that this is an SBE timeout until we see it. From what we just saw, from what we've been seeing for the past few games, man. Did Aziz though pop a painkiller for that round? Because how many times did he shrug off the bullets coming his way?
Yeah,
it was crazy that KO was just like standing there willing to fight.
He had like a adrenaline surge for a quick minute there, didn't he? Just somehow not going down, landing his shots, playing it smartly though, not really going out into the open for fights, knowing that he's low HP. And that's kind of more how I think Southwood should play. You don't have to necessarily always commit to these fights, but let's see if these gun battles will go their way. It hasn't been. And so far it's been RRQ setting the pace time and time on over. And this defense of theirs has just been rock solid.
Yeah, this is looking better for RRQ. And I feel like a factor really is just the fact that Southfield Esports is also running the same kind of composition. We've seen many a time, we saw especially on that Bren Esports matchup that there was just that heating up moment there from Bren to just start winning more and more into the rounds. Oh, yes, though, that is so unfortunate. That could have been the freest kill in the world because Pro was literally about to stop Will the Owl drone. But just jitters perhaps here, Black and Blue. Jado with a fine auto Nexi after he was forced out by another incredible Hunter's Fury from Pro. Every single time that Sova pops the ultimate here for the side of Southfield, it's impactful to the series. Tuga though wins versus Micro in Southfield. A conundrum if they are still gonna force out this push.
Now that means they don't have a wall though. Right, with Micro lurking there towards mid, there's no concealment for them. How do they cross without being seen? The only way is to expend this wall from Flippy, which could have been crucial for the plant later on. They do have so much utility as well. They had to have this Hunter's Fury on Rabbit, which should be very, very deadly for that plant. Flippy gets the kill. No need to heal, but they do expend the wall. So now things are going to have to be done the old-fashioned way. As this, if he finds the timing on this, this could be crucial. Hunter's Fury to try and deny them from the free plant. Flippy dropping on down. He catches Draxi on that one, and Rabbit's the only one left as Kelly S goes down. This could be finally Southbelt's round after the timeout.
Yeah, this is a chance for them. And Rabbit, the only one here. Will he be the magician, though? Suddenly pull it out for the side of RRQ, pushing forward. And, well, it just might be game for him as he gets caught by Pro instead. A bit of a roast by Southbelt, and at least they're going to get back on board. So, really, we're seeing this yet again. RRQ get off to a hot start. Southbelt clawing their way back, getting these moments. And just because Southfield is making this as dicey as it can be, as close, RRQ hasn't been able to build up the biggest economy that they would like, and they're still always in a precarious scenario in terms of the money here if they lose out.
This is potentially one of their last buys. Actually, no, if they lose this round because of a bonus, they should be able to buy up one more. Not going to be a comfortable buy, but at least Kelly S does have his Tour de Force to pop. So they're going to have like maybe 4 rifles, a Sheriff or an SMG, and then the Tour de Force, at least for Kelly S to use. So that is the one thing that RRQ has going for them this round. So there's a small cushion there, not the largest one, but there is a cushion at the very least. Timeout called by RRQ this time. And,
so wait.
Was it
wait
RRQ
a
on the
minute.
last one?
So if that was an RRQ timeout, what was that a while ago?
Was that? Well, there was no UI that
there
came
was
out.
no confirmation. There was no confirmation, man. It's not a real Southfield Esports timeout. Conspiracy.
Because you only have one timeout per half.
Yeah, exactly. So that should have been SBE timeout.
The first one all tournament long.
And it was unmarked. They're trying to remove it from history, man. It's just like, didn't happen. We didn't call a timeout.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. Just close your eyes and believe us.
It's not true. All this fake news, apparently.
Yeah, it's all just in your head. But, well, we're into the next round and look to see it again. We have RRQ set up the Viper Spit. I am intrigued for the fact that we don't have the Toxic screen here for RRQ right now. So they might just be trying to bait out a play from the side of Southfield Esports, having the wall ready at the retake's notice, if ever.
Well, they know that wall, that Viper's Pit rather, was very, very problematic the last round around. There's no real control that Southfield have gained or garnered here, though, really wanting to round down that time. And with that wall being placed on A main, that makes things just a bit more difficult. Now, things are a bit easier for RRQ to read. They can't go towards that A side because of that. Same with the B side because of the Viper's Pit. And so mid would be the only logical explanation. With this smoke popping up as well, it maybe just confirms their suspicions. Flash on now to try and take mid control. Have to be very careful though here, as this they could be right around the corner, and that they are. Rabbit holding that, pop flash on out, but stays safe from it. Flippy with his wall out gets caught off guard with the jazz hands.
This is just how RRQ plays so disciplinedly. They have these initial positions, they hang on back as much as they can, and they listen for those audio cues. They don't flinch. That's the amazing part about it. It's a game of red light, green light, and it does feel like Southfield is running when the red light is right there. Give him a ticket here, Mr. Policeman, as RRQ are having the sirens ready to chase after this potential A take. The spike, though, all the way in the middle. No way to retrieve it. RRQ should take the round. Pro, though, at least with the kill on Nexi. Consolation prize for participating. 6-3, though, the scoreline. And Kelly, oh, he still goes for Pro!
Oh, he gets away with it too. Micro almost assuredly had his number. So that's the problem when you run the clock down so low. When it goes wrong, you don't really have much opportunity to have other options or to at least bring it back, and this has been a problem Southfield have been facing. Flippy getting caught off guard. They're thinking that the angle was clear because of Rabbit hiding around the corner, and there's, I guess, a tale of make sure you keep your gun out your barrel forward and your head's on a swivel. For the meantime, though, Southfield have one bye. They lose this round, they're going to be forced in the eco.
I'm just enjoying the discipline here from RRQ, and I think you pointed out that fact, like Southfield Esports is a squad knowing from their history that they're playing to wait out that timer, to play as disciplined and try to make the opposition feel the itch more to push rather than themselves. But this RRQ squadron, they're willing to play that waiting game. They have that history too from basically the same tactical FPS. You can see it there for players like Rabbit. They're able to hang on back. Sugido tries to take opportunity. That's for Southfield. This is a win condition. Win out the initial fight. Make sure that the push can actually happen. And here comes Southfield with the post plant.
Perfect timing, and now they finally look a bit more together. Rez here coming from Nexi. You see how now they actually use that 0 point as soon as they go for the plant, so that there's no utility that can be used to try and deny that plant or at least stall it for the meantime. Here comes a slow orb to also keep them at bay. This buys them just a bit more time. Recon bolt out for information, and Nexi has a wall of his own. They're going to have to melt this as soon as it pops, and that is what they're trying to do, but that will also keep them off guard. The defense is being stuck. Great lineup here by Micro to keep him at bay. Nexi fends him off, but luckily Flippy's got them, and so does Ja. SB come back after quite a few scrappy rounds.
That was a kiss of death there from Micro. Even if Nexi got away from the poison, that status infliction, that extra damage, make it so simple for Southfield to get the round. And while that all was happening, while we were so hammering on Nexi, going for the defense, like, can the Sage do it? Can the Sage do it? Flippy on the other side, I believe he got a triple kill there along the way. A great angle by Flippy to pop off, get the resurrection up and running. And Southfield Esports now, they know that if they're going to be playing the one-chance system, they need to make it count. But if they play a little bit earlier, when they play the push and they get the initial kills, it's an easy take for them because that's when they get that side control.
And Kelly, yes, he has his tour de force once again, trying to go for a more aggressive play here towards aiming. Seems like Southfield anticipating some of that aggression, playing in jail. This is actually one of the first times he's positioned himself here, so I don't know if Southfield have any idea of that. Seems like Aziz is marking towards that belt position, but oh no, yeah, he is looking towards it, but he's not entirely sure. Doesn't even clear it with a 0 point, so he could definitely get caught off guard. Oh, now Kelias has been seen though. Here comes the neural theft, and now he can't TP away. Great adjustment, but still, he's able to run away to safety for the meantime. Now is the time to strike though, now that they have this null command on, when they know the tour de force isn't on up. Here comes the plant, should not be denied for the meantime, and the fragment as well to help secure that post plant positioning of theirs.
Amen is cursed for Kelly. Yes, it's the second time that he had the drop, that he stayed away from the 0 point. That was the biggest deal for the Chamber, and he could have died there. Luckily, he's able to get on out, but RQ would have loved to get that initial kill to start things off. Now then, it gets scrappy 5v5 and perfect chance for Southfield Esports. Yet again, they get the take yet again, as this will just be the Terminator on the other side. And Tuga at least will be able to shut him down. Tuga right now with 2, but here comes the rest of the crew, and Ja will finalize the round for Southfield Esports. 6-5 Southfield Esports. We're seeing a sniff of what we got from the first map here.
I was looking very dicey, not gonna lie. They find out Ja on the top of 410, where that mid-site box is, and so he had to drop on down. Plus the null command means no utility, no abilities can be used by Southfield in that round. But when it all came down to it, Southfield relied to what they were known for, relied to where they came from. No utility, just shoot them in the head and assist. He puts that skill to the test there, and Placis with flying colors forced by here for RRQ on the final round of the half.
Yeah, that's what they do best, just the amount of control with the utilities, just the amount of oppressive angles they can take. And this is where, for RRQ, they cannot afford to be in those 5v5 retake scenarios. Southfield just has such a immediate labyrinthal approach, basically, labyrinthian setup, that is really difficult for some of these maze runners to get on by. The RQ right now, what has been their strength is those timings, is just their respect and the responsibility in holding these angles. At least now they fend Southfield Esports off for the meantime towards that B side, showing a lot more presence than usual. Rotation now towards A instead, and seems like it's Nexi who will be tested here. Good communication over Tuge can help him out in the pinch, perhaps.
Yeah, with that wall, rather that smoke coming down and popping up in mid, and the signals to RQ to go for the retake, the rotate, and they know this. They know full ahead what is to come. Ja has his tour de force, not the same in Kelly. Yes, he has that Spectre in hand. He spots his head. Oh, almost gives
hairline.
Being spotted out. Pro gets the kill. He knows Kelly S is here for certain, but does kind of rendezvous back to safety as this here, but they don't expect him to be in the mid side. Here on the maze, 2G, he gets a kill. He gets a double as well. He's shutting them down. 3v2, and suddenly Southfield down with a deficit on the man advantage. Ja does get one. Does he expect the generator push? No, he doesn't. And Draxi, he's the last one left alive. All he has to do is run away, but Micro can't find him. 7-5, RRQ barely scraped by, and Draxi get the round.
Oh man, the Western front there. The angle for the side of RRQ. They got control. They were able to connect Tuge and Kellyes together. And from that point on, Southfield just falls apart. Unable to watch out for the angles. They're at the corner. It was crucial. That was just perfectly played by Tuge, I have to say, because he's the one who throws out the snake bite over at Ja to flush out the angle by the chamber. Allows him to push while I believe Pro was trying to get up to the nest. And since it was Kelly getting a lot of attention with the rendezvous while they were trying to search for him, there was just enough time for RRQ to get it. In the end though, just some respect yet again, played up game of hide and seek that RRQ decided to win out anyway. Just like, hey Draxi, just hide real quick. You can kill him later, no problem. And Draxi's like, okay, got you guys. We'll win this round for the team. 7-5. A great half, in all honesty, here for RRQ. They've shown their potency more on the attacking side so far. But really, I feel it's like a twofold thing. One, RRQ can see how disciplined they can be on the defense. But two, comparing it really to that Bren game, at the end of that matchup where EJ was just starting to heat up, get 2Ks, to get an impact over against RRQ, right? We're not really getting the same thing from Southfield Esports. It's not really because of the firepower for Southfield, but it's just the chance that the agents themselves give to the team.
And well, the composition definitely being played out better here by RRQ for the opening half. And you see there that the mere presence of Kelly S towards that maze position, even though Ja was giving the information, his mere presence was more than enough to send him into a scramble. They didn't know where he rendezvoused back. Did he even rendezvous in the first place? There was lots of stuff happening. And in that case, well, 2G used that opportunity as well, who has been the top performer of the game so far here in that opening half, to slide by, get a kill with his snake bite as well with a phantom in hand. So RRQ making the most out of what little they had in that round. Beautiful round here from RRQ. Now it's their chance to play the attacking side.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game though. 7-5. So easy for Southfield, I believe, to come on back if they win this pistol. I really look at players like Ja, like Aziz, to get even more heated up by this point. That's a big scandal, and look at this. Ja doesn't care. Southfield, they don't mind getting scanned, man. That's one of the funnest things about this team, just so in terms of how confident they really can be. Now he drops down towards the maze. He still wants to defend this into the front line and play the rendezvous if ever. RRQ, oh, that's the trademark, I believe. They did find a bit of that intel, and for RRQ, they just don't want to jump the gun. This feels like there's always going to be this tension moving forward because they know that one mistake will cost them the round.
Should be very careful. That Headhunter can be dangerous, but Nexi, he's got some armor, so if body shots are what's going to happen, he has some to tank. Does back on off. Gonna play within here. Location revealed. He's such in an awkward position here, Ja, but still holds on. Not able to get the kill. The plant will go down and backs off safely for the meantime, but RRQ have done their job. They got him to spike down.
Yeah, RRQ, they make it through to the other side. Southfield Esports now in a retake scenario. Scuffle though in the backline. Rabbit here versus Micro. Some heads looking to clash, and there we have it. The peak with the knife outs. Just jiggling on the round. Pro right now with the reinforce. This is a heavy hand, courtesy of Southfield. They want to make this flank work out. Micro right now trying to fight on back. Rabbit though is there to get with the reinforce. And RRQ get the right read at the right time. They knew where the forces were coming from, and they will take the pistol. A good win here for the attacking side.
That was a great round from RRQ. The execute within itself, just not giving Ja any sort of space. Very disciplined play RRQ are showing right now. And it was immediate. As soon as they went for the execute, plant down, spike already on the ground, and there was no reaction time that was given for Southfield for them to fend that off. So this is looking like a very, very dangerous scenario that Southfield are in right now. They lose map number 1, and right now, here in map number 2, potentially facing elimination. No, not elimination, but a 2-0 sweep if this doesn't continue to go their way.
Oh, but Ja, that is a big pickoff onto Kelly as to start things off. Suppress though on point, forcing the chamber to play a more passive game for the next few seconds. Flippy even with the wall. RRQ, they lose a man, but they will not lose out on the spike land. Spike's there, here comes the push. Frodo trying to play a bit of the angle from up top, but Rabbit is watching yet again. And Rabbit, apparently, you can just change his name to a Hawk because he is absolutely eagle-eyed right now, looking for some of these angles. A drop down is perfect, and it's an immediate collapse there from Rabbit even. Ja gets sprayed down. Tuge will catch the revenge-seeking Flippy. 9-5 for RRQ.
That was looking good for Southfield for a second there when Ja got 3, but Rabbit in the perfect time, as you said, like a hare. Nothing can stop him from going there. He just finds his way in the perfect opportune moment to line them on up, spray him down, and 2G, he's got his back versus Flippy. But now the gun round from Southfield. They lose this round, Dax. We could potentially be looking at a very possible 2-0 from RRQ.
Yeah, the RRQ, this momentum on the attacking side is the stuff of dreams and something they've been able to build on many a time on Icebox. Let's see if they can continue on with that kind of streak. Rabbit has been impressive. Nexi though! Hot 2! And as this goes down, let's say Spear on Medic Nexi again! An absolute sharpshooter! Let's go next though, as Southfield deciding to have at least the angle there on the other side, and Flippy
he has an idea.
Catch out the push. He has an idea. We swap away, but Flippy, they knew the kill was happening. Micro instead with a touch onto Tuge. And Southfield Esports, they win out the rifle round, but that looked very scary with Nexi becoming John Wick instead.
Yeah, totally. Everybody just giving him that first contact, and Nexi following up with the Sheriff in hand. If that's how he's feeling with a mere Sheriff, I would only be worried to see how he would perform with a Vandal in his hands, with an actual rifle. Luckily for Southfield, he wasn't given that opportunity as he retrieved one, but they're looking very dangerous right now. Even though Southfield won that round, momentum still heavily in RRQ's pocket.
He was tempted by the Cave of Wonders, man. There was literally a rifle in front of you. Come on, pick it up. Slow orb there. Temptation. Greed sometimes. It can be your folly, but that's still such a hot. Ooh. That's even better from Ja. That's goodbye to Draxi. That's goodbye to the position. And hello to the first pickoff here for South Built Esports. It does feel like that's going to be such a big help coming into this round because we haven't really seen South Built basically try to hold off with lesser members and pick apart gameplay. RRQ right now, knowing that sometimes South Built loves to set up in these more individual angles, no trade whatsoever, and it's RRQ having many options around this map right now.
Aziz playing that corner, has to tuck in weight, but maybe the jitter is getting to him, going for the peak and heftily, rightfully so, punished there by RRQ. They lose Draxi, so they lose some initiating power, but they still have most of their important utility. They still have that recon on Rabbit. They got the wall still for 2GE to utilize, although it was placed towards the B site. A is where they're going to be going. Here comes the wall. Going up. Get them with a bit of that decay. The Pro has to be very careful on the swing here. He does get kill, yes, but that is going to be a trade here from Flippy. Actually, not a trade, but rather a second supporting kill. They have the back sight, but that's all they really got to work with.
RRQ now, all alone with Nexi. Flippy is right there, willing to say hello to his doppelganger. And now, it's a 2-round gap between Southbolt and RRQ. Just goes to show for Southbolt that, okay, it does get testy, to say the least, if they lose a member early on. It's really a testament to their will. But they're still that reliable. Flippy just holds down the fort by himself. He lost his friend, it's fine. They're gonna make it work anyway. And Southfield Esports, man, on the defense, that's when it really gets scary. We've been talking about these great oaks that they're basically a forest, but I'm gonna do one better. They're basically the foundations of many skyscrapers, the cities of Southfield, shining right now on the defense. And it's RRQ who has to understand what they can do right now if players like Flippy, like Jock, can get away with those kind of kills.
Flippy has been the newest addition to this team. We saw him first time on this team during last stage. He has been absolutely a very important part of this team, giving them some fresh legs, really, in many flexible situations. He's one away from his orb, so is rather ultimate, one orb away from that. So is Pro on his Hunter's Fury. They do have those two exact ultimates, though, up online already on RRQ. So, question is here, RRQ, do they dispense that to try and make this round ever more securable? I think not until they have a firm advantage. Maybe get a pick or two, and then have that man advantage to use. And really, that's when they can use their ultimates. But for the meantime, seems like mid is where they intend to go. And Ja just shuts down Rabbit from the get-go.
Mate, you're really hammering down the fact that, you know, fresh legs on the South Build Esports roster. Wonder why they need a bit more of that kind of support. And speaking of the support, Ja just on point. Aziz is there also. Simple kill. Should be really Southbuilt Esports now, picking them apart one by one. And what I notice here for Southbuilt, they're just that kind of monster that follows you around. That if you stop, that's when they will consume you. That's when they will get you, basically. And I really haven't seen from the side of RRQ a comfortable lead here so far. Yes, they
Nexi
are there at the start. And oh, Nexi, you mentioned it. Looking pretty hot, but spoiler alert, Pro is up there to kill him. And now it's 9-8. Many of these rounds, they give a semblance that RRQ should try to start running away with it. But Southfield Esports, resiliency is key, and they're just one away right now from tying it up. This operator also unanswered by RRQ.
The difference is, though, look at how close they are to having all their ultimates up online here, RRQ, and now they have the guns to make it work. As this, who knows, maybe if there was a gun in the hands of Dractyr 2GE, he wouldn't be able to find those kills. So, still, they're winning these rounds, but not as cleanly as they potentially could be. Nexi, I mean, with the way he's playing, you might even just say, just use a sheriff, dude. You're knocking out of the park.
I mean, he died a while ago because he picked up the rifle. So maybe the sheriff is really where he belongs. But now then, we're going to be seeing RRQ put in their place with the Hunter's Fury into play. It's just also, I believe, with Null Command there. And with early ultimates here from Southfield Esports, they stopped the initial push of RRQ. It felt like there's a lot of pressure. And that could have been a tidal wave, honestly, that Southfield Esports could not handle. So a bit of a reset right now. Better positions for Southfield Esports. Waiting game again.
Oh, Fragment doing some early damage for KLES. Luckily, he can get healed up a bit, but didn't do too much. Shock darts once again to try and make Maze even more less enticing. Nexi, huge kill to find Flippy. Now the res is not going to come in. There's no potential for that. And now he's going to be suppressed. Bro still though, waiting here on the rafters. Gets a second kill. How does he do it? Third doesn't go his way as Draxi and KLES find with a piece. Operator in the hands here of Ja. 2v2. Micro finds a huge kill on the 2G. Spots one on the Jenny. Default plant going down. Not going to be denied here. Draxi should be able to get out of safety. And he goes for the peak once again. Ja finally retrieves the rifle instead. Goes up top. Tries to plays the off angle. They line up for Micro, but they know where Draxi is here. And KLES follows suit. Somehow Southbuilt still bring it back. And you talked about it, Dax. That positioning early on was made better because they were able to stop the tidal wave with that null command popped by them.
Look, Southfield Esports, these guys come from a different kind of cloth. They don't need ultimates to win the rounds. They just need those ultimates to reposition. And case in point, I feel like for RRQ, two crucial mistakes in that last round. One, not peeking from the nest. We saw that they had an opportunity to watch that angle, but next he pushes forward with the wall set up, and Pro is just watching him like a spotlight, catching out the thief in the night. And then on the second one, too distracted by the nest take of Southfield Esports. Lined up for Micro, that could have been him getting both kills. It was crucial damage and mortal damage anyway on the last opponent. For that point on, Southfield Esports, they just get a quick little breath of fresh air yet again, just a quick little reprieve, and they're ready to go one more time. And this operator still unanswered and unwavering. Another kill from Jot to start things off. As this right now, trying to clear out the kitchen. Flash again. Everyone absolutely blinded. And when you open the refrigerator, it's Aziz who leaves a note that says he has consumed everything and everyone. Ja with the final kill, and it's Southfield Esports able to cook up a storm for the round.
They take the lead now here finally, and Southfield slowly rallying back. They get the plant here RQ, but the flawless is going to definitely help Southfield's economy case on out. Look at this from Aziz. 1, 2, 3. The chef's kiss at the end as well. And Aziz, he's definitely coming up alive here, and so is Ja. You see there, utility being the big key of that round, but not just that. It's big-time players making big-time plays, and that is what the two spears in Ja and Aziz delivered.
Look, when the old men of Pro and Micro can just sit back, relax, and play the utility game, Southfield Esports is in for a good time.
You mean, Chris, they're never going to expect us over here, Pro?
Yes, and... Chris, Chris, Songbird of the Philippines Pro?
Yeah?
Yes, the karaoke king of every after party?
Perhaps. Well,
exactly.
This decay is painful.
Exactly. That is hard for RRQ. They're walking into pain. This is why pollution is a problem, guys. That's why we needed Captain Planet. He was a hero. And if you walk into the smog, when you walk outside and you just feel like cuffing because of all of the cars, well, you just gotta look at this game and you gotta look at RRQ and their health point values.
You know, if Micro chucked his snake bite, like just somewhere in the middle of that, he probably could have gotten like a kill or two just randomly.
Probably. Save the planet, guys. Don't let pollution happen.
Darted it.
I think he did. I think Pro used all his utilities. That's why at first I thought, isn't that a shock dart? Then I realized, oh, it's just the Viper Split decay. So unfortunately for Southfield, could make the opportunity happen, and RRQ instead trying to build their own kind of base. They also have a Vandal to watch out for on the hands of Tsuge. Flippy though, he knows that something is amiss, and it's all about timing here. Frodo would take down the Rap to start things off. This time, that's a huge miss from KLES. And really, when KLES is so hot, he has just been on fire here for the side of RRQ. But there are times where it gets a little too cold, like here on Icebox. And that is just a crucial mistake yet again. Draxi now the back on the way. Southfield Esports. The control is absolutely on point. 11-9, Southfield Esports, remembering who they are on the defense.
Okay, Aziz, we see you.
Yes. Celebration already?
More like retaliation. Rabbit did the same thing, I think.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Well, unfortunate there for KLES. I mean, we've been touting about how he's been very consistent, but so many shots. I mean, I can't even count where you would think he'd have the skill right now because of the op or the angle, but then it just doesn't connect for him. So unfortunate there for RRQ. They had a good plant, but the thing is, they also did use the Viper's Pit there, which could have been a lot more influential in a gun round. So that's where I'm kind of worried here right now for our RQ operator in the hands of SBE. And for the most part, they're almost max economy.
Look, when he's hot, okay, like especially we're on Kelly S right now. When he's hot, he's impressive. I've been a fan of him ever since the Affinity days, but he does also have those issues where when it gets cold, it really is a struggle. And if you want that extra bit of firepower here for RRQ, that the chamber will look for more of those opportunities. And we've seen it in the series that there are moments he makes for himself. There are moments that he has such a good position, has good timing, but just cannot hit the head, cannot hit the shot, and it's heartbreaking because those are gimmies here for the side of RRQ. They might not be in the situation right now, and one more situation they haven't dealt with is this operator in the hands of Ja. It feels like it has become his newest baby, basically. It's just holding on to his hands. It's just ready to sing Kumbaya, and it's ready to tuck in goodnight every single one of the opposition. Assist now with the takedown. Southfield Esports right now trying to hold back the tidal wave of RRQ. They do get the plant, though, here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, Rabbit gets a huge kill here. The res coming up online. Pro keeping him alive. They're not able to get the trade. No, Micro does, but Draxy's there as well to help him on out. 3v2. Next, he has to be cleared on out, but it's very difficult with an operator in his hands. They know he's on the back to the side. They know he's trapped. They can even slow harm him to keep him in pace. They break the wall. As soon as it goes down, he swings perfectly. And Nexi, how sexy that swing was. 10-11, RRQ bounce back.
The next level play from Nexi. How many times do we just look at him and wonder why he's just a local legend? I really feel like many in the international community have just not been able to witness the greatest that is Nexi by this point, just because they haven't made it to that regional stage, just because they haven't been able to get past some of the hurdles, whether it's technical or tactical. But they've always been here. They've always been a factor. And Nexi is someone you will always have to respect on whatever team he is on. 10-11, RRQ fighting back. And that just might be the beacon of hope, a bit of inspiration for the rest of the squad to follow suit and more.
Nexi, yeah, he could be that, I guess, guiding light. No sky, but guiding light in this game for RRQ to rally behind.
Wait, 1 second.
Whoa.
So, isn't there a hashtag or something Viva RRQ? So does that mean that Nexi is like the saint of RRQ, Saint Nexi of... Saint Nexi of Manila or whatever, where he comes from? Potentially. Well, Amen.
Amen. Hunter's Fury out from Pro. Does some damage, but no real kills. Does burn the armor of Draxi, but seeing how he's very close to his ult, it might not really be too big of a problem. Oh, spots so much information out here. Pro getting tagged there by the 0 point, being suppressed, and position has been given away too. They're going for this deep snowman control, but Southfield know how to stop this. They have the same play, and Micro shuts him down along with Jump. Pop flash on out here, completely blind. Draxi on the swing, great play from him, and now they've equalized the odds just a bit.
Yeah, a little surprised that RRQ decided to force it out. They should understand that it's coming. Micro, though, holds the line steadfast. 3 already for Micro, and he's giving the big impact. They ping it. They know the gun is there, and Flippy just sides. I'll get the kill from the other side. Peer through the window, and he says, Peekaboo versus RRQ. Map point for Southfield Esports. It's a chance here to make a map 3 happen. But for RRQ, that was such a risky play to rely on that wall. They already knew Southfield Esports wasn't pushing them, wasn't gonna be coming from any other angle. So that wall just shattered so quickly. And surprisingly enough, RRQ wasn't as prepared for it than they should have been.
RRQ, yeah. And it was a stark contrast to how Nexi kind of played around his own breaking wall a while ago. Oh, that wall! It actually was for the boost. I thought it was premature, but no, it was to boost 2 of them on up. This is very dangerous right now for South, but the only player really kind of holding his position or even relegated to playing towards mid is going to be Pro. So Ja helps him now, but they've pulled out of this. RRQ successfully pulling the rotate towards their position. Kelly S waiting here underneath the boiler, but the time is ticking and the war is starting to cook.
Is it time for the slogan here? Prodo on the other side and say yes to Kelly S as we get the kill there. To start things off, big pickup for RQ, big pickup for Kellyes with Flippy with the trade, and oh, Micro just decides to hug Draxi, get more out of Tuge, and Southfield Esports, turn around, you might get him! Rabbit is right there, but he's all alone, can't even go for the rest off the Draxi. Try to use it for bait perhaps. Moving on around, but Southfield Esports, this is a testament to their strength. Rabbit with another takedown. Left to assist right now. Rabbit is doing it here. Abracadabra perhaps a magical journey with Rabbit.
Left.
All alone. The KO on the other side. Dark can get thrown on out. But another heart-stopping moment here between RRQ and Southfield Esports. Here comes Rabbit to push, but as this will deny him of that glory, we go to a decider. It's 13-10 in favor of Southfield.
I almost assuredly thought we were going to the final round of regulation here. I was feeling it for Rabbit. You know, he gets the awkward time when Micro turns around, pulls out the Sheriff, bang in the head, and then he gets the next 2 kills, and you're seeing he's building momentum, but unfortunately it goes, at least for the side of RQ, to map 3. We're going to split. The question is here, are we going to be split on that final map on really who can secure themselves? Finally, by the way, somebody's wearing a darn jersey on the Southfield side. Something we have not seen for like half a year now.
So what's Pro wearing? What's his fashion?
I think that might just actually be his pajamas. So the only professional team with jerseys but who do not wear them.
Wake up, go straight to Valorant. I guess it's a mindset and a half basically there for Southfield Esports. What a way for Southfield to recover. And I feel like for RQ, Icebox looking a little bit cursed right now. They have shown how impressive they can be, how disciplined they can be. But there are just these moments where it's just like, oh, this has to hurt for the push. This has to hurt for the round. And the scoreline, they can make it far, but not far enough for the victory. And you can see it here, Southfield Esports on that second half. A great recovery, moments there from Flippy, from Aziz, from Ja. RQ could not really find an answer for many operator kills there from the chamber even.
And I think this final kind of statistic for that map kind of shows you the essence of these two teams, right? Look how many frag wins Southfield had. 11 out of the 13 rounds they won were from frags, and say on RIQ side only 3, and then the 4 objectives. So they really know how to play their time, and the time really, I guess, does favor the opposing side of Southfield a lot because, well, Southfield do run it down, which can have good, I guess, effects, but also very bad consequences. RQ though, we did see them bring it really close, and that was with a caveat that Kellyes wasn't exactly feeling like the Kellyes way that we know him to be. So many open free kills that he wasn't able to connect with, and if maybe he was feeling that, how different could that map have gone?
Yeah, the gimmies just need to be taken there. If it's charity, just be willing to accept it. It's heartbreaking really for RRQ because you know that these guys are pretty planned out in what they want to do. We saw from Nexi, we saw from Rabbit, some big improvements really from the roster. But watching the highlights, I look at this RRQ defense, and they were so potent as soon as they shut down the initial play of Southfield Esports. It really took Southfield to bulk up, be the ones to get the right angles in their push for them to win on the attacking side. But if RRQ could just get a single bit of advantage and prevent the plan from happening, that was their big win condition there. And on the attacking side, it was that hot start. It was just Nexi able to pop off, able to find those kind of frags. But everything changed when Ja brought out basically these snipers. Started with the Tour de Force, then the Operator. They couldn't find where the chamber was coming from, and many times it really felt like Southfield Esports were coming out of the ice caves out of nowhere, surprising RRQ time and time again.
And they really were able to get things better going for themselves when we see a lot of very hard, fast-hitting executes coming from RRQ. As you said, Dax, the tidal wave, that current pulling through. But once they stop that riptide, that initial push, and force RRQ to kind of, set themselves back, that's when we see the discipline of SB really prevail for them. We talked about Ja, you talked about Ja on the Operator. Let me tell you, before even Valorant, there were 2 of the best operator snipers in the entire country. It was Dubstep and it was Ja, and we're seeing both of those players pop off in this tournament with those said weapons. So really falling back to the roots, but we're going to have to fall back to a short break because when we come back, it is going to be the decider between SBE and RRQ. Come back next 5 minutes. Yeah.
lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth is rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Looks like Southfield found that spark, and we are going into game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. Dax here with Black and Blue yet again, and this will be the decider here, my friend. Map 3, we're tied up 1-1, and it really feels like for Southfield Esports that they might have a bit more of that momentum after seeing how hot they got for the past few those last rounds rather at the end of the Icebox.
Very, I guess, ironic considering we were on Icebox, but they were able at least to heat up. So if your freezer is heating up, first of all, find a repairman. Second of all, it could be a good sign if you're a professional team, because it will at least get yourselves going. As I said, Micro could be that factor. He maybe didn't have high stats, he didn't have super, like flashy plays, but there were moments where he would get a kill or two. It really helped them stay alive in the round. Just like one single kill to kill that one guy that was really on their flank was so influential. And we're going to see... Actually, we're not going to see him because we're going to be going over to Split for this final map, right? And this is really where I think it's going to be a big toss-up for both of these teams. We saw, RRQ completely, I guess, roll over Secret on that map where And we saw Secret also do the same to SB, but that was Haven. But we saw SB really struggle against Secret on that map as well, on Split, when we saw them, yesterday for that first map of the series. Went into 7 overtimes, by goodness. And so for RRQ, maybe they're banking on the fact that, transitive property follows that if they struggle, then we did well, then maybe we should have this map number 3.
I mean, I'd like to see for the side of Southbull just a keep up of performance here from Aziz and Ja. They have showed yet again how hot they can be. And coming into a map like Split, I do believe Justo plays that controller role for the squad. So we're going to be looking for some cheeky Ja plays yet again, time after time. He's just so flexible, isn't he? He can play, was it Chamber, right, from the last game? And then he played the Astra a while ago. It really feels like for Southfield Esports that they're making these rotations matter even more, that they're utilizing their roster as much as possible and what they can actually do in terms of not just the roles that they're initially assigned to, but what else they can flex to. And I think it's a point to really talk about here, Nico. In this stage 2...
Whoa, Dathan.
Whoa, I mean, you can call me that too. But think about it. We saw it from Team Secret. We know that Southfield Esports was doing that in stage 1. They're doing it in stage 2 now even more so. These rotations are being a big factor right now in this group stage.
Yeah, that really is, I guess, as we saw. I mean, if you really want to talk about the 6 men, as you said, right, 2GE was the guy who really had so much more impact than that. And I remember, Dax, when we were playing, some tournaments, rather watching some tournaments during the off season, there was an interview with... Okay, let's not be wrong. It was me. Okay, there was an interview with me, and then they were like, why does SB do the thing that they said that? And then why do they have 6 men, right? Why do they have 6 players? And one of the only teams in APAC at the time to actually revolve around a 6-player roster, because from the get-go, from even year 1, they were doing that. And now we see so many other teams kind of adapt that. And that's kind of what I guess the future is moving towards, and already is here right now, where you see so many more teams have an active 6th player because of just how diverse this game is. The more agents are added to this game, the more that will be a viable thing. Now, there's very, very good reasons to have a full, just, 5-man roster and only have that for chemistry reasons, but for maybe flexibility options, you can see that both of these teams fully embrace that, I guess, right from them, and that the power bestowed to have a 6th player.
By the power from Grayskull, yeah, I don't know how it goes, actually. Thundercats, whoa, wrong thing even. Whoa, but that's the thing. And it's a really interesting thing to watch out for coming into VCTPH, because I remember last stage, we were just talking about, these guys just stick with the 5-man rotations. It's what's going to work. That back then, you didn't really have some of these sub-roles, basically, when you have an initiator, what type of initiator you are right now, what type of controller you are right now, what type of sentinel you are right now. It really feels like it's getting more and more various here for Valorant in general, and the PH side is taking a very different page, basically, or a different outlook on what is the future right now. It kind of reminds me of those big rosters in VCD Japan, where they just basically have, okay, all these guys, they're gonna play whatever they feel comfortable in. We're gonna have this kind of specialist, we're gonna have that kind of specialist, and so far it's working for the PH side right now from the past few days we've seen here. But I really wonder, especially if we get a representative or many representatives with more than 5 people on the roster, how that's going to look into APAC.
I mean, there are other SEA and APAC teams that do employ that. Bleed are a roster team that does employ, a 6-man roster, sometimes even more. And then you go to other teams like, for example, Onyx also have that 6-man potential that they do kind of switch up things into. So we're kind of waiting for here to get into the draft, but I think the more important thing is when you look at the compositions of what they necessarily bring, it's vastly different from what we are known, or rather what we know for them to usually play when it comes to Split. Like in the past, we would say, okay, they would have maybe a Cypher, yes, but we never really saw the Sky from South built. And then on RRQ side, you go to Split. You go to a map that has been kind of like a 50-50 for them for the most part, like in the recent times of theirs. Not really one of their better maps, but it's been okay. And as we said, when they did play Secret against that, they had the composition that really wasn't anything too fancy, but that archaic style still kind of worked out in the end with the positions on some of the players that you wouldn't normally expect. Like you talked about a while ago, even though Draxi might be typically the controller, he's not the Viper. And in this case, when you look on Split, it's kind of more on the same. You see Nexi, he always has kind of been a Sentinel, but for him to to GE, he's always been a very impressive player, but you don't normally see him on an initiator like Sky, but now he is. When he's always a controller, he flexes things up, and so I really think, just the agent pool and just how flexible both of these teams are is really coming to the fold, especially in a map like Split.
Yeah, I think for RRQ also, you mentioned about their track record. They really only played it once versus Team Secret, and that's it beyond some of the small community tournaments that they've been able to join. And it's interesting that they're willing to bring it out because there might be a lack of experience as RRQ to play it. But looking at the composition, there's a lot of comfort picks right now to watch out for. You look at Nexi, he goes back to a hard Sentinel. He goes for that Cypher. He could play a mean Sage on a map like this too, but Rabbit's the one who takes that angle instead. And there are two super old school picks right now for the side of RRQ that go back all the way to the AGN days as well as the Infinity days. We have Draxi on an Omen, and you know how successful Omen in the PH can be on a map like Split. This perfect paranoia to win out the game for a single push. But this is the biggest one to watch out for. Kelly S on his signature Raze. He can be one of the best Raze players in the PH scene if he's feeling hot, but there has to be that bounce back after what we've seen from Icebox.
Yeah, especially with, as he said, his performance. He was really feeling it the first two times we saw him play, like when he was playing against Bren, but just cannot keep up that momentum, at least versus Southbuilt in that opening map. Then Ascent was maybe a bit better at the start, but then more of the same symptoms kind of progressed, and we have that once again. So you're looking at Southbuilt. They're the ones who are able to kind of build up momentum this time around, just a bit near the end of things, and it's kind of almost what would have happened on paper when you look at things, Dax, isn't it? Like, RRQ is starting off strong, but losing that steam, maybe pressure getting to them, lack of discipline really being imposed onto them later in the game. As you said, they have a propensity to kind of let go of those rounds and of the game when it gets to the latter stages of a match. And Southbuilt the opposite way. It's usually the way they end that's strong, not the way they start, and that could be a very bad cocktail for RRQ's side, especially after that map 2. But map 3 reset everything, and now we're ready for the decider of the series.
I mean, it's just all about popping those poles, basically, getting rid of those trends and just playing such a well-rounded game. Split, you will be absolutely tested. So, and for a map like Split, I feel like that it really just is another testament of how disciplined these two teams are compared to many of the other games we've seen here so far. That the pop-up potential is huge, the momentum becomes a factor. Here and now, round for round, it's just about how much you can hold back and when to actually push. That timing has to be perfected here for both RRQ and Southwood Esports, and we've seen that come in spades. That's why we went all the way to 6-6 on Ascent before the unfortunate happened. That's why we had such a close first half even on Icebox and a good start for RRQ. But now, here for Splits, might just be the same old thing that they need to break. And looking at the competitions right now, does feel like the raises will be in. So there's a lot of similarity, honestly, between what the Southbuilt is going to be willing to run right now alongside RRQ. Actually, hold that thought. It's not just a lot of similarity, it's going to be another mirror matchup, most likely.
Oh, I'm surprised RRQ aren't one of the teams that are at least going to employ a fade here, unless the agents haven't necessarily been locked in yet, but it doesn't seem to be a fade where we've seen them already know how to employ fade when they were playing it a while ago on that Ascent map. And so I would have expected, seeing how Secret were so formidable with it, that they were also going to be one of the teams to pick it on up. But hey, that's not going to be the case. They're playing the Sky, what we expect from them as when they beat Secret, when they have 2G on that Sky and everybody else on their normal positions aside from 2G flexing off. And same thing as well from the opposing side. Mirror match as we're expecting here for SB. This is the only map that Pro really plays Sky in. And in ways, it kind of does fit his play style more, because a lot of his positions as a Sova, as I said a while ago, you'll never expect a Sova to be here, right? But, well, a Sky could.
I mean, a Sky could. Come on, I just wanted to see it again. I know it doesn't work. I know it's not effective and we're in VCT. But you have to play the Sova if you have that tagline. But yeah, we get the Sky, we get the flashes, and it does feel like we're getting into the game. Thing is though, we were tested by a mirror matchup a while ago, and it was Southfield Esports who won it out. Will history repeat? Can Southfield Esports show RRQ how it's done? Or will we get the reverse of that instead? Players though to watch out for, really. Again, we mentioned how important Kelly S will be to pop off here, and then compare it to the Raze on the other side that should be Aziz. That duelist duel basically is the biggest factor right now on who can get that initial momentum for these two teams. And then we look at the retakes later on.
That's really where they've been, I guess, edging out RRQ, hasn't it? On those retakes, or at least on this, where they're able to set the match, where it's not just, just a big tidal wave that RRQ are so good at enforcing. Southfield are able to stop that momentum for even just a bit. That is where they make their mark. But the attacking side going to be starting off here for Southfield, and they're looking to take mid control to get the game going.
And here we have it now, guys. Map number 3, decider for the second series of the day. We still have, I believe, Bren versus Naos after this one. So, no tune to announce. VCTPH got a lot in store for you for all of the days so far of the week. Now then, Aziz looking to break the wall. RRQ showing their hand and applying a lot of mid control as for now. Still wanting to contest this as much as possible. Trailblazer though into play, the doggy trying to get a sniff of the RRQ defense, but the bird is there, the Animal Kingdom fighting for now rather than these agents.
Well, they take vent controls for the meantime, Southfield. Still though, being stalled just a hair. Careful on where they try to ascend. There should be a waiting KLES at the end of things. He chucks that paint shell. They bait it out successfully, not really doing too much damage with it, and they force him on out. That frenzy's going to be so difficult to fight up close, so they have to make sure they're keeping their flanks on check, knowing that it's there. Pro is going their way. Oh, he's not going to expect KLES to be here right under him, and he does get that free kill. Spike drop, they're going to try and chase, but they have to be careful not to get baited into it. Seal does not get the kill, and that boom bot is going to be absolutely deadly. Ja does get the kill, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, chaos there, and Southfield though just taking a little too long to run after RRQ, but Aziz, he finds a target on the Nexi. Here we go with Rabbit though, playing on the inside, surprise, surprise! It's still one waiting to unburrow. RRQ now gonna be having the advantage on the rating. John though over here at the back side, Rabbit do get wrap it up nicely. And RRQ from Rabbit just surprising the opposition to give them back that advantage and them being able to get away from Southfield Esports punish. These guys are just inches away from defeat, but they are still able to snatch it out.
Very well done there from RRQ. Looked a bit dicey, but luckily Rabbit was, as you said, able to catch up to Ziz. If maybe he threw that boombot on out, things could have gone very differently, but he's also teetering on the edge of the smoke, so Rabbit, the positioning, the situation, scenario, favoring him and making full value out of that. Southfield, you lose opening pistol. This map can be a bit more defender side, and we know Southfield as well, Dax, to be a lot more proficient here on Split on the defense. If anything, they were one of the original pioneers of a really rock-solid defense here on Split for the Philippines.
Yeah, they come into Valorant from CS basically as a unit, and they are immediately good on Split defense. But on the other side there, Black and Blue, we couldn't say it was a perfect split because on the attack, it was...
Yeah.
It
really was a split.
It was... My opinion was immediately split from that point on. So really, the growing pain still, Southfield Esports, they have proven though that they've been able to build up more of their gameplay, especially more on the understanding the attacking side of Valorant. And by this point in time, come on, they're at the top of the PH food chain still. And we're looking to get more improvements from one of our possible reps to APAC. But this is a lob! Rabbit, you are an absolute mad lad! Luckily, Draxi's right there to get the 2K for himself. Who swings against 5 people, man? That was just bravery and gusto from Rabbit. RRQ, though, should be able to clean up from this point on. 4v2 scenario. Who does that, though?
Yeah, I mean, no paranoia, nothing. They're just like, I'm a swing wide and see what I find. I think he had some idea there was more there. Could have also gotten a few more kills, potentially, if it was comboed with some utility. But at least they shut them on down. So 4v2. So this should be a round in RRQ's favor. Spike is here, so there's no other option really for SB other than just going for it. Like, there's really no way to bring this round on back, as this gets a kill, and he did what he could in that round. Bring one down, almost getting a second on 2GE there for Papi Chulo, but now's the time where they have to bring this one back.
It's like that meme where all the guys are putting their hands together and the Teletubby strolls up and puts his hand there too. That was kind of like Rabbit. It's like, hey, what you guys doing here? Can I come? What's going on? Are we having a meeting in the garage? And South will just look at him and be like, what are you doing here? Why are we fighting right now? Anyway, though, it's the usual. 2-0 with the gun advantage. And Southfield Esports, this is where they can really look for more of these opportunities. My eye is on Papi Chulo, though. Do you expect this a lot when he played that Cypher on Split? He plays the lurk, he plays for that A side. Give an angle of opportunity for the rotation if ever. But it does seem like Southfield Esports, they want to hammer down and focus down for this mid control. Instead, Pain Shells though to try and flush at Pro. And he just walks into the other burst of the Pain Shells. You'd think that the nade was already avoided, but it just lands on his feet, man. In Southfield Esports, they lose one basically for free.
And that was a huge pick as well for RQ to get that Sky. Information gathering here really hampered now by Southfield. They're going to have to do things the old-fashioned way, play off of their flashes and really dry peek a lot of things because they have no info on things. Got here. He gets one, but only good for one. RRQ are playing these eco rounds so perfectly, sticking together, playing these off angles, going for the risks and really doing it with perfection.
RRQ now systematic on the picks and playing basically Southfield's game against them. Now then, we just literally watch Kelly as a camera on the camera reception to watch the frag happen. And this is already looking so stellar for RRQ. Even better if they get this bonus. Nexi though over onto the elbow backside right now, being held together by the Cypher. Nice peek, couldn't get to take that though. Papi Chulo fending him off. But Southfield Esports, they're pressed for time. They're pressed here on A site. And it does feel like RRQ is willing to turn on the blender and catch out the opposition from this point on. 3-0. RRQ wins the bonus. And that is one shake they'd love to drink off.
That is a spectacular round from RRQ. They get the free kill on a Pro, and then they get the kill on a Jaw as well, lurking all alone, and that's a problem. You do not want to be alone against an eco, against a bonus like that, because that is how they get you with their numbers when they don't have the firepower. South Built realizing this firsthand. Painful round for them to lose. One that should have gone their way, but in the end, RRQ really utilizing their strengths here. Numbers, and using that advantage to continuously propel themselves over the arguably more experienced side.
I'm a little surprised that Southbolt contested that middle. They knew they had basically had that gun advantage. They had that rate advantage. Why not go for the side instead? Why not utilize that Cypher to wait for those opportunities? In a rare case where Southbolt Esports kind of plays away from their usual patience game and gets punished there. Now, honestly, it just fell apart from Pro dying when he shouldn't have, right? When he shouldn't have gotten away from there. He expected that he would have survived by the vending machine, but that was just perfectly played by RRQ. They knew how to funnel Southfield Esports into the angles they're prepared for, and now they're looking to make it even more painful for Southfield.
Very harsh round. Only Aziz and Ja have been able to get into the game so far, and this is looking like RRQ with full momentum on ahead. They call the timeout. Was there a graphic that said South Build timeout?
Look, if South Build calls a timeout, there's no graphic. So South Build timeouts don't happen at all.
Yes.
There is no timeout in South Build.
No recorded history, no screenshot.
Yeah. No Warren Bossing say. Safe.
Safe. Bro's all alone here.
Oh, that's not safe!
That's very awkward.
It's Friday the 13th, and Pro might be the one who walked under a ladder. He died to paint just a while ago. He died now because the smoke dissipated when he thought it was safe. Southfield Esports, well, they're gonna try to make a Spectre work, but Nexi takes advantage of Aziz playing with the C4 instead, and Nexi now gonna be able to get to Papi Chulo down below. 4v2 scenario. And while there have been a few interesting decisions here by the side of Southfield Esports, it's RRQ instead as secure as possible. At least he does his job and delivers the parcel towards B side.
He gets that ultimate orb as well, extra. I don't know. I mean, if Aziz literally just held mouse 1 and swung there, probably would have gotten the kill. Maybe on the low Nexi, but alas, it doesn't go that way. And Ja Position himself.
Alas, is this an English stage play? Alas, poor South builds. Forsooth, you have lost it. Another round.
Me heart bow.
Jeez, man. Why'd you become Scottish suddenly? I'm like, ye old English, and you're like, I might.
I might.
Wait, no, that's Australian. Where are you going with this? Why are we going everywhere and
It's the
anywhere?
worldwide.
I mean, that's true though. They were all British at one point, right?
Yeah.
Right? Scottish, part of England. Australia used to be a colony. We know our world history. We know our geography. We're cool.
The kingdoms were a bit more united.
Yeah, we didn't pass a grade 3 math, but at least we passed grade 7 world history.
That's a very difficult camp to spot out here. Placed by Nexi.
Huh? I'm writing that down.
Okay. Slow play. Guy. Oh, Aziz. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that flash either, Pro.
Yeah.
But okay, they get the information. It could be a sign of them just, I don't know, maybe the jitters are getting to him after that map, after the forfeit and all, but excuses can be made. They send Aziz here and keep him there for the meantime.
Yeah, RQ looking so disciplined, even though they lost out on Icebox, but if you look at the trends, you know, it's still a chance for Southfield. We know they start slow on maps.
They see him.
RQ in the meantime starting fast and hard, and that is just crunchy from Kelly S. Catching out Aziz to start things off. Might have heard us be like, you know, I was missing those shots. Now I'm going to hit those. Now I'm going to win these duels, and it's perfect for RRQ if this Raze is able to step up to the level that he's shown so far in his RRQ career. Now that the Seeker's into play, and they're just blinded. They can't see anything. They can't get on through. And with Rabbit trapping Papi Chulo, basically, he will go down 5v3 right now. RRQ in complete control. And we see this yet again. Southfield Esports is put in a conundrum that they cannot get away from. Instead, they have to fight. They have to push on forward. And what happens here? They are victimized. Look at the news. You're going to see the corpses of SBE tonight at 6. 5-0 for RRQ.
Honestly, just getting completely demolished in that round there. They leave Aziz all alone without any support, and he gets sniffed out by the Trailblazer. Goes towards the B side. I guess the idea was to try and catch off any of the rotators, but just doesn't work out. RRQ too disciplined, too good to let that happen to them. The Trailblazer finding the information. Almost didn't, but maybe if he peeked out once it passed him, things could have gone very differently. South built eco round once again, and they have yet to win one of these.
This is looking really painful for Southfield Esports right now. RQ, all the momentum and more. And come on, I want to see more of the Kelly S show if he can get even hotter. But Sean will punish him. Nexi's right there, though. An all-reliable Nexi. He is right there. And what a kill over onto Aziz. One more time. Nexi is just able to be ready for the Southfield Esports push. It's crazy to think how effective he has been. And if you remember your AG Nefarious days, one of the teams that could contend with Bren Esports, now Team Secret, then on Split, were the likes of Nexi and Draxi. And oh so smooth, oh so sexy, the Cypher forces all the action towards B-side instead. The boogeyman man of RRQ now rotating while the rest of the clean-up crew is there to wrap the round. 6-0! All RRQ.
This is looking reminiscent of that painful 13-0 Secret win yesterday on Haven. How the mighty have fallen here. South built 6-0. What a dominating half already. They've secured here RRQ within 6 rounds. At the very least, a equal scoreline at minimum going to that second half, and that's not a good thing for South built. They're on the attacking side, yes, albeit this is very, very reminiscent of the old SB we know to really struggle on the attacking side, but it's a new age. They have to bring new things to bring this game back.
I mean, they had a year already to get things started. The 6-0 scoreline is painful. There's still a chance to tie things up. Make sure that this half is salvaged to a good degree. But Aziz cannot find anyone. A nice setup there from Nexi, forcing the showstopper towards the utilities and at least try to get for the entrance. But Tsugi already won. Tsugi already with 2. And he's just too damn good, basically. Kelly S with the showstopper. Rabbit's there as well. And this is just perfect from RQ right now. 7-0. If Southfield Esports is cursed for map 3s, man, if they can't go to map 3 without getting 13-0, I don't even know anymore.
It seems like they have to end the series 2-0. Otherwise, it just Oh no, oh, deletes itself. I don't even know what the reasoning for this could even be here on SBE's side. This is the second time in a row we're seeing just completely dominating 3-0s, when typically they would get better as the series progresses when it goes to map number 3. This time, just a complete breakdown is what we're seeing from the South Built side here on their attacking split. This is a map that RIQ performed extremely well in versus Secret, but this is just a very, very different I guess result than what we were expecting on Split.
Is it time to believe in the transitive property? But right now it's Rabbit transferring his bullets towards Flippy. No escape whatsoever, even if he crouched down. And apparently Rabbit is a barber because the hairline of Stage's ponytail and all cuts before it can even make an impact. 4v5, and honestly, it's just RQ's setup has been exceptional for the South Built Esports push. We always get Rabbit at the right time towards mid. We always get Nexi effective with the triparts towards A side, getting that intel. And many a time, Kelly has Tuge. That's when they go for the swings when South Built Esports comes in, and they just get the right angle as much as possible. A well go on the rafters. Crazy that Nick Tuge could just get in that kind of position and take them down and immediately cascade into an effective team wipe courtesy of RRQ. But now Tsuge dropping down, gets away from Jaw sidelines, Rabbit ready with the kill. And it's just perfectly placed here. It's like RRQ decided to sync up all their watches, time things perfectly, and call it a day. This is dominant to say the least from RRQ.
Man, what a play. There's no way that Southfield can come back from that when all the guns are just beaming down towards B main. And without any utility, without the weapons, can't even shoot themselves out of it. Now just really struggling to get a foothold in this game. 8-4 would not even be a great scoreline, honestly, going to that second half with. So they lose this round. We could very well be looking at another 13-0 sweep.
You know who has an O right now?
A what?
He has an O. He has O deaths. 0 deaths. He has not died yet. This guy has not died. Next, he has 1 death. He has 11 kills. South Built Esports just cannot find even an inch of a reprieve. We've seen in the closer games from the series between RRQ and SBE, when South Built Esports loses, at least they make it costly. RRQ has never been able to build an economy like this in the series until now. And now, they're set for life. They got the one right thing to invest on. They saw everything was in the red. And the one thing that they put their chips onto, it's to the moon, and they're pretty much set for the rest of the half by this point. Draxi trying to go for the hold. South Built Esports stuck yet again into the vents, and RRQ, it's another matter of timing from them.
We're getting a bit of group stage South Built right now.
Oh,
it does
no.
seem.
I've got your trail.
Chris, really be that true? Wasn't looking that much so during the opening round, but now Draxi, he completely just baits Jaw out. Very uncharacteristic of Jaw to not get those type of kills. And this is once again looking like an RRQ round 3v4, as this has to go aggressive here. There isn't much they can do, so he has to take that aggressive positioning just to try to equalize the odds. Flash now completely blind. Paint shot out as well. They're going to tie him on the corner very close, and he just goes down without any trade, without even getting a single kill. 2v4, this is looking so dire. Pro goes down. Flippy trapped in the corner. No way he gets out of this one alive. 9-0. RRQ dominating half already.
Yeah, South Built's just not in the groove right now. You call it a bait, but I want to call it a mistake. Because Draxi got away with getting the orb. He was the one who got the kill. There was the chance for the trade. They were happy to do so because Rabbit has a res anyway. But you don't see that too often for South Built Esports. No, last time we saw this kind of performance from them was yesterday in map number 3.
Wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't that long ago. That's the painful part. It doesn't happen too often, but the rarity is getting more and more common as the days go by, and this is gonna be a big problem for South Built Esports. Moving forward into the group stage, you only get one chance against everyone. And right now, unfortunately, they're blowing it. There's nothing much to say besides look at the scoreline and look what's happening here. South Built Esports, though, at least they have the guns this time. They have the Spectre here for Pro, but they need to show that they have at least one more plan that they can execute. PPGL gets next, but Kellyus is right there yet again. So the trade system for RRQ, effective. That's a check mark. Draxi right now with the paranoia. Nice flashback to prevent the swing from happening. And Southfield Esports, they're right behind the pillar. RRQ trying to take advantage here.
Okay, they have some idea that Draxi could be waiting right around the corner. Rabbit does get the res up on the Nexi, so they still have the man advantage after that one. And PPGL is out of the fight, so 5v4. RRQ have a good chance to make this retake work on out. They've been spectacular on the retake so far. Here comes a flash on out. Doesn't catch too much, but it's gonna keep him at bay. Great clash here by Flow. Rabbit's able to find one. Flipping assist, go for 2 for 2. And that actually gives him finally a round here from Southfield. Not 9-0, but 9-1.
They made it work. They got through at least close to the site. It does feel like that when Southfield Esports can get a bit more of that post-plant action, that's when they have a chance to win. But it looks scary to start things off, really. Losing Nexi, then you go for the res, basically. RQ. They walk into such a... They walk into an oven, basically, and just got cooked up by Southfield Esports, man. They held that pillar well. They got the backside. From that point on, at least they can show their prowess in getting the kills. But the job is not done. Far from it. This is a very difficult mountain to climb here for Southfield Esports. And you've seen the corpses, basically, that litter the climb to Mount Everest. The will is there, but can they actually do so?
And RRQ are so good in the rotations. Look already here to try and help him on out. They've got 3 players to reinforce the site. They've got the Sage here on the Rabbit, also potentially quick on the rotate in case they do need it. You can see him prepping out this execute for Heaven. We have yet to see an actual Heaven take come in from South Build side. So no operators though on the side of RRQ. But as that clock ticks, this is what RRQ want. They want them to dry out that clock so that when SBE do execute, they can throw a bunch of util at them, keep him at bay, and really make things a lot more difficult.
Kellyus now having to play the waiting game. Nexi watching over him just in case. Give him a quick communication that someone's on the inside. And then RRQ might be able to execute. But Southfield Esports now getting the heavens that they wanted. But they drop. They go over to the middle instead. And it does feel like they're trying to bait out RRQ right now. Southfield Esports, though, they still have the spike towards the A site. They know how important that can be. But RRQ's timing with the flag might be perfect yet again. The rotation, though, is there, though. And with the expedition here by Southfield Esports has finally been spotted behind Nexi. Guiding light into play. Flipping gonna get on the board. Here comes 2 again, though. 2 get 2. And over at A site, it's Kellyus, the hero that RRQ needs. Kellyus, say yes. 10-1 for RRQ.
Why does he pull out the Spectre there at the end? Pro getting caught off guard. They go for the CT control, but there isn't enough time to do that. And RRQ just so quick on the retake, so smart on how they play it. Perfect flash on here. And there's nothing SB can do. Completely looking demoralized, diminished, destroyed, and devastated round after round after round. 10-1. What an opening half from RRQ.
He tried to be cheeky, creative, and it just doesn't pan out. RRQ, the way that they're able to tell what is going on, the way that they're able to hold back just from listening through audio cues, that is just incredible to see here. They had expeditions, man, you know, towards Marketford side of RRQ, Southfield Esports, going into the middle, but they just basically get the right read to get the bulk of Southfield. They understand they're coming down from heaven to make that pinch possible, and you didn't really expect that RRQ on that kind of rotation that, okay, they're not here on A side. We're not hearing... We heard that they went through the ropes, that these guys are rushing towards B instead, but they didn't fall for it. And then you compound it to the fact that Kellyus basically won the 1v2 for them. This is prime RRQ. This is the RRQ that made it to the top 8 for good reason. And you can see it's not just one guy, it's just a whole squad playing off each other. Of the Franken team getting some of the best parts of the squads that have been dismantled, and you can see it here. 10-1, the shining example for RRQ.
Man, what a half. This is almost assuredly impossible now to come back into by South Build. And he's gonna get caught off guard here as this just walking through. Yeah, just completely diminish any notions of them coming back from this half. 11-1, it's looking like South Built. How the mighty have fallen.
You know, one is something to be concerned about, but able to brush it off. but losing perhaps two game threes against two different opponents. It is cause for concern here for South Built Esports, and even if they make the comeback happen, honestly, even if they make this 10-1 to a 10-13, there's still gonna be questions right now about South Built that why are we seeing their weakness here on this stage? Why are we seeing them struggle in these kind of moments? And really for RRQ, it's just one final hurdle to get through. Their one weakness wrapping up these games, but Kellyes is there, and he is just feeling the showstopper is just a delivery towards Papi Chulo, because Baxi killed Pro already. And the perfect end to an almost perfect half. 11-1. It's all RRQ, man.
Yeah, this is just completely one-sided, if there's anything to say about it. At least it's not 13-0, if it ever does come to that. But they get the one round, so consolation is all they really got to work with. Slow walking through that. It seems like South Built are just resorting to ways of old, dry peeking a lot, not enough utility on when they push out that. Where was the flash, for example, coming out of that smoke? Is it really them forfeiting the opening map that's getting to them at this point? Is there that tilt factor from what happened? Same thing could be said for yesterday, but no excuses made here for South Built. 0 kills still on Pro. They have to find some way to get going. They lose his pistol, the game is done. I mean, it already kind of is, but even more so.
At least they can go back to the classics, go back to what their origins were. Split defense is where they can shine. But it's so testy because it's still the pistol. If RRQ just gets one good rush in, then they're good to go. And look at the potential fraggers right now in this squad. I'm expecting Kellyes and Tuge to just be able to set up a perfect flash and a perfect pain shells to give them the space. And they are feeling the heat. Kellyes just redeeming himself immensely in this game. He has been playing the hero, not whiffing the shots whatsoever, winning out in scenarios where he's left behind all by his lonesome. And with RRQ having so many stable points on this roster, the one partition where it can get really hot or really cold, when it's on fire, they can just see it and be happy that they are performing to the absolute best level they can have here. South Built, I'm just looking for answers right now, man, but because they've been trying to make these pushes work, they've been trying to rely on the setup for Aziz, but RRQ has been always one step ahead of countering out those aggressions, countering out the rotations, and you can see that they have really adjusted themselves on the defense to stifle SBE. Same case perhaps on the attacking side.
Really, more questions than answers at this point is all they can really offer.
Yeah.
How do they come back? In what world is it even a likelihood? Very, very low chances unless they get this pistol. Still going to be quite low, but that's the only glimmer of hope. The coffin already being put 6 feet under. Just need one final nail here.
Well, it's time for RRQ now to get things started. South Built Esports, there's a bit of ambition even from Flippy, and we've seen him be just willing to go for those aggressive angles, win out the initial duels while ago on map 1. But he has the back on the way after the wall, feeling the pressure already from RRQ. Just, it's so different when you look at this kind of scoreline when you're the one on the receiving end. You know you can't afford to make those mistakes, and that just affects your mental judgments, affects your willingness to make some of these more aggressive plays, knowing that you can get traded out of nowhere. But RRQ, the patience game yet again, and really, it does feel like there's so many similarities for RRQ and SBE that we're getting more and more renowned for as the series progresses.
Papi Chulo finds the opening pick here on the Kellyes. They bleed out the clock just a bit, and next he's taken out quite low actually. He goes for the one, as this is able to find another as well, but Rabbit quick on the trade there on the Flippy. 2v3 could still be winnable for RRQ. They have the spike, they can go for the plant here towards elbow, and this wall is going to keep Ja at bay. He has to slowly cut away at this. They're going to be isolated here towards that A main position. No flashes though, but Aziz quick on the trade on 2GE. Still, Rabbit can isolate the fight. He's caught out in the middle, and Aziz gets in the round. A small glimmer of hope for South Built.
A necessary victory to just still stay on alive. And this might be where Papi Chulo can really shine. Just great to see him open up this potential retake before he even gets started, holding the line for the side of Southfield Esports. It's just such a long, long road ahead of them here, and really Black and Blue. I have to ask you, what else can Southfield Esports do here right now? They know how to hunker these down. They know that they can rely yet again on how oppressive their initial angles can be. But what if RRQ just decides to go in for the full commit, for the full push? And in a map like Splits, if you're not going to be flanking, you're going to be usually with your teammates. And the trade system from RRQ has been reliable here for the past rounds.
Yeah, and there isn't much cushion for them to work with. They lose around instantly match points, so even the bonus is a required win. As this, able to dodge the flash, gets actually a decent amount of damage done there, and Pro's able to back him on up, but the trades are perfection from RQ. Then Poppy Chulo just comes in the end and puts a, I guess, stifles all that. 3-11, long way to go. This gun round should be where RRQ finally secure match point.
Not too bad for both RRQ and Southfield Esports. RRQ gets 2. Southfield Esports, on the other hand, looking to look at the glass half full and say at least we only lost 2 there in their full push. But the real test starts now, especially with the gun disadvantage Southfield Esports is having to deal with. I'm looking to what perhaps Aziz and Poppy Chulo can do towards this A site. They have a good position right now for Southfield Esports, at least, to stop the initial push here from RRQ. Elias now with the paint shells. Blast back into play. Aziz though able to correct his aim and get the takedown. Rabbit with the trade. It's 4v4 and on-site RRQ goes.
Well, a bunch of them quite low. Luckily, they got like 2 healers, so it doesn't really matter. And Traxy gets a huge kill on Flippy. The Trailblazers are taking a while to come on in, and they deny it for the most part. I think the idea here should have been for Southfield to force the buy because they don't have a roundup to give. They don't have a bonus really to do it. But Poppy Chulo with a classic! He gets the next kill as well, Ja! It's all on the Nexi! Retrieves the rifle! All he has to do is swing and win this fight, and Ja barely scrapes by for Southfield. So close!
This is what you get for asking for them to buy.
Yeah.
You don't need to buy to win. You just need to have the classic. You spawn with it. You start with it in Southfield Esports. They're still alive. They needed the bonus, as you said. They got it as requested. And now there is a chance. There is a hope, a glimmer. And this is where we start looking at RRQ. Can they finish the job off? Yes, it's still a big distance, a big gap. But we have seen RRQ falter when it mattered the most, and it's better to start early rather than late, and it's better for RRQ to get things going now before the rest of Southfield Esports wakes up completely.
Aziz, great job of holding them on back. Could have maybe found a second and made their lives easier, but you saw, as I said a while ago, the damage that he did came in super important because it allowed Poppy Jill to do that. Kill 2 people with a right click of that classic, and stifling things for RRQ. Small pause here. You've seen them be very successful in converting a lot of these eco rounds, especially on Icebox a while ago. So even when RRQ only have a bunch of sheriffs, especially with Nexi top fragging the game right now, that could certainly be as formidable as anything in his hands.
Well, RRQ at the very least, they still have basically many rounds to give. So I wonder if we're gonna even get like double eco rounds, just try to change things up, stack up those ultimates to help them out in the pinch, because it does feel like here that Southfield Esports has just one of the best configurations on split defense. Play their initial defaults, play the angles that they know they can get that kind of value. And while we're on a bit of a timeout, it really feels like for Southfield Esports that it's an uphill climb, but it's still doable after that last round. There's that possibility, and a technical pause!
Ooh.
Again in the series!
Ooh. Painful. Just when they're getting momentum too, isn't it?
I mean, we talked about them not needing the pauses, so it should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Even though there have been these mysterious pauses. I don't know who would call them. I don't know who would initiate suddenly a break in the game. But you know, our Southfield don't need pauses, man. They're fine.
Well, Maybe some copium, maybe some hopium. Which way? I'm not sure. RRQ though, I mean, they're chilling. They got lots of rounds to work with. For the most part, this should be their series, as long as they don't let things get too out of hand.
True.
Southbuilt have to rely on that discipline of theirs in these situations. They don't even have much economy because RRQ have been making every round super close except for that second one. Southbuilt, they got some ultimates to work with. I think priority here is make this round clean and use those ultimates to secure the next round, which then again forces RRQ in an eco, and you continue the pattern.
So, I want to talk to you about something pretty stupid, not gonna lie. So, you look at the RRQ logo, right? And I've been explaining to people that it's 2 R's because one's upside down, the other R is like that. But if you want to get the Q, you kind of have to put the R's together to make a circle. And do you get that? You get what point I'm making?
A circle.
So you see how it's like typograph, right? Where it looks like a bit of a PlayStation logo. It looks a bit like it can be rounded up, but that's how you get the Qeon part of Rex Regum Qeon. But basically, you put the R's together, stack them up together, and you make a Q. A pretty ugly Q, but it's a Q nonetheless.
I'm trying to draw it out in my head, and so it goes like this, it goes like that.
Yeah. So you make a normal R, then you draw an R on top of it that's upside down. And it's supposed to be kind of cute. You know what breaks it though is because there's like a unicorn horn sticking out.
Yeah.
There's like you get it now.
I'm almost seeing actually like the 2 R's are almost like individually like a small Q, like a question mark. If it was like script. Do you see what I mean? Like,
I see what you mean.
Not a capital Q, but
if I tilt my head sideways, they look like question marks.
Yes.
The
question is nothing. I'm just doing that for dramatic effect.
Okay. And then on the other side, since we're not done with technical pause, we can talk about our team. So Southbuilt Esports, supposedly that's an S, and then the big one on the right, that's the B.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see the logo with this.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be gold now as well, like same to the shades of RRQ. So
I heard from inside the short sources is SBEPH is the red and blue one, and then APAC is the black and gold one, or should it be up the other order? Because it would make more sense that the Southbuilt logo would be the black and gold now, and then the blue and red later for APAC, because they're the ones representing PH, right?
Or maybe none of that at all. Maybe there's a different colorway entirely planned.
Ooh, maybe it's black and white. Oh wait, that's Team Secret.
Yeah, aren't they more like? Actually, no, it's like gray. Actually, I think gray would be cool. I don't think there are any teams that do like a black and gray kind of monochrome.
Okay, so maybe it's time for Southbuilt to be gray instead.
I mean, if you look at their posters, they typically edit the jerseys to be black and gray nowadays, just for uniformity.
So you're telling me the Southbuilt jerseys aren't black and gray yet?
Nope.
Okay, I'm getting a refund, man. I expected this kind of product.
It's only on the poster.
Oh man, false advertising for the jerseys.
Bam.
So when do I get my jersey there, black and blue? When will you give me a Southbuilt jersey?
I don't even have the new one yet. What are you talking about?
So why do you have the old one? But hey, we're back and technical pauses, they happen. Welcome to APAC. Here we go yet again. That's the black and blue. And Southbuilt Esports, they're building up the momentum. They're building up a few round wins and making at least Split still a game to watch out for.
Well, it seems like we're going to have to take a chill pill for the moment. Things starting to heat up just a bit, but the tech pause is going to keep us comfy for the meantime. Going to keep us, give us a bit of a breather, at least for both of these teams, because it was looking pretty intense for map number 2, map number 3, the opposite way, and we'll see if hopefully there aren't too many issues happening in the background. Obviously, this is a tech pause, right? But we're going to have to go to a break, and when we come back, hopefully we can continue the map. So I'm Black and Blue, with me is Zax. We'll see you guys back here for map number 3.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
They always on road and they start. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bitch. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down, and I still.
The never-ending series looking for its conclusion. Is it finally time to wrap things up between Southfield Esports as well as RQ? Hopefully the time is now. Oh, wait, that's a different team. But welcome back. Dax here with Black and Blue. And we're still in our second series. We're still in our third game. Everything is A-OK now for the split 11-4 scoreline. And from where we last left off in the last episode of VCTPH, it was Southfield Esports rallying the cause, winning the bonus after the classic kills from Papi Chulo.
Well, hopefully this series won't really take us too long because we still have another. We still have Bren versus Naos right after, a show of two young guns, but we're gonna see for ourselves if it will continue that way. So no cause of concern. I think we're about ready to get back into with the timer ticking down as well. So eco round forced upon RRQ, but as I said before we went to the break, they're very, very proficient at converting these.
Whoa. So wait a second. So you say it's a good sign when the game is on. So it's a bad sign where our faces are on?
Yeah, considering it's Friday the 13th. Seems like lots of people having issues.
It's okay. I'm ugly and I'm proud and I'm happy for it. Anyway, let's go. RRQ. Let's go into the game. Let's see if we can actually do anything with this Spectre right now. Where we last left off, bonus round was won by Southport, as I mentioned. So really, RRQ, it'll be interesting to see what Kelly's can actually do at leading the charge for the squad. They have got it through the middle. They do seem like they want to go for that A site, but look at the setup by Papi Chulo. The Cypher already prepared to watch for the heaven angles and hold down the site instead.
They are taking a decent amount of control here towards mid. South build ready to give that on up. Get some information, soft information though. A bit light. What exactly they can expect. They know there is presence here towards mid. What and how exactly, that is really what is unsure. On the peak here, Pro has to be careful because Rabbit and the rest here of them have been so deadly when it comes to using these sheriffs. As this is quick on the trade, but still damage has been done. They're going towards the A site.
Yeah, a little too late there for Rabbit to put up the wall, assuming that it would have built itself up to keep him alive. And speaking of who's alive, it's Nexi and Kelly, yes! Papi Chulo goes down. Big potential right now for the side of RRQ to force out the action here. And this is them putting that spike down. So A site now needs to be retaken by Southbelt Esports. Opportunity made here. They also picked up a rifle along the way. Tuge is the one given that prestige. Flippy though, with Ja coming in from the screens, bit of covering fire perhaps from Aziz as well. But you can see the stack from RRQ. They want to play it close. They want to surprise the push. And Tuge already with the takedown. RRQ now with a big advantage. Showstopper into play. Aziz flying high to bring the dynamite and the punch there. Equalizing the odds 2v2. Those sheriffs already. Time ticking here for the side of RRQ. Flippy though with the takedown. Nexi! The thing is there. Aziz with a 3K. But he should have...
No time!
No time?
Thrifty.
No time, man.
No time. What an eco. As I talked about, these are rounds that are so very viable for RRQ to win those ecos. And man, that tech pause momentum really being taken away from Southfield. Just misfortune after misfortune, forfeit after tech. So unfortunate here for Southfield.
It's just not even the fact that, Southfield Esports is a resilient squad enough to deal with anything that breaks their momentum. It's just that they cannot afford to make any kind of mistake. But with Tuge getting such a big surprise there from the plant box, it allowed RRQ to stall enough and effectively throw bodies to the corner and keep them away from the spike. Nexi, that was such a crucial shot there to keep RRQ in the running. And the fact that they won that out and effectively a thrifty round, they will have the rifles. They will be ready to shatter Southbuild Esports as soon as possible with the fullest arsenal they can bring here.
And timeout finally called. The last opportunity potentially here of Southbuild. 8 rounds. That's what they're going to have to deal with. Might be a bit too much for even this veteran squad. RRQ playing things to almost absolute perfection. Really, the momentum of Southbuild has been continuously cut into here by RRQ. Whenever you'd feel like Southbuild started to get something going, RRQ just completely shut it down with ease.
And this is where it gets dicey for Southbuild. They already had such a good setup to start things off, but if they don't actually get any impact there with their passive play, then RRQ will just bulldoze their way to the site, and it becomes more of that 50-50, more chances for RRQ to get this kind of wins. And you could really see that the pressure is on for Southbuild to climb out the hole that they basically were thrust into, dug deep by RRQ. Last chance though here for Southbuild Esports, effectively Judge plus a Bulldog, so not really the best buy from Southfield Esports. The Pro, he's been struggling with the rifles, might as well try to reclaim his glory by playing it close, but the pain shells now thrown on out. Aziz doing the same thing, dueling against Nexi. A good start here for SBE.
Naos got a judge, so obviously he's got something in mind to do. Hopefully RQ don't fall into that trap because it'd be very dangerous for them, but the Seekers are going to gain them so much space. Look at how far Kelly S is here, and Flippy, there's nothing he can do, completely shutting down Paranoia just a second too late to try and bail them out of that situation. As this goes on top, he's not good for 2, only goes for 1. It's now all on Papi Chulo, the clutch master. Can he bring this one back for South Built?
Yeah, man, the council has spoken and RRQ has a new knight to call a master. Kelly, yes, just perfectly at playing the entry, getting the kills that they needed, and didn't matter the paranoias there from Ja because he shrugs off the fears and brims with confidence instead. All left now to Papi Chulo in the 1v3. We've seen him make these heroics happen before, but time is running on. Now checks into the alleyway, sees absolutely no one. Criminal approach though for Papi Chulo, getting the first, getting the second, but Draxi is there ready for the trade, and RRQ will be hailing this victory as they will remember how to wrap up a game and win it out 13-4 at the end of it all.
Wow, they're definitely happy about that one. For very good intent, you can see they're livid about that win. Well, not livid, more like ecstatic. Super. Great win here by RQ. Very decisive map number 3, especially in that opening half where they secured, what was it, 11-1. 11-1. That is an impeccable scoreline. Not as bad, at least for South Built, yesterday when they played Secret, but there are some things to be addressed. Lots of things that have to be addressed. Why is it that when it goes to map number 3, things just crumble?
You know, it's a bit of a curse here for South Built Esports. Group stage South Built, struggles are seen early on, and it's up to them to fix it before it becomes an even bigger problem. But that attacking side was just answered by RRQ way too many times. The perfect setups by Nexi, just the amazing step up there by Kelly S. And really, as we check out the stats here, I wouldn't be too surprised for the side of RRQ that they have at least one of those 2 players at the very top of it all, because this is prime RRQ. We saw the struggles there on the first 2 maps, there it was even, but here in the third, they can just be so potent, especially when they have their more reliable players doing the jobs that they need to do, and some of the hotter players just blazing like suns.
Insane performance, especially from players like Nexi, who have been continuously stepping things up. And when they were kind of struggling to get the most value out of Kelly S, the rest of the team here from RRQ stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park. We saw so many great moments from Nexi, and finally Kelly S coming on alive, what we expect from him to do. And by the way, 2 GE, 3.7 KD. As you said, Dax, this man would not go down. And when he does, he takes more down with him than they could possibly imagine. What a player, what a fight they put up here, RRQ. And what a comeback after losing map number 2, just straight into this split.
And the biggest thing for them is the fact they didn't let go of the gas pedal this time. There was a moment where South Police were trying to take the driver's seat, but it was wrestled back by RRQ. And just if you look at some of the highlights that we've seen here, really it's just incredible to have Nexi on this roster. You can see how consistent he really is. He's just such a gatekeeper in a way that his attitude isn't like that, but his performance is. If you want to become a top team, you have to beat Nexi, basically. You have to be always at the standard. They can try and face off against such a strong player, and whatever team he joins, it amplifies, and it's case in point. Sato right now, heavily tested by Team Secret yesterday, and they lost out. And it's honestly the same place here in RRQ. Yes, it was unfortunate for map number 1. This map 3, though, is telling that there's still struggles right now for South Built Esports that absolutely need to be addressed.
RRQ, they had so many great moments throughout this match where you can see like there may be a foothold finally somehow established by South Built, but then they shut it down with great utility at work, and they just had so many confident plays. Like we saw Rabbit early on, right, when he was waiting towards B main, he just swings out wide and catches everybody off guard. That is the RRQ that we expect. That is RRQ that we know they should play with. Discipline, but at the same time, confident plays and those individual moments where they have to bail themselves out. It didn't really come too much here on Split because for the most part they were playing so tactically sound. It didn't have to come to that, but on especially the other maps like Icebox and Ascent, keeping things close because of how great individually they are as well as a team.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot in store for the RRQ roster, especially in this newest configuration. I can't wait to see more of that. On the other hand, though, Southfield Esports is all about that bounce back, all about getting back into the groove. But we've seen them in a situation last stage, Black and Blue, wherein they struggled at the start of the group stage and were able to get back anyway to the top when they needed to the most. So not all hope is lost for the Southfield faithful, and really will be depending on what their future matchup will entail in that, in that situation. But guys, I think we're gonna be going for a bit of a break right now because we still have a third series to go on. That's Bren Esports versus Naos Esports. Dax here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more, especially for the interview in just a bit here at VCTPH.
Right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more. Your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands.
Mm-hmm. That's right. RRQ in a surprise turn of events, a very unexpected win from them against Southbuilt. Of course, there were a lot of issues during that series. I mean, Southbuilt, they were afflicted by, I guess, God's wrath or something in the first game, and weren't able to continue after the half. So there was a little bit of a turnover there, a little bit of an unexpected. It is Friday the 13th after all. It's a little bit unlucky, but then again, a beautiful game 2 from Southbuilt, and then I guess they're cursed for game 3s, Nico.
Yeah, there seems to be, before it was kind of like, as the series progresses, that's when South will kind of, do a lot better. In this case, it was kind of the opposite, and if anything, I am just glad that we have our host back, because I had to throw that last series into the game, and I'm glad Mika's here with us. Maybe it was over here. Star Wars. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not sure if Mika is coming through. It does seem like she is once again cut off. Mika, you're so close but so far.
Oh,
but
no.
unfortunately, we're gonna have to go into the highlights. And when we check it on over, we talked about map number 1, especially G10 on Ascent. It ended 6-6. Things not really going either way because we didn't really get a full conclusion of that, unfortunately. But we go here on the Icebox, and both teams really played spectacular, especially with the opening from RRQ, just so hard hitting on their executes, and Southwood just really struggled to stop that. But when they did, when they finally got that formula out, they're able to bring it back in the final round of regulation. And really, I think here G10 is a story of these two teams not giving up even when the going gets tough.
Absolutely. There was no give in either of these teams, man. SBE, they were looking at their peak form, but RRQ, they were looking like, the stark crushers that they were built to be. And I do think that if RRQ were to continue this, they might have actually won this anyway. And then we would have still gone to that game 3, which I think was a little uncharacteristic from SBE, but then again, that also happened yesterday. As you guys kept saying, it's a little bit of a history repeating itself, just even recent history. So is this SBE, warming up still before they get into playoffs mode?
One enemy remaining. I win everyone.
Oh
no.
So, not apparently. Okay, well, we go on over to Split, and here on Split, it does seem like, especially in that first opening half, that really South built just, I don't know, demoralized, decentralized. The absolute end of it was demolished and devastated. Simply enough, RRQ just shutting down every single intent that South built on had from the get-go, from the pistol. Extremely clean play on that first opening half. The second half, things a bit of a contrast. That's when they start to look a bit more mortal, but not for too long. After coming back from the break, just no way South built looked in even any sort of control, winning that eco round and winning the right on after. And so, game MVP, who's it going to go to, G10?
Oh, there is quite a couple. I think it might be Draxi, perhaps. If
Kelly S?
Kelly S. Mika just said Kelly S. If you guys didn't hear,
I hope.
Because for context, we can hear her, but you might not be able to because Prod doesn't seem to be able to. So yeah, Kelly S. Is gonna be the MVP, as Mika guessed correctly.
Yeah,
And,
I think
mean,
I'm here now.
Deservedly.
Yeah,
You back?
I think I'm here. I think I'm here. I think I am heard now, and
Mika,
telepathy
are
is
you
not
with us? Yes, I hope
necessary anymore. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
All right. So yes, actually, I had a question for you, Black and Blue, which is like, you know, we mentioned that this could be quote unquote group stage Southbuilt Esports over here. What do you think this means for Southbuilt Esports in their future games?
I don't know. Like when you look at it, right? Typically they get better as the series progresses longer, but this is not a good start. Now, unfortunately for them, they got that 2-0 yes versus Naos, so points not super far behind. But this is definitely not what they wanted to resort to. It happened last stage where they ended week 1 at literally 8th place out of the top 8, and then they come back. Obviously, they finish the tournament, go up in Grand Championships, but that's not the run that these boys want to repeat, but it's looking more of the same old form. So I am wondering if maybe they're waking up a bit too early this time. Before they used to wake up too late. Now maybe they're waking up too early, and so by the time map 3 hits, they're like, grogginess.
They gotta enjoy.
They get
that
tired.
Sleep. Yeah. They gotta take in the sleep and, you know, just hit the alarm clock, just hit the snooze button a little bit more. Maybe that's the solution, right? But we do have to congratulate, of course, RRQ, and we can actually welcome them over to our panel for a quick interview. And I believe we will have a Rabbit himself representing the team. Although I think like the team is actually all around him at the moment. A while ago, I think you guys need to give him some space. He was fanning himself a while ago. I know it's a very, very hot day. So Rabbit, thank you so much. Hello, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us for this interview. Now, you guys, we saw you a while ago, right when it cut to the victory screen, that you guys were dancing, you guys were having a good time. Hello to whoever's there on the screen. You guys were having a good time, so it seemed like the energy was up despite such a drawn-out series. So, how were you guys able to keep up the momentum and the morale going?
I think we're just trying to have fun and like play the game as how we want it. Then we're just like laughing and like making fun of each other every time.
Okay, now so I have to ask, who is that?
That's to get yeah. Flash took a picture of him while sleeping.
Can we actually bring it up closer to the screen just so that I have a feeling some people would probably want a good screenshot of that. Now, you guys come from very different backgrounds, very different teams here at the VCT. Can you let us know what it was like when you guys first came together as a team? What did you guys do?
When the tryouts happened, like it was like instantly click. Like everybody like vibed and everybody like nagkasundo lahat, like nagkakaintindihan agad. Then yun, lahat ng place parang tugma na rin. Siguro dahil rin like we have like long experience na rin from VCT. Kaya lahat ng mga fundamentals and everything was there na.
I think everybody can tell that everybody got along right away. We can feel it here through our screens. So which team do you think is the biggest threat here at VCTPH Stage 2?
Team Secret.
Team Secret still, and I guess
Yes.
by their performance recently, you guys are still looking at them as the team to beat.
Yes.
Awesome. Now, of course, the floor is yours now for any shoutouts, any messages that you might like to give to all of your fans.
Shout out to our bosses, Boss AP, Boss Ricky, Boss Nano, and sa mga manager namin, si Boss Jim, Dads, and si Boss Lan. Love you all.
Shout out!
Then shout out sa mga jowa.
Shout out!
Shout out! And sa mga fans na naging support. Then yun, sa coach rin namin na kahit minsan masakit namin sa ulo, tuloy-tuloy pa rin sa amin.
Shout out! Jowa ako!
Jowa niya daw. Yun lang po.
Alright, thank you very much, Rabbit, and thank you very much to the rest of the team, to RRQ for the time, and congratulations on your win. Looking forward to seeing you back here on the panel.
Yes, thank you. See you guys again. Hopefully tomorrow.
There you go. There's no denying that they click instantly. I mean, if you saw that, they're just
absolutely friendship developed.
Oh yes, indeed.
Seems like as soon as they all bunched up, they were like a merry band of joyful players.
Yeah. But you kind of don't want to be the guy who like sleeps early. I'm guessing wakes up late. It could be somebody who wakes up late, or whoever just gets.
No, sleeps early because we saw the picture.
Yeah. No, but if he woke up late, they could have like, oh, he's oversleeping.
To be fair, that same thing was happening here in the VCT2 when we were in studio. So luckily for you, I know you're a drowsy head G10, that we are all at home. Because otherwise, well, the group chat might have been your display picture. The group chat might have been your display picture.
Oh no!
All right, guys. Social media, you know what to do if you want to see sleeping photos of G10. We will do our best to work on it, despite us being, of course, online rather right now. We'll do our best to still deliver if you guys want to see some sleepy photos of G10. But right now we are off to a quick break, but when we return, we've got the final match of the day. We have Bren Esports and Naos Esports coming right up.
Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, and we're down to our last series of the day. It is Bren Esports and Naos Esports. And despite everything that has happened throughout our very eventful day, I am so glad that I have Dax and Fluffy with me on the panel. I have to commend you, Dax, by the way, for a very, very challenging series earlier.
This is how I smile when there's a tech boss like this. It comes with the job, guys. It comes with the job, and at the very least, we watched RQ be able to fend off Southfield Esports. Southfield Esports right now, again, it's that usual start of tournament, start of group stage where they have these struggles, but it's really getting worrying by these score lines that they're really giving up here.
Well, hopefully we won't need to worry too long into getting into our next match. I know everybody is very, very excited for that. But first up, we do have to thank all of our sponsors that have our backs, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. Fluffy, who else do we have backing us up?
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber only $29.99 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And also, I believe we would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, Asus ROG. VCT22 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performances and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
And we just have to say it one more time because it is her birthday. We have to say happy birthday to Terrar. Thank you, Prod, for zooming in on my little sign that I exerted a lot of effort into, okay?
Lots of effort.
Of course, yes, you can see maximum effort over here. So we are down to our final series of the day, and it's going to be Bren Esports and Naos Esports. And Fluffy, these are two teams, of course, that we have heard, all throughout VCT 2022. And I think the history between these two teams, I mean, like, they have both been present at stage 1, and there's enough data, I guess, to guess kind of like what the outcome of the series will be.
Right. If I had to guess myself, from the results recently, not just, Naos had that really strong start back in the first stage, but moving on to stage 2, it seems like Bren, the team that really people brought to be the one that has the most potential, it has that superstar younger generation. They really look like they're stepping up today, if the results from yesterday show. So for me, I think right now, at this very moment, Naos really has to answer how are they going to adapt more from what they used to do, because they kind of are doing the same thing, where Bren is already evolving. So I think that's a race that Bren is winning. So for me, Bren is probably a bit the stronger team at the moment in my bet for the series.
Yeah, just to compound on that fact, it really feels like for Naos, it was that big surprise factor that thrust them to greatness, thrust them to the limelight, because even though they're really hyped up right now and they've shown their potential, coming into stage 1, they were just like, okay, it's a middle-of-the-road team. These guys are trying to really prove themselves. You have great names like Kevs and Kakarot's on that roster, but they haven't really proven themselves on the VCT stage yet, and they've done so already. But what is next here for the Naos Esports brand? Because Bren Esports, on the other hand, they're really taking these kind of strides. When you look at Bren Esports, it does feel like they're the team of the future. They're a team that is crafted for Valorant and really coming into the years that will succeed this VCT. We're gonna get more of these squads that learn to play tactical FPS through Valorant, not anything else.
And let's get to know Bren Esports a little bit better, as if I think the rest of the Valorant community doesn't know them enough. Let's take a closer look at Bren Esports. boys in black and yellow impressed quite a lot against RRQ the other day, and we saw that the team was feeling really good about themselves. Fluffy, really interested in your opinion as a coach. How important is this morale? Because we had an interview with Hot Sauce, and he said that everybody was just feeling oh so good.
I think the mental game is something that's kind of hard to quantify for a lot of people who haven't been involved in the pro scene yet, but it plays such a big factor because not only does it set the tone for the series, it also it's like when you're in a group work and you have that confidence, it makes everyone feel like they can do better. Like, oh, I can just rely on my team. Everything's going to be fine. I can only focus on my job. And that's something that plays a big role, especially when you have a team like this. We have players like Savvy, who's one of the superstar players of this series, very strong collegiate player moving on to VCT. And we have the mainstays like EJ and Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze right there. The only recent addition is Symbol, moving on to that more classics overall. But like I said, and what you mentioned about Hot Sauce yesterday, they don't have one player that's really cracked, like a superstar. All of them are very capable. Hot Sauce even being the MVP of the series yesterday on that stage. Imagine a Sentinel getting something like 25 kills on Bind. So if they have, and if they get the ball rolling, they can really roll over another team.
Oh, they're just a solid squad to say the least, and the fact that they bring someone like tested like Symbol to round up the roster says dividends of what Bren Esports is trying to do. They are building that chemistry, and really, you talked about group works. This is a squad where from chapter 1 to chapter 5, everyone is able to pull their weight and more. And even though you have Savvy 8K, again, that prodigal son from the collegiate side, I always look at players like Brain Freeze, players like EJ, who have made their own kind of waves in previous VCT eras so far. And there's just this calm collectiveness right now from Bren Esports, wherein if they can keep a handle on their own emotions and keep a handle of each other's emotions, that's where they can really focus down and play as an absolute unit.
Right.
Well, they will be up against Naos Esports, and this is the surprise team from Stage 1, so let's take a closer look at Naos Esports. The dark horse of VCT Stage 1. We're looking to see what else this team has up their sleeves. Dax, we know these guys can fight it out for the international stage, but with Stage 2, everyone's wondering what the next level is for Naos Esports.
The next level has to be them becoming a stable pick instead, Mika. Really, Naos Esports, their objective this stage is to cement their position as a top team. We had all the KO antics for Kakarot last time, and this time coming into this stage, it's a matter of rotations instead. And I really feel like that's part of the problem here for Naos Esports. Many people now have them on their radar. Many people have them at the very top of the scene. Ooh, a little bit of a cameo there, by the way. But beyond that, I'm really looking forward to how much they're going to be contrasting perhaps some of the different configurations they can have here. I'm expecting Z perhaps to get a bit more of a limelight. Blast going to be rotating here and everywhere based on some of the rotations we have. But really, innovation is what the next step is for this Naos Esports brand. And it's up to them to prove that they can do it here and now, because it's been quite a performance, yes, in the community stage, yes, in the official circuit, but now everyone has them on their target list.
Right, that's basically how Naos is, I guess, perceived by a lot of people. It's really up to them to be more dynamic in their gameplay, because coming into Stage 1, like everyone has mentioned previously, it was such a hot take of how Valorant is played here locally in the Philippines with all the meta and stuff. But now that so much time has passed in Stage 1, so many teams have played, even them when they moved into the APAC, they have proven themselves to be able to match the firepower. But now that just a lot of people have caught up to them in terms of that strategy level, the question is really, how do they avoid that?
Yeah, that's a big question, and a lot of it will rely on our head-to-head matchup, which will be between Hot Sauce and Z. Dax, you wanted to bring these two up in particular. I know we highlighted Hot Sauce earlier, and you highlighted Z as well. How crucial do you think these guys are going to be in this series?
I really feel like Z, whatever his name is right now, it's still the letter Z anyway. He will be the beginning of the end for Bren Esports if he gets hot. Some of the signature picks involve really getting such a rolling start and then finishing the job off as soon as possible. He will be the momentum builder here for Naos Esports, playing things like the Reyna, or more recently playing things like the Chamber. And it just goes to show how Naos Esports is rebranding in a way, trying to stay away from those harder sentinels, trying to be a bit more impactful on the map. And let's see where that aggression can take them if Zay does get more and more of that playtime. On the other hand though, Hot Sauce has just always been such a consistent force to be reckoned with. We saw it especially in their previous matchup, I believe, against RRQ. And we knew how much he took control there on that Vine map. And that's the thing about Hot Sauce. He's such a flexible player right now for this roster. You can really expect him to kind of mirror the same impact that Zay is going to do right now. But the difference here is Hot Sauce has been such a big pillar basically of the Bren Esports brand ever since he came on in. They rely on his frags, they know how to mobilize from that point on when he gets the job done. But on the other side, Naos has to reconfigure themselves, understand how to enable Zay, how to support him, and how to play off his picks.
Yeah, and Fluffy, you know, I was actually very, very curious because, like, of course, you're a coach as well. So, like, the role of the coach on the side of Bren Esports, you know, they have Evo. We talk a lot about these guys being very, very young, so having this voice to kind of like temper them, I feel like it gives them so much more of an edge this stage. But, you know, up against Naos Esports, we're going to have to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big help that they have a coach just like Evo. Evo himself was, one of the nice things about Evo is he was a former pro player as well. At a pretty high level. He played on Kingsman, and he has that veterancy that is important so that, you know, the teams don't overheat as much, to tell them when to calm down. And because he has that experience, he can obviously tell them, guys, we're pushing too far or we need to push more. He can read the situations a bit better than someone who's just straight up analytical.
And speaking of analytical, I kind of look at the Naos side. You know, Backstab has always been that force of reason and that voice of reason for the squad. I know they have a really strong R&D bolstered by some community members that we might know about to craft some new strategies. And really, it does become such a big factor here for VCTPH. The support staff is crafting a new identity for some of these squads, or refining what they have to build on. And on the side of Naos Esports, they really have to be willing to test some of these new things out, because I look at factors that made them different from last stage. Again, stressing the fact that Kakarot's flexibility and that KO being such a absolute game changer. But then you look at some of the nuances that they relied on. Blast, he plays Sentinel, he plays Killjoy, but he was second entry. Delicious, he would be one of the most aggressive Astras you would ever see peek out from things like Haven Garage and get away with it because he was just that damn good at getting those shots. Now that's being read, what is next for Naos Esports? And that's where the coaching staff comes in.
Yeah, well, right now our map vetoes are just about ready, so let's head into it and find out where exactly our teams will be playing. Fluffy, oh, here we go. Whoa. Here we go. Into Haven, followed by Fracture and possibly Bind. Fluffy, how do you think this series is going to go?
Let's see. We got Haven, Fracture, and Bind. Two of these maps, the first and the last map, very strong for the side of Bren Esports. We've seen them play obviously on Bind where Hot Sauce popped off, and that's the third map. So the maps that will set the tone for this will be Haven and Fracture. The first map, Haven, I think it will sway a bit to the side of Bren Esports, but Naos has a pretty decent Haven as well. But Fracture, I think, is going to be the decider for me, because Naos has really innovated their Fracture. They really put a lot of effort in it. You can even see it through stage 1. And if they master it down, especially with their new support staff, they can really turn into a wrecking ball and maybe make their way to the third map.
I think that's where also the contrast comes in for some of these playstyles. When you look at Fracture, I do believe Bren Esports love to play something like the Neon Jet to go for the hard hit and just set up such a big all-in. But on the other side for Naos Esports, they have more of those control options. They love to play things like the raise, the double controller, and it just really sets the tempo of what kind of series will we get from these two teams. I look at Bren Esports and immediately I think about how prodigal their double duelist lineup can be, how potent that really works out. And I've been talking about how Naos Esports is trying to innovate, but really Bren Esports on the other hand, it's more of an inward evolution for them, just less still because they're still young. Refine what their absolute strengths are rather than completely changing up their kind of playstyle. But once we get to map number 2, that's where the two different directions will be tested against each other.
Yeah, and just because, Fracture can just be so unpredictable, like, as a whole. I mean, like, sides can switch over with that map. So I'm actually excited that we will get to see it. Gentlemen, predictions are, is it safe to say that both of you are favoring Bren Esports at this point, Dax?
Maybe, because I for one feel like Naos Esports still needs a bit more time to get to that level yet again, and Bren Esports is a squad that is so quick at getting those punishes on, but really heat retention is a big deal here for Bren Esports. They get hot, they continue on. I really feel like they need to finish off the series as quickly as possible, so I'm gonna go for the 2-0 towards Bren because it will get dicey if we go to the third map.
Oh, Fluffy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree. Bren would be my pick because it's up to the hands. It's in the hands of Naos Esports to really try and stop Bren from rolling them over. Because if they don't dodge this or avoid that, then the wrecking ball that Bren Esports could be is such a big potential that they really have to start avoiding.
Yeah, come on, it's like a hamster wheel they're trying to run through, basically. And while it just goes on and on and on, Naos Esports, it's a squad that if you doubt, maybe that's when they deliver. So us going on the Bren Esports side makes sense on the panel side, but if you're on the Naos fan, that is the status really that works out better for Naos Esports.
Well, we're going to see if Naos Esports can indeed conquer this series or if Bren Esports will prevail. Casters, you guys are up.
The battle proves and the battle to end this day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Daxter with Black and Blue, and we are now getting into Bren Esports versus Naos Esports. Really, some of the, I'd say, rawer talents in terms of the PH stage, but Naos Esports able to prove themselves exceptionally in stage number 1 with all the tricks they've had and more. But the trades and the understanding now for Bren Esports about how the Naos playstyle will be brought out. I wonder how it's gonna go for the series.
You know, Dex, it seems like today is the day of the Bren multiverse, at least of the matches that we're seeing played. We have Team Secret, formerly from Bren, we had SB a while ago, formerly from Bren, and then now we finally have the actual Bren, right? The new wave of the Bren Esports Foundation. But in this case, seems like it's not like a plus-minus. 1 win, 1 loss for the series today. What will be the turnout at the end? Will the Bren multiverse actually come out on top with a second series win? For their sake, you did talk about how Naos still have yet to really find their groove, like the way we know Naos to be, the number 1 potential team here in the Philippines when it comes to playing locally. And it's Bren Esports who have gotten off to a much better start. The question is, do Bren continue that, and do Naos come back from it?
I mean, come on, Bren Esports, if they get that momentum, that is where they shine. But they start stumbling, start losing, not just in terms of the maps themselves, but the series itself. I feel like that's going to affect them in the long run. So while they can ride high, Bren Esports will try to soar through the skies. And funny enough, they're facing off against a squad with wings as their logo. But this is where I kind of want to talk about the map draft a little bit more. We talk about innovation in the panel for Naos Esports, but really, Haven is a back to roots kind of map for Naos Esports. You get some of the classic tendencies from Naos Esports. You get those aggressive, delicious picks. You get some of the entries there from Blast if he's going to be playing right now. And there you have it here. Naos Esports, their origins are going to be clear, but is that Stage 1 performance refined enough here in Stage 2, or will Bren Esports bring out something new or something more potent on the other side?
Well, we're starting here off on Haven, and it's been a map that we haven't seen too much innovation from many sides, honestly. So you go with the Breach Chamber being the only real difference, it seems, here between the Sentinels, and you see Kakarot pulling out that K, which we know to be, this is pretty much almost exactly what we expect coming from this team. This is what they used to play. This is their Stage 1 roots, and they are really, I guess, looking to hone back into that. We might kind of say that these guys might only have that one trick that is really proficient for them, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, it's a classic approach here by Naos Esports, but I think it's a good test coming into the series to go back to those kind of roots. Really, it will try to say to Bren Esports, so we're going to try to do this, kid. We're going to run this down one more time. Can you actually beat it this time? Will you find a way to have that kind of answer? And while I do believe Bren and Naos did not really directly face off against each other in Stage number 1, it's still about that kind of homework. But on the other side, Bren Esports very, very aggressive. Something that they brought out against Alpha in the open qualifiers. And when you have like a Sky and a Breach together with that Chetan Chamber, you know they're looking to enable players like EJ and Hot Sauce to get hot here.
And you really have to do that, right? Like, if you get EJ going on early, him and Savvy, that is when they really try and keep things, rather, not even try, but that is when they really start to dominate. And we know EJ to be one of the most potent young players that we have in the scene, and so is Savvy. I believe, I'm not sure if this is necessarily super public information, but they might not necessarily be feeling 100% in terms of Savvy. I think he might have some woes in terms of what I'm trying to say is I hope he's all okay physically, not emotionally, just physically. There might be some things there. So I'm not saying that they have an excuse, but I am saying that they are playing with this, and with their accomplishments of when they beat RRQ during their first match, that was with that caveat. So they are still looking very, very, very potent. The thing is, they're playing up against a Naos squad now, one that has potentially been able to warm up after losing 0-2 to SBE, and now they're coming into this with potentially one of their, during Stage 1, better maps.
I'd appreciate it, though, Black and Blue, if you told me everything was gonna be okay.
It will.
Okay, thank you. My emotions are now good to go, and well, we're waiting for us to get into the matchup, but really, now it's Esports, time to show if you can still get to that level, and they proved themselves in the local stage. They want to call themselves Kings of PH because of some of the titles that they've won here so far in between Stage 1 and Stage number 2. And really, this is as classical as Naos Esports can get. So let's see right now what they can bring out here. But I'm just gonna bullet point real quick some of the Naos standards. Blast Second Frag, Delicious Aggressive Peaks, Kakarot, Ultimate Setup God, and Kev's C-Long Master. If we get Naos Esports going for that C site, might be a problem for Bren Esports if they keep Kevs alive on the attacking side.
And Kevs is such an important piece of this whole Naos puzzle. The experience and the leadership he does bring to this table is super huge, but Brain Freeze is good for 2 here. Not really traded onto him, but Blurred, man, coming from behind to just completely shut him down.
Yeah, Blurred has been one of the mainstays, though, and one of the biggest, well, impact makers here for the side of Naos, but Savvy with impactful kill on the Delicious there. Blurred right now with a 3K, symbol goes down, and Naos put in a scenario where they have to rely on, well, Kevs as well as Blurred to try and get the job done, but EJ finds a frag, Savvy 8K on the other side, and the Young Guns here get the victory for Bren Esports. A little bit, come on, it's Savvy, no surprise he's gonna do that. 1-0 in favor of Bren.
Yeah, that's the first round, by the way. They're doing that too, and really kind of forgoing this over here, going for that breach, really want to play that contact, and the information they can find, they immediately deal with it with the composition they have on hand. Look at this, potentially like what, 5-6 flashes, they're all consolidated together. And Brain Freeze did such a good job of holding down that garage, really ice cold, keeping them in the tracks.
Yeah, all the flashes in the world, but when you look at Sky and Omen together, you already know that these guys will want to make plays for the team, but also make plays for themselves if they can follow on up. Then you compound it with Symbol on the breach. It really just goes to show here for the side of Bren Esports that they have so much trust on their potential fraggers between EJ, between Hot Sauce, and then everyone else with that kind of setup. And then they can build it up from there. And if I remember my history correctly, Black and Blue, I think it was one of those old Hasher squads that really started bringing out that breach on Haven, and Symbol, he used to be part of that roster, right? And he has that experience, whether within the team or himself, to effectively use it as Hot Sauce steps away to get rid of Jet.
They're definitely one of the pioneers of that idea. And so, this does favor them. And it's really good, too, because Breach is one of the big reasons of why, at least when we saw Naos just completely tear through everybody during Stage 1, they play on Haven here versus South Built, with South Built switching over to Breach and them finally shutting them down. It seems like it was a wake-up call through the rest of the teams, like, oh, so that's how you play Haven against Naos when they've got this old KO lineup going. So good idea here for Bren to fall back to that Roots of Symbol, who, as we said, is one of the pioneers of that whole intent. And Savvy, well, he's going to have a lot to do here, but we know he's the right man for the job.
Well, 78k, ready to get the 1 kill there over onto Kakarot, maybe a few more, as A-Along now has been taking down Esports, but Kevs at least makes the classic count. EJ though, and Symbol looking for the cleanup, dashed on away by Blurred with the Marshall in hand, but time is running on out, and that's a bigger spoiler alert than more. Red Esports with a 2-0.
Bren Esports, good opening start here. Clean for the most part, a few players going down, but hey, it's much more worth than it could have otherwise been. Naos, guns abound. They got the utility now to really make things work as well, especially as the firepower. Kevs, what little he had, made the most out of it.
You know what's a fun fact though? That the SE Empire core basically made it to VCT. We had Nexi Draxi a while ago. Now we have Hot Sauce and Simple. So good on them. It really goes to show that they're really those kind of high caliber players on the local side, and I really feel like those are free agents many want to pick on up. But Delicious, this is where his strength really lies. Delicious 2K to start things off, and a scrumptious perhaps a push towards Seaside.
I mean, for those former SV Empire players, right? And the UI kind of spoiled us. That's how he's going to go down. I mean, during those moments when we were seeing SV Empire play, they were always consistent, and we knew that they wouldn't stick around for SV Empire forever, right? Let's be frank here. Not the largest organization, not the biggest names, and so we saw that they had the talent to make it otherwise elsewhere, and it's, I think, just a great sight to see, as you said, as you put it, that we still get to see them back here in the VCT, maybe on greener pastures now, different teams, but they're still generally sticking together, Hot Sauce and Symbol, and you said the rest of the three on other teams. So for Bren Esports, painful round, not really a great bonus. If honestly Hot Sauce finds one here, it could be good, but he gets caught off by Kevs, watching him on the window, and out he goes.
Yeah, could they call a reset real quick there on the a quick F5 on the UI here, because we're getting a little spoiled for these conclusions. But now Esports, they make it work on their rifle round, and really for Bren Esports right now, they still just have to be careful of the potential punish from Naos Esports. They know that they shouldn't be dueling Delicious too early on. They know that they just shouldn't allow the likes of Kakarot Blast to really get in position later on. And Naos right now, they're still gonna go at it yet again. So Bladestorm is out here for Blurred. Cloudburst right now, bit of a one-way to blockade any kind of initial aggression from Bren. The 0 point now towards that B side. Fragment over to the left as well. And while we do get the Schofields here from the chamber, giving a bit of that intel, it's already a fast take here right now as Esports. Fast and hard, dirty dancing towards that B side. Savvy 8K though, sticking his pet, looking for a target or two. Kakarot watching over onto Link. Hot Sauce though with the first frag. In behind though, EJ trying to go after Kev's Bren. They need to put a bit more pressure and more presence, and that is going to be big here as EJ is ready now for the flanks.
Great find here by EJ. Brings it to a 4v3 as Delicious is able to get that kill on him. Quick trade off. They're fighting for the grass in mid position here. Savvy gets one blast trick on the trade. Will he find another? Yes, he does. Blast good for 2. That's Savvy good for 2 as well. Delicious, they're going 1-for-1. Going back and forth. But Delicious ends the round in tasty fashion.
And looks to be quite a sweet treat here for Naos Esports. They went fast towards that B side, and that could have completely collapsed there for Naos when they lost him in the back line. But they make it work. Some heroics from Delicious, as well as the distraction from Blurred. Blast with a helping hand. And Naos Esports right now, we are getting back to what brought them to the fold last stage. These kind of pace-making plays, to say the least. You don't know what kind of Naos you're gonna get here. If it's gonna be some of the lurks to slow it down, a fast take suddenly towards that B side to change it up. And Bren Esports, they will be tested for a round on their aptitude, but the tour de force from Hot Sauce looking to change up the potential conclusion of the round.
That's going to have to come in crucial, especially with what little they've got to really fight with. And we know Bren, always potent, always dangerous, always formidable. Waiting for really any presence to be shown here by Naos. You can see they're playing these close angles, ones that they know they can at least go 1-for-1 with. And you see EJ shorting hand to make sure Garage is going to be kept on their favor. And Bren, smart idea, knowing that they have the weapons disadvantage, stack that C site, the area with lots of long angles, because there's a good chance Naos are going to try and go for it, which they do. Blurred, dashing his way on into the back of the site, looking the wrong way, but still gets a kill, gets 2 actually. EJ's the only one able to find a kill on Blast coming in there through the garage, but that's all they really get. That's all they really find. Hot Sauce, outside of the fight, has to come in.
Yeah, stellar push now leads to the potential demise of Bren Esports. It's a lesser buy, but the confidence here for Naos Esports is what will bring them to more and more greatness. Blurred onto the corner. Hot Sauce, though, making its mark count with the tour de force. 3-0 for Blurred. Hot Sauce now with the punish. All left to him, but Delicious is right there waiting yet again. And dinner time for Naos Esports as they get 3 here. Really, Haven is just such a good pick for Naos Esports because it reminds them of who they were. So it's like some Lion King moments in Black and Blue. Just what the pride of Naos Esports relies on their plays towards these sites, the movement that they have between Blurred as well as Blast and Delicious, and you can see how much space they can get, even though Bren was just on a lesser buy.
Well, Bren Esports, this time they've got the weapons to work with. EJ actually opting to go for the blades over the rifle. Some teams would like to do the opposite and save the other for the eco. Blurred pushing on in here. Brain freeze caught out off guard because of that recon, and he knows exactly where to go. Hot Sauce follows suit for EJ. He's the only one to answer back. The only response that Brent has got right now with his blades, he's going to have to go in big and go in hype for that great aftershock to destroy it as Blast is able to shut down EJ. It's down to a 2v3, but both players here on Brent's side are quite low. Luckily, they've got that regrowth to get Symbol back up, but the 2 initiators are going to have a lot to do. And he finds Blast on the flank.
But the thing is, now Esports not backing away with Kev's problem for him. No utilities left, so he has to play the angle instead. Blurred, though. Nice surprise from the garage. Symbol trying to set something up, and it's Blurred instead who knocks it down. Savvy AK with the flash, but he's the one blinding himself. And in that instance, it's Blurred apparently crystal clear on the sightlines, 4-2. And you ever get that feeling of deja vu, because now it just goes for C again.
They just keep on hitting it time after time, and it has yet to really fall to them, so I can't blame the intent here. See, Naos, once they get control of a site, they love pulling back and then going for long flanks, long rotates to really catch the timing off guard of Bren. So when Bren are on the retake, they know they have to keep their head on a swivel. They know they have to keep on watching their backs. And now EJ pops the operator here on this eco round of theirs. The only player really, I guess the idea is make him gain control of lobby, then leave him to rotate and reinforce the other places of the map.
Yeah, he has to be just looking for these kind of picks. But speaking of the picks, you look at the Jet on the other side. Blurred has really gone above and beyond his performances lately. Every single game I see from Naos Esports, Blurred just basically gets better, trying to cement himself to be one of the top duelists of the Naos side. And last stage, you know, his limelight, his shining brilliance was overshadowed by players like Delicious, players like Kakarot who had that kind of impact. But really, ever since the end of Stage 1 at the sense of APAC, he really has been that bigger factor here for Naos Esports, and let's see if he can be so reliable for the squad as well as C taken one more time with no command.
Easy rounds taken here by Naos. Should be a 5th round on the board for them, as Bren are going to have a difficult time on the retake without much weapons in their favor. Hell, EJ might even just opt to save this if they don't really get much going for them. But he's going to try and reinforce the fight right now. That, okay, makes the fragment kind of knock the side off course, but Lure does get the kill on Hot Sauce anyways. No refrags coming in from the side of Bren Esports here. Retake really looking difficult. The best I can really hope for maybe potentially could be the exit frags as Savvy gets that kill. Kakarot trade on a symbol. Not able to get another. Actually, he does! Last bullet out.
This is looking dangerous for Naos Esports, but time running out for the Bren Esports banner. So at least Bren making it costly. Some rare whiffs from Blur, to say the least. Maybe it's because I jinxed him talking about him too much. But Naos Esports will get 5, and Bren needs to find a way to stop these C takes because they're losing out on the garage position. They're losing out on the C-long position, and even if we get a member playing on the back side here for the side of Bren Esports, Naos just has so many ways to flush them out between the double initiator plus potentially what the Astra can do and Blur's blazing speed to entry in with the rest of the squad. Bren Esports, they can rely perhaps for a frag or two, but it's still overwhelming when Naos decides to hit that site.
Especially once they've really secured it, it becomes so much more difficult for them to even get back into the fight. So EJ, aptly enough, saves his operator. With Symbol being tagged up by this Knife of the KO. 0 point makes it a lot more difficult for him to try and realize. Actually, he still gets a kill, but even without the utility, Rolling Thunder to try and retake the site all alone, but they've been forced back on outside. Flash on now to try and force him back once again. Trailblazer here in the corner. Has to be careful. Could have a crossfire. Great shot by Symbol off the utility found by Savvy.
I love the communication there from Bren Esports. Chemistry is the most important part of this roster right now, and they're looking for more of those kind of opportunities. Waiting game, but Brain Freeze! He flinches and Delicious is there to go for the takedown in those single duels. That's where Jet can really pop off. Blast over the kill, but while this all happens, Bren decides to sneak it by and defuse instead. So a bit of too much of a bloodthirsty approach, to say the least, from Naos Esports. Way too focused on the duels, forgetting about the spike. And Bren Esports just steals that one away under their noses.
Timing doesn't work out there for Delicious. He already had that C-long control, and maybe he could have pushed into B, but once he was kind of in the midway point of that, the time was ticking. He had to run all the way back through Garage just to be able to maybe stop the defuse, but at that point, time was too late for them. And Bren, great pushback on that B side. It's not easy to win a B-side retake, especially when you have an operator in your hands.
I think it's a bit of a mistake there for the Naos side, though. When you have Delicious rotating like that, someone needs to cover that spike. Doesn't matter if there's one on the right as Delicious will kill out EJ yet again, because you should be keeping an eye out on the objective. You should be setting up a bit of the crossfire for the peak later on. But as it happens now, it's 4v4. And this is where, while Delicious is such a strong fragger, you might be missed in a round that you haven't set up the post plant yet because you're the controller here.
4 versus 4. That the controllers both. Especially once you lose Delicious, who we know are so great in the post plant, not because of utility, but also because he's insane, just like Blurred is on these 2 opening kills. Dashes out, but good catch here by Brain Freeze. Blast leaves Brain Freeze all alone as Savvy was taken on down. Paranoia out, but the timing is going to be very difficult. You can see he's shaking them on up. Good fake here by Brain Freeze. Good for third kill onto Blast. And now he actually TPs inside of this. Drops down. Doesn't get the kill. You saw the adjustment was there. His crosshair was on the head, but Kevs edges it out.
Yeah, split second too late there for Brain Freeze. My mind was almost ready to get blown, but that was so dangerous for Naos Esports, letting that window position pop off like that. But this was such a good recovery. They lose the Astra, and Blurred says, you know, I don't actually need his smoke. All I need is mine. And he goes in, gets the 2K, and this is where we look at Bren Esports and figure out if they're ready for this hard-hitting Naos approach. They should have seen the VODs already. They should have watched what has happened in the previous stage. But I guess facing off against them directly has become more of a problem. And while you have players like Savvy, like EJ, who can frag out for the squad, there is also that propensity where they have to set themselves up here, Black and Blue. Like, you want the flash before you shoot, right? You want to make sure you have that tactical advantage. But Naos just goes in anyway, as dry as possible, and they're just the blazing sun right now, wilting away the Bren Esports harvest.
Very painful form of entry there. Now seem to opt to go for. One perhaps could be a sign of inexperience in the field, Dax.
To say the least. That's
To
why.
say the least.
I mean, Bren's trying to do the right thing, but it just doesn't work out for them.
Why are you laughing?
No reason in particular. Peak performance, that's what we look for. And it's time for us to perform towards the C-side. The Spectacular drop the donuts there. Lord right now looking around for a target or two. Well, this is a lesser buy for Bren Esports. I think they're just looking perhaps of any kind of lurks. So Blast might be the priority target here. He gets rid of Savvy to start things off. And really, Bren not in a good position to fight back, but just try to play the exits instead here.
A bit too far out of range to be super effective here for EJ, especially now that he's given himself away through the wall. Blast is going to make short work of him. Not really much you can do in that situation. 3v2. Maybe if Brain Freeze can get a few picks here with that sheriff of his, things could be a lot more difficult. But on the swing, Jeh completely just decapitates Hot Sauce. Quick and clean, easy. I guess a quick death is his own reward in this case. And Delicious finds a second. Brain Freeze, the only one left alive. Goal here, take one down with you, or go down with a boat.
Oh, there you go. And very nicely. I was looking just at him to die, and then suddenly, like, hey, blip kill? Cool, that's good.
Good job.
So, it's like that scene at Titanic. Instead of Jack, letting go, Brain Freeze just basically grapples onto the wooden wreckage and just sinks the boat, right?
Why not?
Yeah. Every night in my dreams, I see you.
If I go down, you're going down with me. Basically what he says.
So
it's a fair fight.
Man, dude, there was a age-old classical song from the 2010s. It goes, we go down together. I don't know who was philosophical enough to think about those amazing lyrics, but it's pretty apt right now.
I bet I know which situations you were listening to that particular song. Maybe, actually, no, 2010? How old would we have been?
Yeah, dude. 2010s. Come on, Chainsmokers are like 2010s.
I don't even know. 2010 was what, 12 years ago? Math? Yes.
Yes. Not like 2010, somewhere there. I don't even know anymore.
Sometimes I forget, like, 2010 was like 12 years ago. Sometimes
2010s were like when we went to college.
It feels like it was 5 years ago or so.
It was like 2 years ago. I don't know. Like, this is the thing. Esports has made me feel both young and old at the same time. Because, for me, this is basically the same old thing I used to do when I was a kid, when I wasn't going out. So,
Stay at
it's
home,
like I stopped...
talk about video games? Yeah.
No, I mean, just video games in general, I have to say. And then the other half would be me going out. And then pandemic happened, removed the going out part.
Up until as of recent, at least.
Yeah, that's for sure. So I don't know if I'm 21 or 27, but whatever the case is, we're back to the game. Our personal lives aren't interesting. What's more interesting is Savvy 8K holding the garage down. This will be a bit of a hibernate for Kakarot. Can he get rebooted though by the rest of the roster? Hotsas right now backing on away. There's still some pressure, but the spike is right in front of him. And look at this next one to the window. Tickets, please, courtesy of EJ. It's like the DMV. We're just getting more and more of these motions right now. Savvy 8K, the winner frag of Kakarot. Delicious again, performing as he can. But all now to the 2v1. Will we get a taste of greatness yet again here from Delicious? Or will Brain Freeze or EJ shut this down? Spike, though, is in the hands of Bren Esports right now, so they have the angle at least to prepare themselves for.
Brain Freeze waiting in the garage. Looking if Delicious is going to come the door's way to try and retrieve that spike. Controller beat controller. I think Brain Freeze has the timing on this, but he still wins the fight! Delicious! We've seen amazing plays from him, especially when he's feeling these type of rounds. I mean, we've seen him really pop off last stage. This time, he has the angle on EJ, but there is no cover, only concealment there, and that's not going to be enough to stop EJ.
Yeah, the bullets come through from the other side, and Delicious just does not basically see that coming till it's too late. A last hurrah, though, from the Astra. And honestly, I'm not really sure who's casting right now on the Filipino side, but I believe they're having a great time seeing the Astra top fragging. I'm not too sure about that, but Bren Esports, did you see how they basically said, guys, the garage, we just stay there. No problem. Just go garage. And there's just that trust. Savvy 80 first, EJ second, everyone piling on in. And if you just really feel like you can sync up with your team like that as, oh, that's a good disappearance act from Hot Sauce, well, for Bren Esports right now, that's one way to get back at it. If they feel like there's a pressure point being punctured by a needle, then it's time for them to grow that thick skin and fight back.
7-4. If Bren get the 5th round here, this isn't too shabby, honestly. Going 5 rounds on the defense here to start things off isn't always a bad idea. Blurred, it's an opening pick on Brain Freeze, and unfortunately they lose any smokes for the retake, but Savvy, great trade on him. Just going on there alone, but even with that, because of the utility, forces Naos back, dissuades him from further progressing on. 0 points gonna keep him at bay. Guardian's the only thing Simmel's got to work with, and Kakarot finds EJ there. Bit too eager. Hot Sauce, great shot for him to land, and Simmel and Hot Sauce, the long-range weaponry coming in full effect for Bren Esports. 1v1. He has an idea where Blast is. That lockdown gives away his position as well. But now the thing is, Hot Sauce has to make a play. He has to back off. At the very least, a great idea. There could have been 2 ways he could have gone for this, either to CT or Long, and Long was the right notion to do. That means that now he's going to have to cross just to be able to make this safely to the spike. And Hot Sauce is going to win that fight, 5-7.
Oh man, cue the scales for spiciness because Hot Sauce is just so much on fire there. You were talking about options and he called the right one. He went the long, got the distance, and sure, he went for the first shot, didn't connect. But he knew that if he could hit that second, he just wins it for that team. That was confidence personified by Hot Sauce. You know, I met Hot Sauce IRL. He is truly confidence personified in more ways than one, but that was just beautifully done. And not only that, I feel like for Bren Esports, they utilized the Cosmic Divide from Naos' side to a perfect degree, because they would be coming from C-Long knowing that it's covered, knowing that it's protected from the rest of the site, and Hot Sauce just had no fear to go for the shots with the Tour de Force.
Honestly, if Blast didn't put down his lockdown, maybe the timing would have worked out for him, because you can tell Hot Sauce didn't really have any idea where Blast went in that moment. He had some notion that, okay, he can maybe be towards like Garage, but not necessarily where. Was he flanking around through the logs? Was he going in a CT? And with that, Hot Sauce, he knew all he had to do was hold the cross from C-Long. Great decision making, one that we've known from this team, from this player rather, ever since he was on that Fulcrum team, to be a standout performer, and once again he delivers.
Yeah, he was the one.
He was the best player there.
Really. Yeah, like he was so basically important to the roster, and as soon as he went to the Empire squad and just reinforced the greatness that was Haven for them, they just got even better. And you could see the shades of the past coming back to propel Hot Sauce to that kind of scenario. But as we're into the halftime, let's not count out Naos Esports. They're still the ones in the lead. They were adjusted to by Bren, willing to fight them directly. But on the Naos side, apparently he's a new third caster here. Hello, Coco. So the Naos side, Delicious is just getting his way. He's getting inside where he's not supposed to. He's able to suddenly say, you know, slide into some of these defenses. And from that point on, he becomes such a big threat. Now that Naos is on the defending side, they really will want to look for opportunities to shut him down, because not only does he have that propensity to peek out early on, but they get rid of the Astra. That's less control here, as Bren will be on the pistol again.
5-7.
Yeah, second half, man.
Yeah, second half. Not a bad start for Bren, but an even better one from Naos at the very least. We know they are very systematic on their defense here. This is something that they can really hold things down with, just based on how proficient they've shown to be on this Haven map. But as he said, Hot Sauce also brings a very different look for this Bren squad, who has also been always one of the better players on any Haven map. And Kakarot all off the flank. They just take B long control, actually B main control. EJ and Savvy, they'll somehow bring it on back. When it looks so dire for Bren, they just shoot him and keep him at bay.
So bit of problem there for Naos Esports. Too busy looking for potential lurks, potential flanks. And instead, their A side defense gets overrun in positions that kind of don't give them any real exit points in the first place. So Bren able to get now on site for V2 scenario. Jalicious now coming in with the flank, and he still gets hot sauce with the classic is all he needs there to get the takedown. Plays the guessing game through to the right hand side. Brain Freeze over the takedown on the blast. All left now to Jalicious, who picks up the ghost instead. Star right now looking to align, but EJ's the one who has his sights on the Astra there. 6-7. Bren with a pistol, and we're getting them back into the groove of things here. Black and blue, one away from tying it up.
Got him.
Great round here, held on by Bren for the most part. Looked pretty dicey, not gonna lie, once they took control of that B main position, but at the very least in the end, the shots connect. They get the plant off and slowly crawling on back, have the weapons to make this work. It's very important here in Haven, especially to have these Spectres and to have this upgrade for the second round. To be a lot more difficult to convert these ecos when you are especially on one of the larger sites on this map.
Yeah, this Esports now, it should be pretty straightforward. Look at Naos though. That's 3 shorties. These guys just want to mess with Bren for this round because all of them have a pretty good angle that Bren might go through, and if you can't beat them this round, just try to get a bit of that mental boom to surprise them. And Jalicious, he's at the corner. He loves the garage. I really feel like we should put a Now sticker on that double doors because he's always there as much as possible. But yeah, Bren, with the right decision to go to B, this is the one place they might not die in, but Savvy, please. Savvy? Oh no, Jalicious is too tempted to go for it there.
Shorty in hand. Be careful not to run into the trap that they've set up for him. EJ gets a kill on the Kakarot. Great flash off of the help here coming from Symbol. He finds one. I guess Kevs is able to get something out of his right click. And they know where Blast is. Paranoia sets in. The 7th round. Actually, tie this thing up. Finally, Bren get things going. Only losing 1 player, but can they convert the bonus?
I look at Blast and I'm just like, so what's your plan with this one, man? I love Blast. He's cool and all, but just stuck in the middle between 2 people. By the doors himself, he knew he was dead, and well, yeah, it's kind of sad, really. You go for the shorty surprise 3 times, and no one really is there to get it for you. It's like you throw a surprise party, and the guy just doesn't show up. Kind of sad. You're in his house and everything, it still doesn't show up.
Like you go there, you put on the good suit, you put on some good shoes, you bring. You bring the food, bring everything, and then, okay, that's how it turns out. EJ, though, okay. Spectre in hand, and he certainly makes a very smooth motion out of all of things here. What's happening towards mid? Brain Freeze gets another kill and trades off on Jalicious. 3v2. Suddenly, the rifle's not looking as hot as they were.
Yeah, they expect Naos to play the aggress, and they read it perfectly. The flash into the peak, despite the gravity well. Jalicious, as per usual, goes through the double doors, and he does get a kill, but you have Brain Freeze to watch it over. And this is where I'm talking about. Naos Esports, they have strength, they have potency, but surprise is no longer really in the equation as a whole. And if you're a team responsible enough to look at the tapes, you should be expecting those kind of plays, especially when rounds that Naos Esports have the guns from losing out the first 2. So Bren Esports now going towards that A site. Kevs though on top, and you still just need to be careful here. Maybe a smoke, no smoke, and they line up for him! Kevs! 1, 2, 3, connect the dots. He's playing tic-tac-toe over A long, and it's Naos who keeps the lead.
What a round there from Kevs. At the very least, it was a bonus by Bren, and they got 3 kills there rather, so not a bad bonus by all means, but definitely could have been a lot better considering how things were going. Unfortunately there for Bren Esports. 1, 2, 3.
They line up!
Oh my goodness. No headshots even, they just get peppered down.
They line up like it's a fan sign. They're waiting for something. I guess Kevs is just that popular. Please fan sign my Vandal, man. Because they just let him do that, and it's unfortunate because Brain Freeze, he got the read on Jalish a while ago. He had the smokes, and Bren just doesn't use it, so kind of digging their own hole there, unfortunately. But now, Bren trying to rise from the ashes of that last round. They do have the guns now. That was just a bonus, like you said. And this time, they're trying to be a bit more cautious of the angles Naos can take here.
Well, they have the weapons advantage. You can see a Bulldog in the hands of Kakarot, Jet, and Blurred. Lots of bark. Can they really bite back as strong as we know Naos can? Taking mid control here. Seems like B could be the idea. Not sure if that intent is the right one as of the moment. There is a lot of presence here towards that C position, so if he can maybe sniff this out or burn this utility before they execute, then this can still work on out. But many crossfires, many utility, and many traps already set in play here by Naos.
Yeah, Naos looking prepared with that first kill onto EJ. Justin down, the garage push, guiding light now to give them a bit of that space. But you can see that the stall again from Naos. The Esports, there's a setup and timing perfect, forcing Bren to back on the way. But in that haste, Delicious now punished by the firing squad of Bren Esports. Hunter Fury though the call, and this is where camps can truly shine. Where's it coming from? They're looking for it. Blur with the kill off the symbol. A mad scramble here for the side of Bren Esports as they try to transition. Savvy though, already with the 4K. He finds the frag, but he's running out of time. And why?
Don't worry.
Why the Seekers?
Oh, a heartbreaker. I almost assuredly thought that was going to be the MVP play of the collegiate MVP time and time on over.
Man,
it just doesn't go that way. That's heartbreaking loss for Bren.
I'm gonna go the other way. Again, Bren Esports, this is a very useful squad. These guys are so pumped up by adrenaline, those kind of scenarios, but they should be expecting the Soba to be far away. That is all the way by a long. Sure, they don't have the right read on it, but popping the Seekers at that time, but didn't really need to. Just yes, Savvy 8K willing to expend that ultimate, but the game was over as soon as Naos Esports was able to stall anyway. So 9-7 right now. Bren Esports twice now. Heartbreakers here, and man, the heart is a hard muscle to repair as Hot Sauce catches out Blurred, but you will feel the sting of the past 2 rounds.
They've got the blades to work with here. Bren, bit of a hope. Savvy, he's going big, but you have to go absolutely monstrous to bring this round on back. Here comes, luckily the paranoia connects before they pop that the null command, but they were still held back by the fragment.
And we've seen this from defending sides that they pop the null command just to say, no, do not go this way. And it wouldn't have worked out for Bren Esports because they're relying on EJ to play the blades that would have been shut down by the suppress as soon as possible. Blasto losing out against EJ's refrag there. He did get rid of Hot Sauce though, and it's now advantage here for Bren Esports. Savvy also lurking on a site. No bonus points, yes, but it's a bonus kill. And this can be guns picked up here by the side of Bren Esports now. They're trying to wash away the sins of the past by looking for a better tomorrow on this B site. Kakarot looking on around. This time, the timing was better for Bren Esports. This time, they have the control, and they should be getting the round, but Delicious saves the operator, at least for Naos Esports.
Great round here by Bren. One that could have been lost, honestly. Very easy once that null command came in, but good decision to fall on back and gives him the 8th round, at the very least a clean round, all things considered. Naos are really able to respond on that B take, and that really was the right decision to make, not just because of the null command, but because of how little their weaponry really were. Oh, it doesn't connect with the right click. Kakarot gets the kill in the end, a bit of a consolation, but they still have a small cushion between this round of theirs to work with.
Look, one way or the other, Kakarot's gonna cancel that Blade Storm. One way or the other.
Yeah.
That was a guarantee as soon as the null command came out.
If it wasn't with utility, it's gonna be with his hot iron gun.
Good old Kakarot!
Yeah.
Yeah. Kakarot's been cool. You know, Kakarot has been one of the funnest people to have on interview. And sometimes I root for Naos Esports to win just because of that fact.
Just for the interview?
Just for the interview. Even though even though me and Fluffy went to the Bren side, so it's like, whatever. These two teams are great. That's the thing. And you can see it right now, 8-9 scoreline. I do feel, though, for Bren Esports that they've made their major mistakes already. They know that they should have had those rounds in the bag a while ago. But for now, at least, recovery is essential. And this is where I look at Bren Esports to evolve. Because last stage, you could feel when they would tilt. You could feel when the mental falls apart. And the past few months might have been the best way for them to really mature, knowing that the expectation is them to make it this far in VCT anyway.
8-9. This could be where Bren Esports tie things up. Operator out in the hands of Blurred. One away from his blades as well. There isn't much else to work with them, really, aside from that Phantom saved up here by Kakarot. You're one away from the Cosmic Divide and that lockdown, which could be very, very important coming to the next round. Delicious knows that his only advantage here is going to be that shorty at close range. Luckily, the Fragment barely out of its area of effect. They're spamming him through, and he's taking lots of damage, lots of punishment from that.
And Bren Esports now trying to go into the garage. Just have to be careful, though. Here we go again. Shorty take 2. Will it work this time? Delicious. He's tempted by the taste of blood. But he is hanging back at least for now. So Bren, playing it slow. They understand, but they have the gun advantage. It's up to them to play it safe and sound, and perfectly done. Trailblazer into the peak. Savvy 8K does get an easy kill onto the Astra. This is Bren, though, showing, again, their resolve, their maturity, and at least they're not too gung-ho compared to before.
Good discipline being shown here. They're new, well, maybe not new, but latter additions to the R&D department, them getting a coach last stage, all of that really helping in their discipline and how they play the game nowadays. Blast gets 1 kill, but only good for 1. Savvy quick on the trade, but Kakarot so deadly. Oh, he does get the ding on Brain Freeze and takes Savvy down, but could have gone for more. Symbol holding down the line to help them get that spike on down. Try to make sure nobody pushes out too preemptively. Blurred does at least have some information to go with, but this operator of his has to be crucial. Gets a shot on the low Brain Freeze, pops the blades, can actually get the killer on Symbol. Great support from Hot Sauce.
He is there for the alley-oop, and he dunks it onto Kevs there in the end to tie up the scoreline. I'm really enjoying this Bren Esports roster right now. They've always had this potential, they've always had this firepower, but you can see that wisdom has come to the squad even more so. I really have to give a shout out probably to Coach Evo for helping them out, but there's just this more wariness right now to watch for these angles, to watch for these sudden impact plays for Naos Esports. And they were tested at the start of the game here that their Naos Esports on that first half, they would hard hit. Bren Esports wasn't ready for it. This time, they're expecting it to come from Naos even on their defense. And they have found more of the answer. That could have been great though for Naos. Blast a surprise kill. Kakarot's flash, man. That, you mentioned it. That could have been more than just 1 kill for them.
Yeah, he got like Brain Freeze super low. Fortunately, actually, for Bren, that it was Brain Freeze to go down first because he already was a low HP guy. Imagine if it was someone else and maybe he got tagged in the body by the 1v1 or 1v2. It would have been a very different outcome. Naos have to make a stand here. Otherwise, this is going to be Bren taking the lead, making sure here, EJ, that there's nobody really hampering them on back. You take early control in the round. Bren Esports, very, very firm, very decisive so far.
Naos just making sure the Bren doesn't overextend, basically. They do have some aggressive angles yet again towards that C site, if ever. I do like the fact, though, the garage is actually smoked out all the way on the right rather than the left, knowing that if Delicious pushes it, they're still going to have a bit of leeway to work with here. So Spike now, planted at least. Lockdown instead, the answer by Blast. And Blurred right now trying to play the flank, just in case someone goes away from C long. He can potentially get the frag here, but the space now has been created by Naos, and they make it even easier with the Cosmic Divide. This will now force the hand of Bren Esports, and it does feel like the earth will be torn asunder as the earthquake, the rolling thunder comes from the Bren side. 5v4 scenario, and they go in blind just to die. 2 already will fall. Silence immediately into the battlefield, muffled by the wall. Kev's already with the number of takedowns. 3 here for Kevzy, and it's all up to EJ. But the hush on the battlefield looking to be in favor of Naos instead. This is the hum for Naos Esports to get that win.
Man, what a round there. Coming in from both of these teams. So many utilities, so much ultimates dumped into that round just to make it work. We saw the lockdown, Cosmic Divide, the Rolling Thunder. So much thrown out just to get that little bit of edge. But nobody really comes out too sharp. Naos at least only lose 2 players, but could have been dicey for a second, especially after that Rolling Thunder. Brando. Spectre is all that Hasos has got, but he's got good Cosmic, rather, not Cosmic. The, what do we go? Tour de Force, yes. Pardon my friend, literally.
Yeah, wow, you know how to speak. Parsley vous français, and now Je m'appelle Savvy 8K apparently as his name lights up the scoreboard. I actually talked a bit of French there, but yeah, the Bren Esports a while ago, they hung back, they went for the Rolling Thunder. I think my only wish for them is as soon as they saw the Cosmic Divide, that's when they pop it, because it allowed Naos to set up so many great sight lines, and well, that was why Kev's so reliable when given a site to basically anchor down with the Sova, whether on the attack or the defense. But hey, this is Bren pushing towards that a site. They got that first pick onto Blurred, and this time it's Kakarot looking to challenge them as the Seekers will be into play here, Black and Blue.
5v4, Bren Esports have that man advantage. You can potentially secure this round to get them back into a tied scoreline. Oh, they know it was planted there on the God spot. Going to be quickly denied because of the fragment. No, he still sticks to plant, taking so much damage though. But one tick of this is going to kill him and get so much damage there, Kebzumov.
Come on, that's Kev's for you. These Hunter's Furies have been the bane of Bren Esports ever since. Seems like while Earth is the element of Bren, it's lightning here for Naos Esports instead. Now then Blast pushing forward. EJ will fall through his hand and Symbol now, but here comes the K&K connection. Kev's and Kakarot on the board. Kakarot with a drop down! And Kakarot with that round for Naos Esports. Huge ballsy play from Kakarot to make it work.
Really rolling the R's on that Kakarot, because that was just a completely... I don't even know how to describe that shot. Like 50 skill, 50 RNG, but 100% Kakarot is what I mean. Because that's totally what you expect from it, making those impossible plays happen. Just what?
Man, my inner DBZ came out there. Just like Asteroid, I think the last time he casted Naos, I was like, God. It's over with 9,000, man. And it's over around, basically, Gab. It's 2 here between Naos and Bren Esports. But when Naos decides to just pull the trigger and go for such a contentious push, you cannot count them out, really. That's how potent their backline is, and we mentioned it especially last stage that it's not just Blur you're looking for the frags. You know how aggressive Blast can be, aggressive Delicious can be, and when Kakarot and Kevzumov decides to go along that train, then Naos is a little bit scary in terms of the all-in, just because you have these potential clutch players going with the flow.
5v5 is... things have yet to really come down to the scramble of things. EJ dashing in to that A-Link position, gaining control, and they're planting for that A-Link. Knowing that, though, now, getting too overeager, not pushing out so far. They have 2 rounds, but not much to give, at the very least. Kevs does get an opening kill. Quick trade here on the Brain Freeze. Has to be wary of Blurred, potentially around the corner. He swings at the right time, but Symbol still 1 step ahead to get that round. They push on forward. Lockdown does eventually dissipate. Still, Blast and Kakarot, they find 2 opening kills. This is so deadly now for Bren. 1v1, it's all on the Symbol.
Oh, Rolling Thunder right now, and just such an omnidirectional hold here by the side of Bren. They held that link, they know how to play this plant, and it's all left to Blast right now. Already looking for the stick. Can he get halfway at the very least? Symbol not looking! Now you have to peek! And Bren, they will make the play work. Just that is research and development at its finest. That is learning from the past, and Bren Esports taking the lessons now to heart and executing them well enough.
Good job here by Bren. And they know that Naos are so good at fending off the A site, rather the B site, because of that A-Link. So what do? They immediately take it from the get-go, dashes EJ on in, and then from then on just storming their way to fully control that lane. Great plant, great execute, and great post-plant hold here coming from Bren. Bit dicey, but they get it in the end. You have to be wary though, because Blast is waiting around the corner once again with another shorty.
Oh man, and he's gonna push it, no surprise whatsoever. This guy is a duelist playing a Killjoy basically, and well, this is a pistol round right now, and I think we have a bit of time here for this game to just talk about how Naos Esports has shown their fangs here against Bren. As Savvy 8K will get that takedown. This is a very aggressive Naos approach, and we've seen it on the attack, we've seen it on the defense, that these guys are willing to peek those angles. Mastery of the map helping them out, but now it gets dicey as the scoreline is tied up. Bren bringing out a few stratagems here that can surprise the Naos Esports hold, and I feel like if Naos Esports doesn't take advantage of the initial spots they want to get, like if they're not holding on to those links, if they don't have things like the tower, Bren will look to find a way to either just smoke it off or prevent Naos from using it, or in the last option, just use it themselves.
Well, things have been tied up. Yet to really see Bren take the lead and then further push that forward. There isn't much space to do that now that we're at round 23. Operator out in the hands of Blurred here, Dax, and a lot of teams like doing this. They send that operator towards the sewers, hold control of lobby, then leave him so that they can focus their efforts elsewhere and really reinforces other positions on this map. A site, rather B site, Bravo, looks to be where EJ's going to pass through, but he only uses it as a form of transportation. He finds his way behind Blast and kills him as well. Kakrok answers on back, but can he get ever more?
Come on, man. This is Bren Esports now going forward at C site. And really, oh, that's huge from Kakarot. Already on the symbol, 78k though with the trade. Now the Seeker's gonna be into play. Operator still. Oh, it's actually given away, thrown away for the rifle instead. So now they decide they need to hit this site as hard as possible. And a two-prong attack perhaps from Kevs and Blurred might give them that chance. Time though for the scouts. Blurred though still can't find an angle to go from. The darts are flown out by Kevs. Now you get the reinforcements sent, but Hot Sauce already with another victim. Kevs will go down. And Blurred creeping on forward. Do they expect this one coming? Hot Sauce! Dude, Hot Sauce went to the library, checked out Naos Esports, a memoir, read it from start to finish, and just reads the opposition for the round.
Man, the nerve to steal on low HP 1v3 to swing wide like that and still win the fight. Absolutely exuding confidence, as you said, this man does. He's savvy here. 27 kills. He's been having himself a quiet tournament. An okay tournament, but a quiet one. At least in terms of what we expect from a player of his caliber, from his notoriety. But this time, no such thing. Coming in big, coming in huge for the squad of Bren Esports, and they're looking better than ever.
Now match points here, map point for the side of Bren. Now Esports deciding to throw all caution to the wind. A last-ditch effort to change up the pace of the game. Blurred with a kill, EJ with the trade. And now EJ hunting for more retribution. Him symbol though. For more of the victory, Kevs will go down. Interesting right click though, throwing on out. Doesn't want to use the blades for the round. Delicious though, trying to take advantage of the flash, but EJ gets it covered in time to punish back. All left now to Kakarot and Blast. But the gamble from Naos Esports might bust them in this map instead. Bren Esports looking to go strong and looking to go as hard as they can. Hot Sauce finishes the job off. But this is where innovation gets you. This is where evolution brings you. Victory for Bren.
Map number 1, seal in the deal. They are absolutely loving that win from them. And an absolutely lovely woman there in the back.
Ooh,
great win. Oh yeah, totally. Not even gonna deny it.
Yeah, of course. We all know how you guys are in such a loving situation. But that was a contrast of old versus new. The old school style of Naos Esports, classic Naos Esports, versus really the more mature Bren situation right now. And even though it's not the most, special composition to bring out, it brings out the best of their strengths and the way that they're able to play it rather than just rushing it, rather than looking for those hard punishes. They would check these corners, they would check these angles, they would make sure as much as possible Naos was there after they learned their lesson from those few rounds on the second half. And really, this is a Bren Esports looking more balance internally, that this squad can be so aggressive, can be so potent, but you can see that it's a choice for them when they reel back instead.
They've been doing really good, and we're seeing, now better showing this time around than what we've seen from them on their opening series, but still not exactly in the complete form that we expect. But at the same time, Bren were doing a huge job of keeping them at bay and really clawing themselves back when they needed to the most. The final rounds of a map are the most crucial, sometimes even more so than how you start it. That's how Bren know they can come back into with the firepower that they have, almost unmatched when Savvy and EJ are both feeling it, really fully utilizing the strengths of their play in Hot Sauce. How can we ever forget to mention the name Hot Sauce? He is just such a spicy addition to this squad. Not the latest addition, but definitely one of the latter ones, along with Symbol. And yet, he has had such a tremendous impact in the game, in and outside of the server.
Yeah, just to join the fan club there real quick. Well, Stabby 8K had the most kills. I really feel like Hot Sauce had the most impactful ones because he punished some of the all-in angles that Naos were taking. You see it there. He reads where Delicious is coming from, he reads where everyone else is coming from, and that just helped out Bren immensely in that second half. But you gotta give it to Naos Esports. This is the reason why they made it to the top of Stage 1. You can see how potent these guys are. You can see how strong they can really frag out. But the problem lies in they're still playing a style that has been researched thoroughly. This is absolute history right now from Naos Esports. Their run in Stage 1 was history. And, well, Bren Esports is a squad that appreciates history. They understand what's going to be going on. You still see, though, how great Kevs can be, how great Delicious can be. But I still go back to the same point I've been making all throughout the series, even in the panel. What's new, Naos Esports?
Well, if you want to talk about history shall dictate, and is written by the victor that this time Bren Esports come out of it on top. Great moments from Naos, you said it, and they had a few rounds where it really did seem like they were starting to build momentum. But the thing is, you notice how they would win one round, but if they lose the next, they're immediately on eco. It's because they kept on going back and forth, not able to build up that economy. And even though they won a lot of rounds, even though they were in the lead for a lot of that map here in map number 1, they still were not able to really build the economy because Bren kept every round close at the very least. So we're going to see if things will continue to be as close as they were for map number 1 when we go over to map number 2. Here, VCT shall be back. Don't go anywhere, guys, because me, Black and Blue, and Dax shall be back in the air.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something.
Looks like the clock struck Bren in that last map, and now, well, we're trying to figure out if now's the time to get that second map going for Naos Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our last series of the day. Dax here with Black and Blue, and Bren Esports has that 1-0 lead over the Naos brand. But coming into the next one, Fracture, if we saw a while ago, it was a bit more on the evolution versus tradition between the two teams. Now, knowing their history, knowing what kind of comps they want to break the Fracture, it just might be a different clash of styles instead for this next map.
Yeah, and I mean, we go on the Fracture, and it's a map that is mostly, for the, I guess, larger part of things, the most untested for these two teams, right? It's a most, I guess, the latter addition to the entire map pool. And when you look at the results so far, Bren have had very mixed, I guess, outcomes in that case when you are looking at their Fracture map. Naos, to the same extent as well, we haven't really seen a decisive match from Naos be like, okay, that was Fracture, that was really, really nice. I mean, aside from the 2 that they played last stage, but this stage, and those were actually, let me correct myself, it wasn't even last stage, it was during the community run, and those were against, you know, teams that we don't even see here in the VCTPH top 8. We saw Fracture be picked before and left open even by Bren Esports in the past, you know, during week 1 and even in the open qualifiers. They both actually played the same team on Fracture, by the way, SR and ACAG, and they both come out on top of it, yes, but arguably Bren's was a bit more decisive than for now. So as I was saying, yes, they played Fracture before, but neither of them have really won it super decisively. And if we look outside of the official VCT circuit, Bren have also played Fracture before and the community stuff, but it wasn't exactly a great, I guess, outcome for them when they were playing those tournaments. So, I mean, I'm not too sure what the idea here is. It only tells me that for both of these teams to leave it open, they have something planned.
You know, I'm just interested to see what Naos is gonna do here. I've always hammered down that point of what's new in Naos Esports, and now knowing that this is a map that they didn't play in this last stage, map that they're trying to add to their pool, it really has to be something completely new from Naos in the first place. So Fracture, this is going to be a big toss-up right now. If Bren can take this, it can overpower perhaps with like a double duelist, as again, their caster somewhere there around the room. It's just up to Bren to keep up the momentum that they had. No one to push, no one to stop. And if they're especially going to be running a Neon and a map like this, it has to be so well synced for Bren, because if Naos has a lot more of control, those control options, they can stop one side or the other.
And that's where Naos are really good at, right? Getting control and holding on to it like a vice grip that they've got onto it. It's one of the most suffocating parts of their game, and especially with that KO, you feel helpless. I don't have abilities. What do I do? Simply have to shoot back, and in that case, Naos are continuously impressive in putting themselves in a advantageous situation. I forget who says this, but the line goes, if you find yourself in a fair fight, you have bad tactics. And that is what Naos love to do. That is what they love to play with. Have the advantageous fight and really use that to pretty much consistently, block by block, build their empire and win round per round.
It's like Naos building a construction company by this point, but I completely agree with you. Not only is it just the amount of control that they get to oppress you, but you can really feel that if you're playing against Naos, that's where the map gets claustrophobic. That's where the map gets even tighter and tighter. And looking into how Fracture is run, and if you play one side with the flag, one side with the bulk, I feel like for Naos Esports, that's where they can really shine, to just focus down on one of the two sides that come their way, because this is a map that lets you immediately play an angle on the attacking side. And I really wouldn't be too surprised to see Brenda try to take advantage of that because of having Savvy, of having AJ on that roster. These guys can really sync up like the best duos you have here. But on the other side, now, for better or for worse, they're kind of taken away from a certain option here in this map, and that's really more of...
Oh, well, seems like Dax has disappeared from us. We hope that he can return to our lovely screen. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm back.
Dax.
That was weird. I was like, but long story short, I think where I got cut off was, okay, now they might be limited, honestly, by the map. Even though they can push an angle, Bren just might not be there when they aggress towards that side.
I like the move you pulled. I am, I guess, completely convinced that you just teleported to a mirror dimension for a second there and come back. It seems to have been happening the whole day with everybody. We saw it with Mika, we see it with you, to some extent G10 has been doing it too, so there must be something in the air. I believe it's the day we're in, Friday. It's the 13th of the month. It's a Taylor's birthday. Very, very many omens that we've got. But
it's been unlucky, man. We had second series, that was unlucky. Some of the things that have happened to us individually, a little bit unlucky right now. And hey, I guess we gotta believe in superstition by this point.
I mean, it's a very superstitious scene we have on here, right? Like a lot of teams seem like, this skin means that, and this is. I mean, I believe.
Wait.
That's what.
It was the black cat that passed by me through the table. Maybe that's why.
Isn't that your pet?
I mean, yeah, it's my pet, but I have an all black cat. He's a Persian. His name is Wednesday. But he passed through me, and then I suddenly disappeared from existence of VCT.
You know, I don't believe. I was once with my partner, and she was like, "Oh no, black cat cross or I think it was a crow or something like that." She was like, "Yeah, it's a bad omen," and I was like, depends what team you're for, right? But moving on to other things.
You know what's a good omen? You want to move on back to the game. You know what's a good omen?
Yeah.
That was Brain Freeze.
Tell me.
He was a good omen.
Of course, yeah.
He was great there, and to help out the team, and just doesn't matter if he's the one top ranking or not. Just need someone that consistent in terms of those backline roles, and really for Bren Esports, just getting that roundedness with them, especially with players like Brain Freeze, players like Symbol. It allows a way to, reel back some of the lofty ambitions that EJ and Savvy may have. But we're gonna get into the game, and there you go, with Naos Esports going for the Neon. This is really interesting here, because usually they play the Raze on a map like this, but Savvy 8K with the Neon. Also, this is a true Pinoy game, because we have two Pinoy agents right now playing in the battlefield.
Take what you want from me.
Yeah. Take me down.
It's still stuck in my head every time I see a Neon. Like,
every time.
Entertain
me. And I feel like we're in an entertaining time. But you can see the contrast right now in terms of the support structure. Now it's Esports, they have more ways to oppress those sidelines with the double control. But Bren, they want to enable Savvy and EJ as much as possible with a fast connection between the Brimstone and the Breach.
Totally. Look at their composition, as you said, completely for putting up a hell of a fight is what they look to do here, Bren Esports. They've got the Jet as well to go in as soon as the Neon goes in with Savvy. EJ is going to be right behind him, and you see the Breach supporting that. You see the Chamber will also go dip into the fight if so need be, as well as be a complete nuisance to any kind of flanking opportunity that might be seen on either side. The thing is, here in Fracture, those trademarks of his are so important. Any kind of sentinel utility that gathers passive information is so important, because the flanks here are so potent. You execute on the site if you take both like the A main position, for example, and like drop, it's a direct 180 pincer. Same thing on the B side. You take B main and arcade, it's a direct 180 pincer. And so there is so much potential for flankers to do a lot of damage. And for both of the teams here, really making sure that they have, a proper sentinel to really keep that at bay is a huge factor. But you talked about the controllers especially. And I think that is going to be where the biggest difference lies. We see the Brim on one side, and on the opposing end of things, Astra and Viper. Maybe a bit more archaic, but one for a good reason, because these two, I guess, controllers together on such a compact map like Fracture, it's still widespread, but compact as well, can be very suffocating in the utility shuffle.
And you see it here too, that in terms of the shuffle, roster has been revamped by Naos Esports. When they need a Chamber, it's not Blast playing, it's Zay instead, and he is ready to frag out for the roster. It's either going to be a really hot game from the Chamber or a really cold one. There is no in-between, but we're straight already towards that A side. This pace from Bren Esports is going to be an absolute road runner approach, and while Naos Esports tries to make the best Wild E Coyote impression, they're coming in from drop. Spikes planted immediately. The Raid Sig is going to be a heavy 5v5.
Delicious. Straight-up kill here to find Brain Freeze. That's the only smoker taken down on the side of Bren Esports. Retake looking potentially quite viable here on their defensive side. Great flash. Kakarot though shuts down both of the duelists on Bren Esports' side. Suddenly losing so much more steam. This is looking like a potential flawless round, and that it is. Naos, what a defensive opening pistol.
I like the fact that they just didn't bother. They didn't bother to stay on that side too much. They didn't bother to contest it early on. Instead, they played as a big bulk from drop and just took names there. Because really, this Bren Esports squad right now, it is perfect for shutting down players who stay on these sites. Because we keep talking about Fracture, and when you stay on site, when you stay around the objective, you're kind of in no man's land. It's a little awkward to stay there. For Bren, they have such a good composition to smoke out any sightlines of reinforcements and just come in as quickly as possible. So a great read by Naos to start things off. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that from them for a few more times when they feel like that there's a lot of oppression coming from one side. But this time now, we get the potential two-prong attack, and from the drop, Bren will take it, and the only one away from them is Hot Sauce instead.
So we're waiting for how the response will be from Bren after that round. Took a quick plant, but the quick death awarded to Hot Sauce here from Kakarot. I'm not sure if Bren are too dissuaded by this. Actually, it seems like they are. Trying to take their talents towards that B site instead. And in this case, not one, not two, not three, but all four of them rotating.
Yeah. And I knew you were going to go that way.
Yeah.
Have you been watching the latest season of basketball?
The playoffs? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? When do you find the time to?
I do not sleep.
You know who's sleeping? Savvy sleeping. That's a good night to the Neon. Oh, delicious there too. And now with Naos Esports all around the map, they're coming in through the woodworks. It's left to Brain Freeze, who plays a tower. There's the leap, and there's the kill. Everyone gets a kill for Naos Esports, and that team is 2-0. But this is interesting for Naos because this is what they expect from the amount of utilities they have. How oppressive they can be, how much they can control some of these fights thanks to the utilities they have to break sightlines as much as possible. But one thing that intrigues me the most is Blurred now on the Neon. So this can potentially break some of the rotations Bren has. This is a duelist that is able to anticipate anyone else beyond the other Neon. if he is looking for the duel. And case in point here, Hot Sauce right now has to rendezvous away after the play. Blurred though, he's aiming for the rendezvous. Kakarot is right there behind him. And inside, over and under, Savvy 8K will get the kill. But this is what I mean. Blurred can throw a big wrench in the Bren Esports plan right now.
You see him try and run and gun Savvy from that range. Right feels so punished in that case. EJ, good kill to find Kevs. And Jet, okay with the Bulldog, even halfway inside the smoke. Finds his way out of that fight, barely scathed at all.
Yeah, it's the only way to keep speed though here for Naos Esports. And now time taking spike planted here for Bren. They're huddling up into the tower. Might be a little dangerous, but they still at least have the breach utility to work with here. Naos though, down below. Get Delicious rotating to try and play through main instead. Fast lane though for the cover. Savvy 8K repositioning to try and set up potential crossfire if someone gets on site. Brain Freeze still waiting for Kakarot to come. And there we go with the swings, with the movement. Savvy 8K with the kill on the stage. Delicious. Let's get on the board. Symbol and Kakarot also get their own kind of kills, but time is running out.
Great
and
Molly.
the Molly should be a perfect bounce there. A pinball wizard for Brain Freeze in the third round turnaround, albeit costly for Bren.
Very expensive round, but the more important factor is that they do get it at the very least. Going down 3-0 here on the attacking side is definitely not going to be a good case if it ever came to it. And the operator has come out from Z this time. He's been seeing a lot more play in the rotation of Bren Esports. Coming into stage 2, we saw just how impressive he could be as one of those aggressive players for Naos Esports last stage. This is where we can see maybe if it is the right decision. We always know he is so impressive, but they have yet to really get themselves going in the tournament at the very least. That could change here in this series.
I mean, that's where the rotation really comes to factor. You see some of these players right now, the Kakarot on the Astra, when he could have been the one playing the Chamber instead. So now it's trying to get even more value of their rotation, of their roster, as we see for other teams. But Brain Freeze and Savvy 8K will bring Bren to the promised land of a site. Now then, of a free site rather. Now then, rotation here from Blurred. That's the pace that he can play from the tree area. If he hasn't been heard, he might get a good surprise onto Bren, who huddle in yet again towards the tower. Arcado being helped by Hot Sauce. Kevsimov decided to go to fourth line, but now it's just so far away right now to try and contest Bren Esports. This is going to be another close situation for Naos, and Hot Sauce makes it even easier for Bren instead.
4v2. Difficult retake here. And the scenario for Naos Esports, fall back. They know that this is too difficult to deal with. Kevs, let's get a trade on Savvy. Looking to retrieve that operator. Saves it for another less rainy day. Looking for him. Able to find some shade, some cover, and some respite from all the heat that was happening towards the B side. Equalized things up now, Bren have.
Yeah, this... You Master Yoda now?
Yeah.
Esports, Bren, win.
Win.
A win.
Bren Esports.
Win. Bren Esports has.
Rant, Valo.
Rant. I have a lot of things to rant about, man. Don't get me started.
Don't get me started, man.
It's like I can draw the... You know that one in anime where it's like the red thing when you're angry?
Oh, yeah.
It kind of looks like a VCT logo if you realize
it. It does.
Ooh.
What is the name for the VCT logo? Is there an actual thing for it?
We can name it. What do you want to name it?
I don't know. It's like 2 X's. That's not a good idea.
I don't think it's a good idea, man. I think we'll get in trouble with that one. You can name it VC? I know.
The VC?
The VC of VCT. I don't know. Well, maybe that should be a contest. Riot Games presents Name the VCT Logo Contest.
Very true.
Now,
I'm usually quite good at naming things.
Ooh.
Namely,
yes.
Shout out to them. Moving on.
I didn't know you're that kind of streamer, man. Where you get a marker and you draw the names.
Yeah.
Well, it's even worse if you draw
shouts
on
or whatever you call them.
Shout fan signs. Oh, but that was close there. He is just holding it. Doesn't care about the fast lane whatsoever. Bren did get that first kickoff, but as this happens, it's a distraction for Savvy 8K. He'll be a martyr, remembered from the Bren Esports side. I almost obviously said the offensive, but then again, EJ now with a kill onto Delicious there. 4v3 scenario, but now it's Esports one more time. As soon as Bren Esports gets the site, it's so hard for them to retake, especially with the arsenal they have. Even worse, Kevs goes down. Blurred, what are you doing? Take it too long! Hot sauce with another one, and that operator needs to be saved here for now because Bren are just taking sites and taking names.
Using the frisbee here, try and get him a more advantageous peak! Zay! Almost good for a third. Hot sauce shows him the way on out. Seems like you're being afflicted by your opposing archers in your head. You're living rent-free, it seems, huh? Weirdest Arcus.
Nah, they lost. Nah, don't worry, they lost in basketball already, so I don't really care. Oh, but
the true barometer.
The true barometer doesn't matter.
Institution.
Exactly. It's not educational attainment. It's basketball. But look at that. I think we should add ballet to all the sports program because that was such a great spin there by Z. Basically front to back, he could handle it. Unfortunately, last kill doesn't pan out. But Blurred, what are you gonna do, Blurred? When Savvy comes for you, no escape whatsoever. This is the speed that Brent can bring, and the Neon will take everything from the Naos side right now as they are going towards that ace fight. Seed kills Kev, still trying to be sneaky. Will Brent be ready? Yes, they are. Brain Freeze has the aptitude to watch out for a potential push. Now the spike is planted. Again, the chance of Naos Esports winning another round. It's slipping away. These plants have been hard-hitting and speedy for Bren.
Another 4 versus 2 post plant, which does not look any notion of, or any synonym of good, or great, or nice, or possible from Naos.
You want me to get the Thesaurus?
I don't think you need to because you are Mr. Dax and you are a historian in many ways. Zay, great kill for him to find, but not much good for anything more. Kakarot looking to, in other words, bring 2 down with a ship, but 2 big chunky boys in orange face up against him and he takes neither down.
So could you say that that was a prominent, eminent, preeminent, important, noble, celebrated, noted, notable, noteworthy, famous, famed, honored, esteemed, revered, renowned? I just opened the thesaurus of the word great there. Good round for Bren.
You know what else is a synonym of great?
Black and blue.
Dax.
No, I got you first.
I should have just said it.
I got you first, man. But hey, this is now a test really to Naos Esports. This is not a replay. This is a real thing.
Yeah,
I
thought it was for a second.
It was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Unless we went to the future, and now this is the past. Oh, Orbital Strike gonna be into play. Hopefully we fix the overlay soon. There you go, back into the action. But Z with a first kill off the hot sauce, and Z gets the second. That's what we're looking for. It's the Z train. Say goodnight, Bren Esports for round, because that's 3 for Z, and everything left to symbol now. What can the breach do? But that is exactly what Naos Esports needs to do. Get Z hot. Look for those initial takedowns and stop the Bren train from leaving their station.
What a round there from Z, and a painful one for Bren. They burn the orbital strike with the intent of potentially faking out Naos and pulling the rotation towards the A site, slowly crawl their way towards B, but still just get dry peeked in the duel. 1v3 takes all of them down. Kevs closing out the round. Painful round for Bren, but one that Naos just desperately needed, and Z delivered, man.
This is where it starts for Z. You give him that round and he starts heating up. He will be such a force to behold, and he even whips out an operator by this point. I think it's such a difficult win condition right now for Naos Esports. If Z's the one who's hot enough, it's either he has to be adept and ready to stop the push of Bren, or Naos has to buy enough time for him to rotate alongside Blurred, because this has been them looking to make the impact. Hot Sauce though with the sword, of course, has to pick the prime target, and there you go, the character assassination of Z. Over onto the right hand side though, Blurred this time with a takedown, saw the big barrel coming, and Blurred apparently will be clearing out too before he heads away from these halls. Will Blurred go for more? Now that's the question. But this is a big-time play from the duelists of Naos Esports, and I'm expecting more perhaps, but EJ now with a takedown out the Blurred, a chance to go towards that A site.
4-3. this could easily be tied up by now. So if he can get the break here, especially if Kevs goes big with the Rolling Thunder he has in his hands. You can see it. He's kind of not too eager to use it just yet unless he knows for certain he can get good value out of it. Swings. Oh, he's giving his position away, though. That was his biggest advantage in that case. But luckily, Savvy, he's a marathon runner. Really quick at those sprints.
He's joined the Olympics, man, and he is representing the PH. Brain Freeze, though, will represent Bren on the scoreboard.
30 seconds
And
left.
Delicious, a little too star with that play, gets taken on down. Kakarot now trying to vie for control. A nice find onto the isolated Savvy 8K. This time, though, Quick will dissipate. One way for the Cloud Burst, making it such a bother to actually peek it out. And the app, that was so close. He could feel the heat from that one. But EJ now, that is steel cutting through throats. Kevs goes down. Kakarot now in a 1v2, trying to play It's the Arcade. But EJ, he's ready towards the other side. Cosmic Divide now is the play. A guessing game, perhaps, as EJ now goes on through. But EJ will just say to Kakarot, insert coin here. Game over for the Astra. It's 5-3 for Bren.
Great round here coming from Bren. And with Kevs popping his Rolling Thunder a bit preemptively, that was his first mistake. I get the reason why he did, though. The pressure was there. He thought they were going to come barreling on through. The Neon, especially leading that, and can really close the gap immediately if they wanted to. But good decision-making here from Bren to fall back, knowing that it can be difficult to try and aggress past that. Going for the B side, Kakarot only good for one. Somehow the scrambles have been working on out. Delicious caught out there by the fault line. Has to be careful with the Fisher Maid because they can still push this. And while he might have this orb to play off of, Blurred just takes what he wants. Nothing phases him.
But Savvy answers back with his own overdrive, and Bren Esports are caught in the pinch, but they will just be able to zap their ways out of this one. Bring in Bug Spray, bring in the Neon, as he's leading the charge. Hot Sauce though on the board, all left to Kakarot. But this should be a round one here by Bren. A nice surprise from Naos. They were able to pinch Bren basically towards Dish, and Blurred getting a drop on the opposition, but still have the potency of someone like Savvy. He was only holding on to the Stinger. Now he's looking for a rifle, looking for another frag. Brain Freeze though with a takedown, and that's Bren yet again with another win. 6-3 right now. The black and yellow looking pretty golden here so far.
Very nonchalant round there for the most part for Bren Esports. Blurred had a great flank, able to get one, but only that one still. I think he got good value out of that ultimate. Not the most ferocious of ultimates in the game that Overdrive is, but one that can certainly catch sleeping team off guard and quickly turn from a nuisance to a nightmare. Fortunately for Bren to keep it at the former, more of an inconvenience. Say, this is problematic, but luckily he gets a rendezvous down in time, snaps his fingers, says, sayonara, I will see you later.
Yeah, now the Rolling Thunder into play. Bren Esports looking for that space, and Savvy finds Kevs there into the corner and stops him in the box he was trying to hide in. Zido making the operator count. Can he still get the sightlines? Yes, he does! Over onto EJ. Brain Freeze though! Able to melt down Blurred, and there's no escape this time for Z. He's the one who has to hibernate. Delicious and Kakarot, the only ones left. But while I've seen a lot of control options from Kakarot, it hasn't really been the same case for Delicious. He just wants to go for the duels, caught out yet again in that scenario. And with Kakarot left to his lonesome, it just feels difficult here for Naos Esports. And I do think that Naos right now, they haven't found the fullest value of their double control setup without the initial frags. You see it there. They want to try to go for the stall, they go for the hold, but Bren is already able to get past those hurdles many times. And just because of that, there is that reliance for Z or Blurred to really pop off, and I don't think that's as sustainable, especially when the haste of Bren Esports makes it so hard to guess or react to the upcoming attack.
And when you kind of confuse your opponent like that, where they don't even know how to respond, how to retaliate, you know that you are very much so one step ahead, because how do you even predict what's going to happen when you can't even make sense of all of it?
Crystal ball, tarot cards, you know?
Yeah. Or
Ray Baldwin.
maybe look up at the stars.
Yeah, that's true. I see the Big Dipper. I see the Ari sign. I see black and blue's place. What does that mean?
Maybe not a great omen.
Oh, that's not a great omen for Savvy. He gets perfectly stunned, honestly. No escape whatsoever. Savvy goes down to the hand of Blurred. And now, it's just pistols plus the tour de force. But he'll try to make it work. But Z remembers that I can actually shoot through this. And Simple goes down. Hot Sauce now with the find of the Delicious, but it's a little dicey here for Bren Esports, knowing that the Chamber can look for more of those sight lines. Thing is, though, they need to cut off that vision here for now. Kakarot just going in. Bravers and EJ on the board. Kev's though with the trade 2v2 right now, but time is running out for Naos Esports. Kev's again with another win the flash, but there's Hot Sauce, and Hot Sauce is so spicy here. Just perfectly tops for Bren right now.
Naos slipping, sliding, and just continuing the struggle so far against his Bren Esports squad and in the tournament in general. This is looking reminiscent of their game versus Southfield, where they have one map really close and the other be a bit more one-sided towards the opposition. And Hot Sauce is so contrary to his name, ice cold in those clutch moments. Last round of the half here on the defensive side of Naos. They need to get this round. The operators who come out from Zay.
And you know what's been a bit of the issue here for Naos right now is when they do try to show their changes, show their evolutions, it really hasn't worked out as much as you'd expect. But see, he's there to get rid of Hot Sauce. But I have to say, even if Z is such a strong individual player and Kev does go for the takedown, the scoreline already shows that there are these growing pains that Naos Esports is trying to get through, but they're doing it here at the group stage. Luckily enough, Z is just an absolute beast. With the operator, he is finding those targets, and he's looking for more Blurred right there to help him out. Brave Freeze on the right-hand side. Rolling Thunder right now from the side. Oh, that's Brain Freeze though, going for more. And Brain Freeze! He's just blowing the minds of the opposition. And well, the 1v2, but Delicious getting prepared. Few bullets thrown on out. Brain Freeze now stuck here, but we saw him stuck in the corner a while ago. He got 3. Will he do it again? Kakarot, patience though, is perfect. And it's Naos now who gets at least 1 round more to end the half.
Oh, he needed an ace clutch to get that, and my goodness, if he was able to kill Kakarot there, bring it to a 1v1, especially since he had the orbital strike, it could have been a very, very difficult post plan for Naos to try and win it out in the end. Fortunately, Naos somehow get the round still. Off of that great peek from Zay, when it looked so difficult. Brain Freeze, he answers the call. Just not enough, maybe prepaid load to really finish it.
The number you've dialed is not yet in service. And I guess someone called Brain Freeze an ambulance because they need a big one for everyone else he took down. That was so clutch from him, though. To just be stuck in the corner and
7
still get 3. That's
7.
That's 4 7s.
Is that an omen of something?
I actually don't know. I'm gonna search
11s.
real quick.
Huh? Look at
Where?
the 11s on the opposing side. 11s!
7-11!
Oh my goodness, this must mean something.
It means that we're going to get a Slurpee after this, man. I'm telling you right now.
Nice.
Dude, I love Slurpees. I love like those icy cold drinks. Like the slush.
I like when they have like the superhero cups, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I haven't liked the cups recently, though. That's for sure.
No. I mean the superhero cups.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying this, like the
a bit less divisive.
The newest cups. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Not gonna lie, I haven't bought a drink from 7-Eleven just because of that. Even the undecided, I didn't want to go for. I was just like,
the opposite effect.
Yeah, nah.
I don't need that heat. You know what I'm saying?
No, thank you.
Anyway.
You know, I was denied today from doing something by a certain someone. So shout outs to the super muscly ass right here. But hey, we all fight for what we believe in. And now it's Esports and Bren Esports. They're fighting right now in a way that Bren is just able to really run circles around Naos. Let's be real. Many of these rounds are just Bren outpacing Naos Esports, and if it's not a monster effort from someone like Z, Naos has just such a hard time trying to get back at it when you think that they have ways to still blockade things like vision, like sightlines, in terms of their composition.
Well, that comp is going to have to come in huge here now that they're on the attacking side. Should not be running dry on utility, I guess, considering the fact that they have a ton to throw out. This post plant should be really locked in for now, so especially if Kakarot gets his kill, but it's looking pretty awkward. Still, though, Sabi gets the kill. I'm not sure why he threw out the relay bolt mid throughout that fight. Blurred, great kill from him, but he gets hit by a lot of that aftershock, and the rest of them all follow suit.
Yeah, pretty much of an oof moment there. Ow, pow.
Ow,
And
pow.
Comic books aside, I remember back then, right, in the old Batman series, that they just had to show the pow. Because couldn't show really people getting punched. None of the actors wanted to get punched, but now it's Esports. They brought fisticuffs there in that last round, and they were able to square up
back
well.
in the day, they censored punches?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking
Right?
about, right? With the pow, with everything.
How the times have changed.
Maybe, what if we had it here at VCT? Instead of someone dying in front of us, they're just like, bam!
Don't
Like a
we
big
have
screen,
that
bang.
skin, the comic book one?
Yeah, we
that's like
do.
cell shaded.
Yeah,
right?
we do. It's perfect. And if you get the last kill, it
The
shows
pow.
the words. The pow. Ooh, bang. But hey, now it's Esports. This is speedy yet again. And I feel like for Naos, this is an interesting approach in what they can really do with this kind of comp. They know there's a little bit less potential staying power on the side of Bren, and if they can just hastily get on through, that's when they can get a good post-plant setup. EJ, though, can't get close enough after the stun from Symbol, and this is flawless again for Naos Esports. That was a very, very quick 2 rounds.
Okay, nicely done here. The Naos side. Try and answer on back, and they win the bonus right on after. They have a bit of few rounds to give here before Bren get too comfortable. But of course, it's not the result that they want. They force up the rifles after losing a few players there. Zay and Jalisha specifically with the intent of possibly winning this round. Who needs a bonus when you can just win the darn thing, right?
They want to go keep this momentum up. I think for now, until they get stopped in their tracks, they're gonna try and keep doing it yet again. Commit the utilities to push, just get away from the brimstone smokes and call it nothing. But the problem is, if they're too ambitious, this is where the greed can reach them. 2 already down. Simple! Oh my kills! Why are you still there? And yeah, Bren.
Was he stuck? Was there a stun or something?
I'm not sure, but fact is, he still dies there. And while Blur tries to fight on back, Bren here is now coming with full strength. Hot sauce to the takedown. Brain freeze yet again. And it's nicely done here for Bren Esports. They only lose 1 in the rifle buy.
Bren Esports 6-2-9. Emphasis on the 2.
Oh.
Nice.
Where's the 2 there?
T.O.
T.O.
Nice T.O.
T.O.
T.O. I want to see this again. We kind of had like a picture-in-picture moment there.
Oh, look, he's jumping! He was jumping! Did you see that?
Yeah.
1 enemy remaining.
It's not the floor is lava, bro. It's more like the wall. They're in the wrong axis.
Wasn't getting any momentum. I think he's trying to be hop away, but
maybe like he was already tagged by the damage,
Yeah.
so like he lost momentum mid-air.
Well,
And
maybe, like,
then he
maybe
couldn't
a
go too
star-
far because he was getting shot at. I don't know.
I think we're kind of blind right now, but the fact of the matter is he died to the aftershock, and now it's Esports. Now they have the guns to use. You already even see Blurred wants to be the one to make a bit of the opening. But from the past few rounds I've seen from Naos is once they really commit their utilities, they commit onto this site. So at least right now, they have someone like Z or someone like Blurred to basically scout out for the team, right? Maybe find a pick off to start things off. If they get that initial kill, that's where it gets easier, and that's where their utility commitment, their salad bowl that they toss towards the site, can be less punished by anyone hiding.
Well, the rounds here not looking too shabby for Naos, especially if they lose this one, but they are kind of spread on out. Early, aggressive control seized by Bren as they crawl their way up here towards A main. This is going to be difficult for them to deal with, but Zay still somehow Angelicious dismantle that aggressive forward play by Bren.
And Bren Esports caught between a rock and hard place, and well, now you do get the stuns. It's difficult here for Blur to see, and Brain Freeze is the one who finds him there. But then again, it's 4v2. Naos Esports going for the side, but Brain Freeze, he's doing it! Hot Sauce is right there! Time is running out! Kakarot, the only one left! And Brain Freeze, how many times are you gonna go Mega Mind here for the squad? Time ticking now. Kakarot, can he clutch it for the squad? He's out of stars though here. Nothing else to use besides the gun. And Hot Sauce taking the drop position. But this is Kakarot waiting yet again. Brain Freeze only with a single sliver of HP. But 1 is all he needs, and 4 is what he gets here. Man, give Brain Freeze an IQ test because he has to be genius from what he's been doing right now.
Man, Brain Freeze. So many multi-kill rounds when you don't expect him to do. And he gets such an important round. I thought Naos almost assuredly had that one. There was a great response. And by the way, that Rolling Thunder from Symbol started the entire charade, started the avalanche that was the Bren Esports retake there, and enabled Brain Freeze to get the space that he needed, walking out there of that smoke on towards CT and continuing on forward. It looked great, dismantling the two duelists very far forward. As soon as Brain Freeze pushes this, he finds one, gets the molly down, and goes good for 2 as well. You didn't really see that frisbee. So huge, so high impact. Great shots by such a very calm and concise player.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There was just calm there for Brain Freeze. But that was just chaos from Naos Esports. I still expect them to have a bit of a better setup. But 1, they got tagged around by the Rolling Thunder, as you mentioned. And 2, they were running out of time. So it was a hard scramble towards the site. And we didn't really see the proper setup that they could have done with the amount of players that they had. And who takes advantage? Brain Freeze. He is just having such a monster game. This Brimstone is able to effectively make enough smokes for himself, for the rest of the team, and then he calls it a day. He's like, I'm fragging now. I'm done. I'm out of smokes, guys. I'm going in with the rest of you. Good luck, have fun. Let's make it work. And Bren Esports, this is just the potential that they have here. This is a squad that have all these kind of players that can be this hot. And while they have learned more and more discipline, you can never count out how vicious they can be. As Hot Sauce, he gets tased there by Blurred instead. Viciousness now from the Naos side.
5 versus 4. Great opening pick on Hot Sauce, and that's a huge kill, considering how much value Hot Sauce has been bringing to this team. Flash on out. Luckily, Sam's able to hide in cover and get the trade immediately on EJ, who was also preoccupied. Oh, shot does not connect for Zay. That was one that they really needed. 3v4. Swing out wide from Zay. Actually quite shallow, but still it's found. Brain Freeze with the orbital strike going completely nuclear! Brain Freeze! This man! Ice cold in his veins, in the brains! Blurred up top! Gets the 1 kill! But Brain Freeze is gonna get the 4K! And Brad extended 11 rounds to 6!
Brain Freeze! He launches the tactical nuke! It's incoming towards A site, and Naos Esports absolutely stuck there as soon as it happens. Brain Freeze. He's just a new power source here for Bren. You call him, you say he's going nuclear. He's the nucleus now of this team. And I feel like for Naos, just because it took them too long to get that kill onto the lane, plus the fact that Delicious whiffs those shots. You let Brain Freeze do that to you. You let Brain Freeze pop the orbital strike. You're asking for trouble if you hug the corner. And now Bren Esports, the ambition is just searing here. They know that they can get away with more after the amazing rounds you've had from Brain Freeze. 2
he
more,
has
Bren
been
takes
such
this.
a big factor for this squad, man. That team captain, IGL, every weight on his shoulders, and he certainly lives up to what Bren Esports needs of him. Dominating map, dominating performance from the sole controller of Bren Esports. You can name it. Brain Esports maybe for a day or two.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not. Look at the top right. You're not wrong.
Bren Freeze, maybe.
What if he changes his name to just make it Brun Freeze? Like really Brun Freeze. Just remove the A and the I. Not a bad idea, man. But this is gonna be an idea here for Blurred that doesn't work out whatsoever. Back to the drawing board. Simple with a takedown. Z though finds the trade and tower retaken here basically by Naos Esports. All about that whole EJ though caught off guard by Kez. But as that happens, Hot Sauce finds Kakarot along the way. See right now, that's the distraction and gets the angle as Naos Esports sets up a perfect crossfire there. You look behind you, there's someone ready to shoot you down and make it twice as nice. 7-11, we were talking about it in the halftime. Convenient for Naos to get back on the board.
That's what that meant.
Yeah.
7-11 scoreboard you were seeing.
The script was written.
Very true. You guys know this is all. Never mind. Moving on. In case there's someone actually maybe gullible enough to believe it,
It's like
we're gonna avoid
like WWE, man. The things that they do, they're real, but the conclusions are already there. Nah, we're just kidding. Please don't
the
believe
Twitch
us.
director is a very great scriptwriter as well.
Exactly. They get paid the big bucks, not us.
Looks like might find our next callings, Dax. And it's a call saying you're fired.
Oh man. I mean, I've been ready for that call since stage 1. All the time.
I already had it.
Wait. That's why you're immune. That's why you're good. Because you're like you
I've
were
had that
stage
conversation.
rest. You were the one stage rest basically and the talent pool, but now Rolling Thunder into play and look at Blur gets through.
Oh my goodness.
Was the ring of fire there? That is one way to get away from the quake. And the full appliance just doesn't get connection whatsoever that they needed.
Ow.
Stun comes up. Kakarot says, Blurred, why'd you do this to me? And spike now will be planted. Blurred gets on the board. This is a great take from Naos again.
Blurred, here on the overdrive. So hard to track up close like that. And Savvy erases him for the meantime, but every single other player here from Naos are quite high in HP, so we're gonna have to isolate it, but Kakarot doesn't even let him get to that, finding the perfect angle to spam on through, the Phantom, perfect weapon to use that as well with Zay. It's a final kill. 8-11, slowly mounting their comeback here. Naos, one small step at a time.
And one giant leap for the scoreline. They've been needing these kind of rounds to effectively destroy the confidence here of Bren Esports. And not only that, I feel like for Naos Esports, this is the pace that they should be playing. The faster takes just really suits the philosophy of Naos in general. And then from that point on, that's when perhaps they can go for more of the setup. That's when they can use the utilities they have to stall out the spike itself. Because these hard-hitting side takes really are such a limit tester for Bren Esports, because we know that beyond the breach and the brimstone, it does become a difficult way to retake for Bren. So you're testing Hot Sauce, you're testing Savvy, you're testing someone like EJ to be ready at a moment's notice as soon as Naos strikes.
Naos, we've gotten a few rounds back, Dax, but they need a bit more to get back into the fight. It's only 3 rounds, so definitely not too far out of reach. They win a round, force Eco, win that. They're within a round of tying things up, so ultimates, none online for Bren. And that could be crucial, looking at how, both of the controllers for Naos have got theirs. Could easily swing the tides towards that Naos side. Secure the round, and potentially maybe extend this to map 3, but Hot Sauce, man, with a great peak, great timing as well. And reflexes to make that shot happen. Symbol here on the help too.
Bren Esports, they're passing with flying colors and
30 seconds left.
oh, Kakarot and Kebs. It's like suddenly the slide goes in, but Savvy 8k with the final 2k, and this is it. Match point for Bren Esports. Give them an 8+ for that last round assignment. Did you see? Just Hot Sauce, no fear whatsoever. Seeing that Naos Esports was coming, and he held his ground, got the kill, and that's when he teleported away.
It seems like he was like, oh, I'm ready for the fight. I'm ready for the fight. I'm ready for the fight. And then they run away. He's like, where's my fight? So I'm going to take it to you. And in that, he comes out of it in spectacular fashion, too. potentially the last round here for Naos. Going down 0-2 in the tournament is not going to be a great calling from the team that was completely devastating everybody at the start of stage 1. Savvy, oh my goodness, great pick already, and they're on the path to taking the series 2-0 again.
Yeah, they're smashing hands like pumpkins. Bounce Savvy AK with 3 already. Z though with the punish in response. But this might be over here from this point on, unless Z or Kakarot can play clutch for now. Brendo, they've really shown how much they matured, how much they've improved, and the chemistry is just absolutely off the charts for the black and yellow squad right now. EJ though trying to go for the shot. A beautiful dissipate there from Kakarot though, but EJ does not miss twice. Z goes down, all left now to Kakarot, but his power level, it's fading. Like Naos Esports, these wings are getting clipped more and more. And with Bren right now, which is all the angles over that A site, might be difficult for Kakarot to fight back. Sees Hot Sauce on the high ground, the tower taken, forcing Kakarot to back on away. This decides, never mind, I will fight my ground. I will try to outlast the competition towards A sites. But Hot Sauce, he is waiting, he is ready. Aftershock is there. 20 seconds left. Kakarot with a takedown, 5 HP and a dream. But these odds are way too stacked. But Kakarot, he's decided to remove this deck from the equation. Braid Freeze says everything's all right. The kids are all right. And Braid Freeze is the last bit of control that Bren can rely on to win out the game. How many times, Braid Freeze? How many times will you save the day for Bren? Enough to win the series, apparently.
Ever so reliable Brain Freeze is, time and time again, over and over. He gets the job done. When they need him to come big, he goes absolutely huge. We saw the nuclear orbital strike. We saw him devastate everything in his path. And when they needed him to go for multi-kills, he got you even more. You ask Brain Freeze to pass the salt, he gives you a bowl of soup, because soup is better and Brain Freeze is great.
But what if I wanted the salt?
Then just deal with it.
Do you expect me to pour soup on my meal?
Yeah, why not, bro? Do you not like soup?
Okay, if Brain Freeze says so, I'll say it. I'll do it. If it's Brain Freeze, I will do it. But there you have it now. 13-8 score line. Bren Esports able to weather that final storm from Naos Esports. And while it has been lightning strikes there from players like C, just hasn't been enough potency really for the Naos brand. And again, it just goes back to my point where when they play their old school style, they look so impressive, but it's more, I'd say, known to the opposition. And when they do something different, when they do something new, that's when you can see that there is still that room for improvement. They had an amazing trick from stage number 1. They refined it to the best degree, sharp as steel. But now they're trying to find more tricks, but they're still not the best blades that you can bring against the top 8. On the other side, Bren Esports, man, some of the strongest strengths you can have with the double duelist. Or when the going gets tough, you got a guy like Brain Freeze to do it all for the team.
This man has seen himself on many rosters. Action, Oasis. Seems like his calling is here over Bren. And the Wrath is a big fan of the man. Him hailing in from Cebu.
He's so
as well.
tall. He's like so freaking tall, man. And not only that, he has such an impact the same way as, well, his height in real life. I have to say this though. We talked about Hot Sauce a lot in the first map, a lot in the second. Kind of feels bad for Savvy because I think this is the second game he stopped frag, but we're still talking about the most impactful kills of the game. Look at
Very
that.
much so. Man, look at that. As you say it, dude, just completely explosive performance from all the players here from Bren. And this is a Savvy AK we were expecting. This is the MVP of the collegiate scene, time and time again, over and over repeatedly, that we were looking forward to seeing here in the VCT. And this is the EJ as well. We know can pop off. We know can perform. Look at this from Savvy, back and forth, clearing corners like a well-trained professional. This dude, barely above the age of 20.
there is just so much potential for this Bren roster. Them being here, the top 8 right now, already such a big deal. And if they can go further, then they have such a great foundation for the future. So Bren Esports with another match victory, shutting down the Naos Esports side in a 2-0 fashion. But that's going to be it for the casters here, and we return a bit of an interview. And of course, just to wrap up, check out the standings and see what else is going on here at VCTPH. That's it with Black and Blue. We'll be right back for more of the panel in just a bit.
All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Tested.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2. You are back on the panel. Mika Fabs here with Dax and Fluffy. And another Bren Esports win. They take the series with a 2-0 versus Naos Esports. Now, as we check out and get ready the series highlights for today, Dax, as you mentioned, the kids are all right indeed, but more than all right because Bren Esports, they are looking really, really clean this stage.
In their styles, just able to weather the storm of how explosive Naos Esports can be, how impactful they can be. And I really have to give props to the punish plays by Bren many times. You can see it there from Symbol setting things up, from players like Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze just popping off in individual maps and catching out prime targets. And then of course you just expect EJ and Savvy 18 to get those kills. This is just a really perfect system right now, a perfect group for Bren Esports, and this 5-man roster is just on point with your chemistry as well.
Yeah, that's a huge thing, right? Because we did chat with Hot Sauce as well, and he mentioned that everybody's just really feeling themselves. And you can kind of tell from their gameplay as well that the morale is really high, the chemistry is there, and everybody's just feeling really, really good. And Fluffy, you know, I do have to say, like, you as a coach, I mean, I really enjoyed the Neon versus Neon on Fracture. It's just so much fun to watch. I'm just wondering, like, what's your take on that, and if you think we're seeing a whole lot more, especially from teams that are very young and like this fast-paced kind of action.
I feel like for young teams, the nice thing about them is they like to flex and adapt, and it's nice in general that the Philippine scene is adapting to the newish meta, especially after the jet changes, putting in the Neon on Fracture. It allows teams to move a lot more because the fast lane is very useful, but more importantly, the stuns coming out from the relay bolt really clears a lot of those hassle corners that you might encounter when you're pushing into sites on Fracture. But yeah, I agree with Dax completely. Bren Esports really showing that they're maturing as a team, showing more discipline in general. It's like a discipline era for Bren, in my opinion. And of course, we have those staples stepping up for this game for what you expect them to be, like Savvy as mentioned. But also players like Brain Freeze really making the team feel more well-rounded overall.
There'll be rounds where they're going to overheat, they're going to be too balls seeing what they do and bite off more they can chew. But when you have stable points like Brain Freeze, what we saw especially in Fracture, it just goes to show again, to add on how much they've really evolved. And this Bren Esports roster, they've always had this potential, they always had this firepower, and it's just all about utilizing it to the best degree. And well, the stats don't lie, Savvy has been top fragging for this whole series basically.
Yeah, it's been so insane. It's been such a treat to watch them, really, because you know, since this roster came onto the VCT, everybody's kind of like been so excited for them and so hyped for them, and everybody kind of knew and understood that they were still, you know, gaining their ground and everything. They were still, you know, getting ready for or taking, or rather, like, you know, shaping up their meta and who they actually were. I think this is the time for Bren Esports. Ironic because of their opponent, obviously, but I think this is the time for Bren Esports on stage 2. However, I still think that, you know, these guys, there's still a little bit of refinement that needs to be done, don't you think, Dax?
Yeah, there's still times again that they're gonna make this really gutsy play, and we literally saw that in the last round of Fracture. Savvy leaps in, decides to just oh, I'm gonna jump over the fire, I'm gonna shoot you all, gets punished, and that got way too close. But after just calming down, after basically getting a breath of fresh air, it's not like Bren Esports last time that you knew they were tilted. You knew that this was their downfall. They have gotten such a good reset, and moving forward, win or lose, it's the style they choose.
I love it. And yes, indeed, there's a huge difference from between this Bren Esports and the Bren from last stage. Naturally, we can bring it's actually the whole team that we can bring on over for our interview. Let's welcome them onto our panel. I believe we have Brain Freeze speaking on behalf of the team, but pretty much everybody is already there, including their lovely manager who we saw like really jumping up and down when we saw that win. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome and congratulations on that win. It is 2 in a row for you guys. So can you let us know how did you prep for this series versus Naos Esports?
Oh, well, we didn't do much prep. We just did our usual things. You know, we scrimmed and then we just stuck to our game plan. This was our first time going against Naos Esports ever since, you know, we formed as a team. So we went in just trying to execute our game plan.
That's exactly what Hot Sauce said the other day, right? That you guys were really just playing your own game, and it's really working for the whole team. You can tell that the morale's really up and everything. Can I ask, like, what do you guys do like right before getting into a series? How do you hype each other up? Because I can tell the energy's really there.
Honestly, we just stand up, go into a huddle, just talk about what we're gonna do, and just shout Bren.
I'm sure the energy is a lot more when you guys are actually there, of course. Like, as you can see, of course, that the team really has gelled very well. Brainface, I do have a question for you. You had an incredible series in particular. What did you have for breakfast? Or, you know, how did you prep for this series? Or how do you exactly, you know, get into the mentality of this for any series, actually, for this VCT Stage 2?
Well, as a team, you know, we just wanted to make sure. I know that all of us have good individual skill, and at any time we could pop off. You know, in just this game, I guess I was one of those people, and you know, I'm just glad that. And it's not just me, but I honestly think it was a team effort. You know, Hot Sauce, Savi, EJ, Symbol, they stepped up when they needed to. You know, not just me this game or this map. The entire series, everyone stepped up when they needed to. The crucial kills, everything.
Awesome. And now the floor is yours, gentlemen. I know everybody is there, so if you'd like any shoutouts or any messages that you'd like to give to all of the supporters for Bren Esports, go ahead.
Shout out to all the fans, you know, everyone's watching us, our families, our friends, my dog, my girlfriend, you know, everyone. Thanks for supporting us. EJ's girlfriend, everyone else, no? Yeah, everyone who's supporting us. Thank you.
I love that you gave a shout out to your dog. I love it. Hello to your dog. What's your dog's name? I'm curious.
Gunther.
Oh, hi Gunther. Hello. Congratulations to you guys, and we are so excited for the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
He gave a shout out to his dog. You know that's gonna get me. Of course that's gonna get me.
I'm worried. He said dog first before girlfriend. I think someone's gonna be sleeping in the doghouse tonight, man.
I'm not worried at all. I think
true.
that is how things should be. I actually think I would give a shout out
Female
to
perspective,
my fur
understandable.
babies before my significant other, and he knows that. So yeah.
Respect.
Yes, indeed. But yeah, Fluffy, we can tell that, of course, the Bren roster is feeling so good. And as we check out our match results today, I'm wondering if there were any surprises from you for today's series of for today's matches, rather. Especially, I know it was a little bit difficult with our second series of today.
Yeah, I think in general, though, although Naos didn't make, I guess, what they're trying to do today, get that result that they wanted, they still played a pretty good game. It was a lot closer from today than they had yesterday, so obviously there's some improvement there. I think the thing I'm most surprised is the composition that they're running on Fracture. On Fracture, normally Naos, you know, it's the team that is known for that KO play, for that initiator gameplay, playing off a lot of these utils, but they stuck to the Astra Viper, which forces them to only run Breach, meaning that the only way they actually move as a team is by doing something contact or with their util. They have no info necessarily that they can easily get, and that means that you kind of sacrifice people as you move into a certain space. So I think in that regard, I'm very surprised since it doesn't really fit their playstyle, but I guess it's an adaptation they're trying to pick.
Yeah, and that's the thing about now is these guys are taking this time to really test what they have been practicing, test what has become new for the Naos Esports brand. And I really feel like coming into week 2, if they're still not seeing the right results, they might just have to hammer down on what actually works. So a bit of a crossroads right now for Naos Esports, but I'm looking at really that Team Secret Oasis matchup. The fact that Team Secret got that 2-0 of Oasis, we're getting overtimes all the time for TS here, just so they can eke out these wins or still contend. But really, the statement for the past few days is Team Secret wants to get back to that top spot that they left behind last stage.
I love that you brought that up as we check out our standings, because it feels like, teams are really pushing Team Secret to the limit, and Team Secret know that they have that target on their back, especially as they are on top of the leaderboard alongside Bren Esports. Dax, what do you make of these standings so far?
These were the standings expected last stage. This was the leaderboard that everyone wanted to happen, and now we get it to reality. All I can say is, with the absolute analytical mind I have, Bootcaf po yan. Bootcaf po. Come on, guys.
Yes, long time coming too, of course. And I feel like this is going to be a very, very interesting stage. I feel like you should forget what we all learned, I guess, in stage 1, because it's like the board has been reset. And Fluffy, I'm gonna ask you, I'm gonna preempt this a little bit. I know it's very early, we're still on day 3, but I'm gonna ask if we can get a little prediction from you, like a forecast of sorts. Now that we've seen all of our teams, are there any teams that you think are in the danger zone of not making it to the playoffs? I know that's really spicy.
I think looking at the standings right now, we see South Built, Alpha Esports Pro, and Naos Esports at the bottom. But I think out of the 3 of them, we know that South Built has that tendency to stay around in this area, but they know that they can bounce back eventually. They've done it a couple times. They made it all the way into APAC in the last stage. Naos is an APAC team, although the score is not reflected right now. So for me, the big question, because we haven't seen them in a while in the VCT stage, is Alpha Esports Pro.
Very interesting. As we jump into tomorrow's schedule, Dax, do you agree, disagree? Are there any other teams that you think might be in the red and maybe need to do that extra push to get some points in?
I'm just looking to notice what Action PH and Alpha Esports are going to be getting back into. So, bit of agreement there with Fluffy, because really, those are some of the most hot-handed teams, the most skill-check kind of teams, and if they keep losing out to many different strategies, they might tumble on down. But from recent results that we've gotten, I'm considering worrying about both Naos Esports and South Built Esports, even though SPE is renowned to come back into week number 2, get things back. These map number 3s have been very, very particularly worrying that they're giving up these kind of score lines. And while South Built Esports, when they struggle, it does feel like we're in that they can get back into the groove, or when they're struggling right now, they're still in the matchup at least, but we have seen them get blown out and they have to get rid of that and fast if they still want to make it to the top 6.
Well, we look at tomorrow's schedule over here. We are seeing these teams once again. So, Fluffy, looking at any interesting head-to-head matches that we're seeing for tomorrow?
For me, I am very... I don't know. They're all pretty close in terms of power level, I think. I think SBE has a lot to prove, especially because their matches have been a bit drawn out. They've always gone to like a later map. So I want to see them being able to close out their games a bit more, maybe refine that part of their gameplay. Action PH, of course, in a very explosive team. So I think that's the match that I'll be most hyped about.
I think everyone's just looking for that last match there. Team Secret versus RRQ. Because even though we didn't get to see it streamed, that was news in the open qualifiers. That was like Team Secret going down to lower brackets, and everyone's like, Team Secret is washed, Team Secret is done. But they still made it to the top 8. They have a 2-0 standing right now. And I feel like Team Secret is finally bringing out the strategies really to push them to the absolute limit. So that is a revenge match that Team Secret is hungry for. And while RRQ has shown their discipline, there are some apparent weaknesses right now that RRQ needs to focus on, especially closing out games where Team Secret might take advantage of.
Yeah, it's just so interesting how, Team Secret and all of these rematches are now happening, and Team Secret gets to, I guess, prove all of their doubters wrong once again. And but again, the competition is just leveling up so much. The fact that they can take these matches so close to a team that did make it to champions says so much about the Philippine scene. And hey, guess what? We're only on day 3. You can, take a screenshot or something of those standings, because of course they're going to change over the next few days. And I really do wonder, because right now I still think, even though we had those early predictions, I still think that it is anybody's game. But of course now we do have to wrap up. We had a pretty exhausting day, but at least we have all of our sponsors that have our backs, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. And of course, the Games and Amusement Board, who have sanctioned and are overseeing this tournament. Fluffy, don't we have Globe at Home as well?
Yes, of course. So we would also like to thank our official sponsors for VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers, organized again by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 at Globe at Home. The game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And let's not forget our amazing official gaming hardware partner, Asus ROG. We'd like to thank them here at VCT 2022, as it is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by the up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside, with top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor. The ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Go to ph.rog.tg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
I feel like I want to time Dax and see like how, like I feel like I should have done it earlier.
Steals,
I want to time Dax and like see how many seconds he can say that, and then see if it gets like shorter and shorter. No,
that's my expertise. That's my expertise. It's not casting. It's not analysis. It's saying these things as fast as possible in a coherent manner.
It's really amazing. I'm in awe. It's really amazing. I mean, hire this man for if you want fast.
I'm gonna be that guy at the end of the ads. Like,
exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 series of 2022. Let's go.
Exactly. Well, that's our show. You can tell we're going crazy already, but hopefully we and some of the teams will break through this Friday the 13th curse, because tomorrow we have so much more Valorant action for you guys. I'm Mika Fabs with Dax and Fluffy, and on behalf of the entire VCTPH crew, stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you here same time, same place for day 4 of VCTPH.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming. Soon, sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows. Cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.